crow's gap. Stop shoving. I've been here all morning.
Vincent! You must help me. I'm drowning in a sea of bodies.
Here, take my arm. Now, forward, Mr. Wilson, to the steps of the officers of the League.
Oh, yes, but is it worth it, Vincent, all this?
Worth it? You cannot fail, Mr. Wilson. Now, just look. From palest canary to deepest claret, but none to match your own incandescent throat. Why, what you have above your brow is a veritable warning beacon. No, you are certain to be elected, then. Short hours, easy work, good pay. And this is not worth it.
Well,
hundreds of men, Mr. Wilson, they think it worth it. Would not be here otherwise.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But it is hard.
The hardest thing about any easy berth is the getting of it. But you, Mr. Wilson, have unique qualifications. So, onward.
Yes, onward.
Ever onward.
All right.
For the steps.
Passing down Baker Street one Saturday morning in the autumn of last year, that is to say, 1890, I decided to look in on my old friend Sherlock Holmes at number 221B. Admitting myself, I began to mount those familiar 17 stairs, wondering as I did so who or what I might find in his rooms. For the great detective, as you are no doubt aware, drew like a magnet all kinds and conditions of men and women, many of them as singular as their problems.
Holmes? Why, Holmes, I had no idea. Perhaps I shall wait in the other room.
No, my dear Watson, come in, I beg of you. You did not have arrived at a better time. Allow me to introduce Mr. Jabez Wilson, a pawnbroker with premises in Coburg Square, near the city.
Mr. Wilson?
While Dr. Watson, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner in many of my most successful cases, and will no doubt be equally indispensable to me in yours also.
Servant, Doctor.
The case itself, Watson, promises to be one of the most unusual to yet come to my attention. Indeed, Mr. Wilson has begun a narrative which seems to bear out my observation that the strangest and most compelling events often leave room to doubt whether a crime has been committed at all. But you must hear for yourself from Mr. Wilson's own lips. So unique is the train of circumstances he's begun to describe.
At this, the portly client puffed out his large chest and simultaneously ran his finger down the advertisements in an old newspaper pulled from his greatcoat pocket. As he did so, I attempted, after the fashion of my companion, to read any indications which might be presented by his dress and appearance. An average British tradesman, I thought, obese, pompous and slow. Grey trousers, black frock coat, drab waistcoat, brassy Albert chain with square piece of metal dangling from it, faded top hat and overcoat. Nothing remarkable was my initial conjecture, but his blazing red head, an expression of extreme discontent. However...
To add to your own thoughts, Watson has done manual labour, takes snuff, is a Freemason, has travelled to China, and, of course, has written a lot lately.
What? Mr. Holmes, how in the name of good fortune did you know all that? Even as to the fact I started as a ship's carpenter.
Your right hand, my dear sir, quite a size larger and more developed than your left. Ergo, you worked hard with it. Then your arc and compass breastpin denoting your Masonic order. China, of course, we get from Watson.
That square piece of metal on your watch chain, Mr. Wilson, a Chinese coin, perhaps.
Exactly. While as for the writing, what else could have produced that shiny 5 inches or so on the cuff of his right sleeve, where he rests it upon the desk?
Well, I never. I thought at first, Mr. Holmes, that you'd done something clever. Now I see there's nothing to it at all.
Oh, Watson, I begin to think I make a mistake in explaining, and my poor little reputation will suffer shipwreck if I continue to be so candid. But I interrupt your flow, Mr. Wilson, so begin again, I beg of you.
Yes, well, as I was saying, Mr. Holmes, I have a small pawnbroker's near the city. It's not a large affair, and, to be honest, not of late a particularly flourishing one.
You're there alone, Mr. Wilson?
Well, almost. A widower, you see, Doctor. Never any children. Just a 14-year-old girl does a bit of cooking and cleaning.
Mm-hmm. Assistants?
Well, one time I had 2, but now, well, it's just one. I can't really afford him, except he comes for half wages to learn the business.
That is an obliging youth. And his name?
Spaulding. Vincent Spaulding. Though he's not such a youth. It's hard to put an age on him, really. But as for willing, and smart too, he's very smart. In fact, could earn elsewhere twice what I give him. But if he's happy with me, why should I put ideas into his head? That's what I say, Miss Holmes.
Why, indeed. You are a lucky man.
Oh, he's had his faults, too. There never was such a fellow for photography. Always snapping away with his camera when he could be improving his mind. And then diving down into the cellar. I allow him to use it as a developing chamber.
This assistant, Mr. Wilson, does he still favour the wet collodion method for developing, do you know? Or has he gone over to the gelatina bromide process? I've an interest myself.
I've no idea, sir, no idea. I never goes down there because of the light. He's very particular about the light, or lack of it, which condition he claims he must have. I can't afford to lose him, so I humour him and leave the cellar as his particular and private domain.
I don't know that Vincent Spaulding isn't almost as remarkable as your advertisement. Speaking of which...
Yes, the advertisement. Well, gentlemen, it was just this day, 8 weeks ago, and there am I, sitting in the back office, business not being brisk, you might say, listening to the bird and poking the coals, when suddenly...
Wilson! Wilson! There you are. And here is your paper. Heaven knows how you concentrate with all this blessed ticking.
Clocks go with pawnbrokers, Mr. Spaulding, like sails with ships. You'll learn.
Well, I've certainly learned something from this paper. Lord, if I were a red-headed man.
Red-headed? Why? What is it?
Another vacancy on the Red-Headed League. Worth quite a small fortune to whoever gets it. And with there being more vacancies than men who qualify, well, I hear the trustees are at their wits' end what to do with the money.
A league? Did you say, Mr. Spaulding, of redheads?
You've never heard of them? That I do find strange. Let me put a kettle on while you read this, and I'll tell you what I know.
To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What on earth does it mean?
Well, as to that, it seems the League was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiah Hopkins, very peculiar in his ways, and a violent redhead himself. He had no dependents, and when he died, his trustees found themselves charged with providing easy berths for other men of a fiery hue.
Surely there are millions who would apply for such a post.
Not so many as you might think. Confined to Londoners, I believe, due to the fact that Hopkins began from here. Then, of course, it is grown men only, and with the necessity for a positively volcanic top-knot. Like yours, Mr. Wilson. I hear, too, the work is easy. You need not interfere with any other business a man may have.
Well, I'm sure that may be so, although...
True. What is the quick money against the security of life you enjoy here? The steady income.
But there again, if you really feel
Indeed I do, Mr. Wilson. Indeed I do. Applications to be considered from 11 o'clock. Why, it is almost that now. Indeed it is that now. So, your coat, Mr. Wilson, quickly, while I call a cab.
Very good.
At which point you put up the shutters and set off for Pope's Court.
We did. Spaulding was very willing to have a holiday, and as he seemed to know so much about it, well, it seemed only fair to take him with me.
Very fair. And absolutely essential, I'd say. Wouldn't you, Watson?
Oh, undoubtedly. You went via Fleet Street, I take it, Mr. Wilson?
I did, Doctor. And I tell you, when we got there, such a sight as I never saw before, nor hope to see again. From north, south, east and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair seemed to have gathered to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked to the pavements, while Pope's Court, well, it looked like a fruit barrow full of blood oranges. There were so many redheads packed side by side. Straw-coloured, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. I was for giving up in despair, but Spaulding pointed out that there weren't many with that real vivid flame-coloured tint I have. And then, dragging me by the arm, pushed and pulled and batted me through the crowd and right up the steps to the office. There was a double street on the steps, some going up in hope and some coming down in despair. Be that as it may, my assistant wiggled us until we stood inside, in front of a small deal table, behind which sat a man with a head even redder than mine.
Aye, next. Good day, sir. My name is Spaulding, and this is Mr. Jabez Wilson, willing, if chosen, to fill the vacancy in the Red-Headed League.
Oh.
If chosen, Mr. Spaulding. Why, I cannot ever recall having seen anything so fine. What colour? What texture? Every requirement is satisfied. Aye, and it would be an injustice to hesitate. But...
What the devil are you doing, sir?
Simply part of my instruction, Mr. Wilson, to administer a violent tug to the hair of any successful applicant. For we have twice been deceived by wigs and once with paint, while I could tell you tales of cobbler's wax which would disgust you with human nature. However, there are tears in your eyes, so all is as it should be. Congratulations, Mr. Wilson, and welcome to the Red-Headed League.
But, Mr...
Ross, Duncan Ross, and now, if you will excuse me, you other gentlemen, the vacancy has been filled. Leave the office if you will. Now, and convey the information to those still waiting outside. Gentlemen, if you please. Ah, that's better. Now, to particulars. You are a married man, Mr. Wilson.
Widowed, I'm afraid, sir.
But children, I hope, of a fine red-headed hue.
No, sir, we never... Though we always...
Dear me. For you must know the fund is for both the maintenance and the propagation of the red-headed. I don't really...
But, Mr. Ross, what an abundance in the article itself. What a vigour in its growth. What a colour in its pigmentation.
Oh, aye, you're right, Mr. Spaulding. I was allowing what could be to blind me to what is. Mr. Wilson, when will you be able to enter on your new duties?
Well, as to that, Mr. Ross, that would depend on what they were. I mean, what hours they occupied. What, the £4, was it, sir?
Aye, per week. While the hours, why, 10 until 2 every day, starting next Monday. Every day note, Mr. Wilson. Or, I might add, the position is forfeit. While the work, simply to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. Good enough? Aye, I see it is. So now, Mr. Wilson, I have an appointment and will simply leave you with my congratulations.
And leave me he did.
What a very, very interesting proposition.
Yeah, it was, Mr. Holmes. And I went home very pleased with my own good fortune, but...
A feeling that did not last?
No. By evening, Doctor, I must admit I felt a low spirits, not knowing whether the whole thing was a hoax.
But you were persuaded otherwise?
It was Vincent Spaulding, actually, Mr. Holmes, who brought me round to it again.
Ah.
So, the next morning, I bought a bottle of ink, a quill pen, and 7 sheets of foolscap, and started out for Pope's Court.
To find what?
Everything as promised. And Duncan Ross waiting to start me on the letter A.
And at the end of the week?
Well, he checked my work, complimented me on it, and then placed 4 shining sovereigns on the table, repeating the dose every Saturday thereafter.
But not today.
8 weeks. 8 weeks regular as clockwork I went there. Some days I saw him, some days I didn't. Some days a fleeting visit, some days a positive haunting. 8 weeks. Abbots, armour, architecture, Attica, with hopes of getting to the bees before long. 8 weeks, and a sea of foolscap, and 4 sovs every Saturday. And then, this morning...
What about this morning?
10 o'clock on the dot, Mr. Holmes, as usual, with a springy misstep as any man might on payday, to find the door locked, with a square of cardboard tacked to it. I've got it here. Doctor, what do you think of that?
October the 9th, 1890. The Red-Headed League is dissolved.
Well, Mr. Wilson. well.
Well, I cannot see there's anything very funny. And if you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I'll take myself elsewhere.
No, Mr. Wilson, I beg you, reseat yourself. I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It's most refreshingly unusual. But there is, if you'll excuse me saying so, something just a little funny about it. But I realise also it must have been very annoying. You were, I take it, Mr. Wilson, very annoyed.
Well, staggered is the word, Mr. Holmes. Staggered. And a bit angry. Though I realise I had no right to be. So, I sought out the landlord, who lived on the ground floor. He'd never heard of the League. Was under the impression the rooms were let to a solicitor named William Morris, who was waiting for his new office to be made ready, which had happened the day before.
This William Morris, who I suppose we can equate with Duncan Ross, you ascertained his new address from the landlord?
Indeed I did, Doctor, and went right round there to find a maker of artificial kneecaps.
Dear me.
My own sentiments, Doctor. Now, I express them a bit different. So, I went home to take the advice of my assistant, which was to wait, and no doubt I would hear by post. But that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes, as I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle. And, as I'd heard you were prepared to give advice to poor folk who needed it, I turned to you.
And you did very wisely, for your case is a remarkable one. And it's possible graver issues hang from it than might at first sight appear.
Well, grave enough. Well, I've lost £4 a week.
On the other hand, you've taken some £30 from this extraordinary league, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you've gained on every subject that comes under the letter A. And now, Mr. Wilson, I feel it's time to review a few facts, after which I shall ask one question. Now, first the facts. You advertised for an assistant and a number of applicants turned up. From this number, you chose Vincent Spaulding. Why? Why? Because although obviously willing and exceptionally intelligent, he was prepared to come for what amounted to half wages. A man like that needs to be considered, to be brought under the microscope, and have questions asked about him. Or at least one question, which is, what, Mr. Wilson, does Vincent Spaulding look like?
Well, small, stout, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face. Oh, and one other thing, he has a white acid splash on his forehead.
What?
I said a white splash
Which means
of acid.
rather two other things, I fancy, for are not also his ears pierced? As for ear-rings...
Oh, yes, they're done by a gypsy when he was a lad, he claims. But how did
No
you...
time for that.
Yes, but an explanation.
Today
That's
is
surely...
Saturday. You shall have my opinion on Monday. Until then, behave exactly as normal. Pretend to take Spaulding's advice about waiting to hear in the post. Under no circumstances mention this visit. Do you intend to return to the shop immediately?
Why, I was
Might
thinking
I
of it.
ask you to walk in the park instead, for an hour or so?
Walk? Well, if you insist, Mr. Holmes...
Recommend rather than insist, Mr. Wilson, and perhaps, yes, for nearer 2 hours. Oh, one further thing. What time do you go to bed?
To bed, sir? Why, 11 every night.
Excellent, excellent. Well, goodbye, then, for the moment. Watson, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, of course. Here, let me help you with the coat, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not sure that that's enough.
Monday, and now goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, goodbye. Monday, goodbye. Well, Watson, what do you make of it all?
Frankly, Holmes, very little. It all appears very mysterious.
So it is. In fact, it is quite bizarre. Though, as a rule, the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. But I must, I feel, be prompt over this particular matter.
Then what do you intend to do?
To smoke. It is quite a 3-pipe problem.
And at that, he immediately curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, his eyes closed, and the black clay pipe thrusting out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion he had dropped off asleep, and indeed had myself begun to.
Watson! Watson, wake up!
Holmes, what is it?
Sarasate, Watson. Place today at St. James's Hall. Now, do you think your patients could spare you for the afternoon?
Oh, I suspect so, Holmes. But whether my wife...
Nonsense, my friend. Mrs. Watson is a veritable mine of understanding.
True, although I'm not sure in Mary's case that to understand all necessarily means to forgive all. However...
Good man. Then first to the city, Coburg Square to be exact, then lunch and then music. I notice it's mainly a German programme, all to the good. German music, as you're no doubt aware, is introspective to a high degree, and today I would introspect.
We travelled by the underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk brought us to Saxe-Coburg Square, the scene of that singular story we had listened to earlier that morning. The square itself was a shabby, genteel place of 4 lines of dingy, 2-storied brick houses, overlooking a small, railed-in, neglected park. On one of the corner houses of one of the 4 rows hung 3 gilt balls, and a board announcing Jabez Wilson, obviously the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Stopping in front of this particular dwelling, Holmes regarded it intently, his head on one side, his eager eyes shining brightly between half-closed lids. After this initial perusal, he walked slowly up our side of the square, looking very keenly at each individual house, then walked back again with a somewhat lighter step to the corner, where both myself and the house of the pawnbroker stood. He paused, and then, suddenly, with his stick, and equally suddenly...
Good day, gentlemen. May I ask you to step in?
I think not. My friend and I have merely lost our way.
Ah, perhaps you're old customers and wonder where Mr. Wilson is. Let me tell you, my name is Vincent Spaulding, and I'm now his assistant. However, I have his complete confidence and pride myself on my discretion, given the delicate nature of our business here. Now, are you sure you will not step in a moment?
I am afraid we do not have time, Mr. Spaulding. Given the delicate nature of our business is simply to get to the Strand as quickly as possible.
I see. Well then, 3rd right, 4th left. Good day.
This way, Watson. Do not look back.
Holmes, did you see it? The acid stain on his forehead.
Indeed. Smart fellow, that Mr. Vincent Spaulding. Possibly 4th smartest in London. While as for daring, why, he may be the 3rd.
Still, now he's been seen and identified.
Left here. Although, Watson, it was not specifically to see Mr. Spaulding that I called, but rather the knees of his trousers.
His trouser knees? What on earth could they tell you?
Why, what I expected.
And why beat the pavement?
My dear doctor, this is the time for observation rather than talk. We are spies in an enemy country. Left again.
Good Lord. Farringdon Street.
Indeed. Fashionable Farringdon Street. Yet the back of these fine shops and buildings abut onto that line of houses we've just left in Saxe-Coburg Square. A line that includes that of our friend Mr. Wilson.
Who would have thought it? Such prosperity here, while 2 turns of a block away.
Yes, they are interesting, are they not, these shops on this particular block? Mortimer's, the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, then the vegetarian restaurant, and finally McFarlane's carriage building depot, which carries us to the next corner and means we've now done our work and are due some play. So, first a sandwich and a cup of coffee, then off to Violin Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony, and there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums. Come, Watson, Sarasate and Mendelssohn call, though not, of course, in that order.
No, of course not. Once in St. James's Hall, my friend became a different man. A very capable performer himself, and composer of no ordinary merit, all afternoon he sat in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. His gentle, smiling face and languid, dreamy eyes, as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. I have often thought that he was possessed of a dual nature in his singular character. One of those conditions now beginning tentatively to intrude into the medical journals. I had mentioned as much to my wife. She, however, had a far more downright opinion of Holmes's moods. For myself, I felt his extreme exactness and astuteness in detection represented a reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood occasions such as the present brought to the fore, and that the swing of his nature would shortly take him from extreme languor to devouring energy, promising an evil time to those he had set himself to hunt down.
A memorable performance, Watson. Both soothing and invigorating. Ever the hallmark of great art. And now you wish to go home, no doubt?
It would be as well, Holmes. Arrangements pertaining to my practice, you know. And, of course, Mary.
Yes, well, I, too, have arrangements to make regarding, as it were, my practice. The Coburg Square business is serious. I believe a considerable crime is being contemplated. I think we'll be in time to prevent it, but it being Saturday complicates matters. Be that as it may, one thing is sure, that I will need your help tonight.
Ah, at what time?
10 o'clock, at Baker Street.
I shall be there.
Ah, good man. Oh, and Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Come armed.
And with that, Holmes vanished into the crowd as if he had never been. For my part, I made my way home to Kensington and my wife. Mary, bless her, had rightly guessed where I had been and with whom. Yet chid me no more than to accuse me of marrying her under the false pretense that while all the world believed she held my heart, in reality it belonged to Holmes. We passed the early part of the evening quietly and after our usual fashion. For me, an open fire, an armchair, and a good book, while Mary sat quietly at a work-table bent over some sewing. Then, as 9 struck, I made preparations to leave. Marking and closing my book, I lifted the bull pup onto my vacant chair, better to guard its mistress. Then, taking down my overcoat, I slipped my service revolver into the right-hand pocket, said my farewells, and so set off. I crossed the park and entered Baker Street to find the door of 221B open and a pair of hansoms waiting. Making my way upstairs, I was surprised to hear the sound of voices from Holmes's rooms. I entered to find him in animated conversation with 2 men. One I recognized as Peter Jones, the police agent. The other, a long, thin, sad-faced man, with a very shiny hat and oppressively respectable frock coat.
Ah, Watson, our party is complete. I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard.
Inspector?
So now let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, her further companion in our night's adventures.
Mr. Merryweather.
How do you do? Hunting in a pack again, you see, Doctor. Our friend Mr. Holmes here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog or two to help him do the running down.
Ah, yes, indeed, Mr. Jones.
As long as the chase is not after a wild goose.
As to that, Mr. Merryweather, I feel as I might speak for the complete confidence you may place in Mr. Holmes. His methods, true, are sometimes fantastical, but I hope you won't mind me saying so. He has the makings of a detective in him. And I'll go even further. It's not too much to say that once or twice he has been more nearly correct than the official force.
My dear Jones, praise indeed.
All very well. But this is the first Saturday in 27 years I've missed my rubber of whist, and I am a man of settled habits.
You may console yourself, Mr. Merryweather, with thought of the stakes you'll be playing for later this evening, which will be far more exciting than you've ever known heretofore. As for you, Jones, the prospect is of a man you've been waiting to lay your hands on for a long time now.
Yes, John Augustus Clay, nephew of a royal duke, Eton and Oxford, then murderer, smasher, thief and forger.
Good heavens, Holmes. Almost impeccable credentials. Even for you.
If you will permit an observation from one who may perhaps seem a layman, doesn't this, Mr. Clay, seem rather too well known to be still at liberty?
Bless you, sir, that's just it. Crack a crib in Scotland one week, raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. A strange mixture of saint and sinner, and cool as a cucumber. Why, I've never set eyes on him yet, though I've been after him for years.
Though you, I trust, Mr. Holmes, may perhaps be able to recognize him, should you see him.
He has a white acid scar on his forehead, received when he and some Confederates were making a set of forged plates completely to undermine the currency of Patagonia. One of Clay's colleagues took exception to what he considered Clay's high-handed, aristocratic mien and threw a beaker of acid at him. So, Mr. Merryweather, not only will I recognize Clay, but firmly hope to introduce you to him before the evening is out. But now it's past 10. Watson, my hunting crop from the wall, if you will. Then, gentlemen, the hansoms.
At the beginning of our drive, as we rattled through an endless labyrinth of gas-lit streets, Holmes was not very communicative, preferring, it seemed, to lie back, humming snatches from the works we had heard earlier that afternoon. Then suddenly, he began one of those curious semi-monologues, during which, although I was present, he spoke almost as if to himself, and without ever looking in my direction. The half-smile that had crossed Merryweather's face when Holmes had described Clay's aristocratic mien came ironically to my mind.
Something of a fossil, old Merryweather. Jurassic period, perhaps. But for the £30,000 interest in all this, we must have him along, I feel.
£30,000, Holmes? Who is he?
Jones, I also consider it well to have with us. Not a bad fellow, though an absolute imbecile in his profession. However, as brave as a bulldog and tenacious as a lobster. Ah, we've turned into Farringdon Street. Stop here, cabby. And Merryweather? Why, tonight, Watson, he is simply our guide to the underworld.
And leaving the hansoms, we followed Merryweather into that same underworld. First, he conducted us down a narrow way. Then, through a side door he opened with a large key. Then through a massive iron gate. Then, with a lantern he lit, down a dark, earth-smelling passage. Then a further massive door, which he opened with an even larger key. And being passed through that, we stood in what seemed a vault or cellar, piled round with crates and massive boxes.
Excellent. Excellent. The lantern, if I may. Jones, check for intruders, if you will. Though our quarry will hardly be astir yet. How we are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you've divined, in the vaults of the City and Suburban Bank, Mr. Merryweather being the chairman of directors of that same establishment. Now. Good. No vulnerability from above.
Nor below, Mr. Holmes, if you'll allow me to demonstrate.
Merryweather.
So it almost sounds hollow.
I really must ask you to be a little more quiet, Merryweather. You've already imperiled the success of our whole expedition. Might I beg you to sit on one of the boxes and not interfere? Jones, anything lurking among the crates?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes.
Good. So... Watson, the lantern here, if you please. Yes. So, gentlemen, by my reckoning, we have an hour or so to wait until our good friend Mr. Wilson retires to bed and Spaulding begins his photographic practices once more with his assistant. For rest assured, this is work for more than one pair of hands. These boxes contain the gold, I assume, Merryweather?
Of course.
Some sort of special assignment, Mr. Merryweather?
30,000 Napoleons borrowed from the Bank of France, Doctor, for an occasion when we had to be seen to be strengthening our collateral. In the event it was not required and has lain here since, unpacked and awaiting reshipment. This crate, which Mr. Holmes has adjourned me to sit on, contains 2,000 of those same Napoleons packed in lead foil.
If you please, gentlemen, that is enough. Now, a final point or two before we begin our vigil. Mr. Jones, have you settled the depositions of your men?
2 of my best waiting outside the front door in Coburg Square.
Excellent. Now, gentlemen, in a moment I will draw the screen over the dark lantern, after which time there will be complete silence until I give the word. Jones, stand near my side. Merryweather behind the case. Now, Watson... These are desperate men and may try to use their guns. If so, have no compunction about shooting them down. Cock your revolver now, which will be the last sound I wish to hear until I give the order to move in.
I primed my revolver, laying it in front of me on top of the case. And an instant later, the vault was plunged into utter and suffocating darkness as Holmes covered the dark lantern. Then how very slowly time seemed to move. One part of my mind knew that the hour could not yet possibly be up. Another felt that the night must almost have gone, and dawn would even now be breaking in the cool London street somewhere overhead. My limbs became weary and stiff, yet I feared to change my position. As with the blind, my hearing became so acute that I could, towards the end, come to distinguish the deeper in-breath of Jones from the thin sighing note of the bank director. Suddenly, a needle of light appeared between two of the central floor flags. At first, it seemed a single golden spark, then a chink, then a yellow spill, then a lurid gash, then, without warning, a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, whose fingers writhed momentarily within the light, and as quickly withdrew. And then...
All clear, Archie. Give me a bunk up. Now the chisel from the bag. And finally you. Here, my arm.
Fine hand, Mr. Wilson. What resolution in your R's, subdued passion in your B's.
No time for that, Archie.
But will the quills last out? That's what I'm wondering.
Come on. Up with you. Yeah. Right, my boy. And here you are.
And here you will stay. Now, Jones!
Jump, Archie! Jump! I'll swing for it.
With you, Miller. No, you don't, Clive! Take up his gun. It's no use, Clay. Your chance is gone.
Perhaps. My pal is all right, though, I fancy, even though he's left his coattails behind. You won't get a conviction on that.
We won't have to. We have men posted at the front door in Coburg Street. When Archie, alias Mr. Duncan Ross, emerges from this cellar and tries to make a run for it, he will soon find himself occupying another one, though this time in Scotland Yard. Eh, Mr. Jones?
But smaller, Mr. Holmes. Smaller and more secure. Not for nothing after all, eh, Mr. Merriweather?
So, you are Sherlock Holmes.
And you, John Augustus Clay.
And did you ever find your way to the Strand, Mr. Holmes, on that piece of business you mentioned?
Once I saw the disposition of the buildings in Farringdon Street, not to mention your trouser knees, I realized there was more pressing business nearer home.
I see. Oh, you seem to have done the thing very completely, Mr. Holmes. I compliment you.
And are you? The red-headed idea was both new and effective.
I'm not sure effectiveness is any substitute for success. My congratulations again, however, for what they are worth.
Yeah, it's all very nice. Now we'll see how their derbies fit.
I beg you will not touch me with your filthy hands. You may not be aware, but I have royal blood in my veins.
Come on, hold them out.
Have the goodness also, when you address me, to say sir and please.
Well, that beats everything, Mr. Holmes. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Clay. Now you've condescended to have the cuffs on, perhaps you'll march upstairs with me to get a cab to carry your highness to the police station.
That is better. Hardly acceptable, but better.
Come along.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, I don't know how the bank can repay you. There is no doubt to my mind you have defeated one of the most determined and ingenious attempts at robbery that has come within my experience.
I agree. And agree that I do not see how yours or any other financial institution could repay my cogitations. At the same time, I have been at some small expense over this matter, for which I expect some degree of recompense. Watson, shall we? Mr. Merriweather, you'll want to lock up, I trust. So, why give so much trouble in the first place?
Quite.
More whiskey, old fella. Help yourself. Now, yes. So it seemed perfectly obvious to me that the only possible object of this fantastic business of the advertisement and the copying of the Britannica was to get our not very bright pawnbroker out of the house for a number of hours every day. And as I intimated to Clay, it would be difficult to think of a better idea than the one he eventually pursued. It was probably suggested initially by the colour of the hair of Clay's accomplice, Archie, alias Duncan Ross. So, they fixed upon Wilson's colouring as the line, set £4 per week as the lure, and caught their fish. £4 being nothing to men playing for 30,000.
What was it first that alerted your suspicions? Clay, Spaulding as he was, coming for half wages?
Exactly. Why would someone of Spaulding's undoubted attributes take such a nondescript position? If there had been a woman in the house, I would have suspected a mere vulgar intrigue, but that was obviously out of the question. Yet there had been elaborate preparation and expenditure. But for what? Then Wilson mentioned the cellar. You asked your wonderfully pertinent question about photographic developing, which told us Wilson was totally excluded from that room, and then, the game was on.
I must confess, I suspected something about the cellar. Get no further myself.
Then I found we were dealing with Clay, one of the coolest, determined and most daring criminals in London, who was doing something in the cellar of a small pawnbroker's. This I had to see for myself. You remember I beat on the pavement in front of the house, simply to see if the cellar stretched in front or behind. And as it was solid in front of the house, all the action was obviously happening towards the rear of the building. Then I knocked at the door. I hardly looked at Clay's face. His trouser knees were what I wanted to see, worn, wrinkled and stained with hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was what they were burrowing for, and round the corner, in Farringdon Road, stood the answer, a branch of the City and Suburban Bank.
But how did you know it would be tonight?
The League, my dear fellow, closing up its offices, meant Wilson's usefulness was over. That is, they must have completed the tunnel. A further important factor from their point of view, of course, was that a robbery carried out on a Saturday would give them 2 clear days for their escape.
How beautiful. Your chain of reasoning. Such a length. Yet every link rings true.
It saved me from ennui. That terrible boredom that, alas, I already feel closing in on me again, even now. My life is spent in one long attempt to escape from the commonplace of existence. These little problems help me to do so. And when there are no problems...
Holmes.
It is late, Watson. And Mrs. Watson.
Holmes, you know how I feel about the cocaine.
Man is nothing. It is the work that is everything. As Flaubert wrote to Georges Sand. Good night, my friend.
Holmes.
Watson. Good night.
Oh, Mother, how do I look? Is my hat straight?
Stop fussing, dear. You're getting flushed.
If only I had a mirror.
Stand still now. Let me take a look at you. You're a picture, Mary, a perfect picture.
Whoa there. Easy now. Easy. Morning, ladies.
Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Come on then, Gov. Mustn't keep the bride waiting. What's going on in there? Nothing to get worried about, you know, Gov. No worse than having a tooth out. Yeah, what's happened?
What is it, Gabby?
Blimey. Well, who'd believe that?
It had been a particularly trying day for me. Up half the night with a most distressing case of splenic fever, followed by an endless stream of petty complaints that stretched my morning rounds well into late afternoon. It was with some relief, therefore, that I found Holmes in when I called at his Baker Street lodgings, and an even greater relief to sit in front of a cheerful fire and discuss the world in general and crime in particular. That, of course, is when the argument started.
My dear fellow, life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man could invent.
I'm not so sure you are right there, Holmes. Why, you've only to look in the newspaper.
To what purpose?
To find reports which more often than not are just as predictable as the plots devised by any number of writers of crude fiction.
You think so?
I'm sure of it.
If that were to be the case, which it most certainly is not, it would be because we do not dare to conceive the things which are really mere commonplace of existence.
Oh, come now, you'll have to do better than that.
If we could fly out of that window, hand in hand, hover over this great city, gently remove the roofs and peer in at the queer things which are going on, the strange coincidences, the plannings, the cross-purposes, the wonderful chain of events working through generations and leading to the most outre results, it would make all fiction with its foreseen conclusions most stale and unprofitable.
There may be some grain of truth in what you suggest, and yet I'm not convinced of it. You see, in your position of unofficial advisor, as a helper, throughout 3 continents, I might add, to everybody who was absolutely puzzled, you were brought into contact with all that is strange and bizarre, whereas I... but here, let us put this to a practical test. Today's newspaper, first heading we come to. What do you say?
Pray proceed.
Very well. Let's see now. There you are. A husband's cruelty to his wife. Half a column of print, but I know already that it is all perfectly familiar. The other woman, the drink, the push, the blow, the bruise, the sympathetic sister. What did I tell you, Holmes?
Your example is an unfortunate one for your argument, Watson. This is the Dundas separation case, and, as it happens, I was engaged in clearing up some small points in connection with it. The husband was a teetotaler. There was no other woman, and the conduct complained of was that he drifted into the habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife, which, you will allow, is not an action likely to occur to the imagination of the average storyteller.
No, possibly not.
Take a pinch of snuff, Doctor, and acknowledge that I've scored over you in your example.
Thank you. It's a handsome-looking box, Holmes. A little too rich for your taste, I would have thought.
A little souvenir from the King of Bohemia in return for my assistance in the case of the Irene Adler papers.
And the ring?
From the reigning family of Holland, though the matter in which I served them was of such delicacy that I cannot confide it even to you. Now, time to draw the blinds, I think.
Oh, perhaps you'd like to...
You stay by the fire, Watson.
Anything on hand just now?
Some 10 or 12. They are important, you understand, without being interesting. In these cases, save for one rather intricate matter which has been referred to me from Marseille, there's nothing which presents any features of interest. It is possible, however, that I may have something better before very many minutes are over, for this is one of my clients, so I am much mistaken.
Oh? Who would that be?
On the pavement opposite. Fur boa, broad-brimmed hat with an equally large, curling red feather, and worn in what I believe is the current Duchess of Devonshire fashion. That is tilted somewhat coquettishly over the ear.
Ah, yes. Why do you think she may be a client?
She seems nervous, hesitant. She's looking up at the window here.
Yes, I see what you mean.
She appears to be swaying as if she's not quite sure. She's taken the plunge.
Certainly coming in our direction.
Precisely. Now, if we give her just a few more moments to find our door... There. Oscillation upon the pavement always means an affair d'occur.
Affair d'occur. And here she comes indeed. Well done, Holmes.
My dear fellow, I can hardly claim credit for predicting the predictable.
Oh, really? Why not?
But I've seen these symptoms before. She would like advice, but is not sure the matter is not too delicate for communication. And yet even here we may discriminate. When a woman has been seriously wronged by a man, she no longer oscillates, and the usual symptom is a broken bell wire. Now, here we may take it that there is a love matter, but the maiden is not so much angry as perplexed or grieved.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes. Do come in, Miss...
Mary Sutherland.
May I introduce my colleague, Dr. Watson?
Good evening.
Doctor.
I think you will find this chair the most comfortable.
Thank you.
too pleasant an evening?
No.
Do you not find that with your short sight it is a little trying to do so much typewriting?
I did at first, but now I know where the letters are without looking. You've heard about me, Mr. Holmes. How could you know all that?
Never mind. It is my business to know things. Perhaps I have trained myself to see what others overlook. If not, why should you come to consult me?
I came to you, sir, because I heard of you from Mrs. Etheridge, whose husband you found so easily when the police and everyone else had given him up for dead.
Oh, yes. I remember reading about that.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I wish you would do as much for me. I'm not rich, but still I have 100 a year in my own right, beside the little I make by the machine. And I would give it all to know what has become of Mr. Hosmer Angel.
Why did you come away to consult me in such a hurry?
Yes, I did bang out of the house, for it made me angry to see the easy way in which Mr. Windibank, that is my father, took it all. He would not go to the police, and he would not go to you. And so at last, as he would do nothing, it made me so mad I just came right away.
Your father, your stepfather, surely, since the name is different.
Yes, my stepfather. I call him father, though that sounds funny too, for he is only 5 years and 2 months older than myself.
And your mother is alive?
Oh, yes. But I wasn't best pleased when she married again so soon after Father's death, and a man who was nearly 15 years younger than herself.
Tell me about your father.
He was a plumber in the Tottenham Court Road, and he left a tidy business behind him, which Mother carried on with the foreman, Mr. Hardy. But when Mr. Windibank came, he made her sell up, for he was very superior, being a traveller in wines. They got 4,700 for the goodwill and interest, which wasn't near as much as Father could have got if he had been alive.
Your own little income, does it come out of the business?
Oh, no. It is quite separate, and was left me by my Uncle Ned in Auckland. £2,500 in New Zealand stock at 4.5%. But I can only touch the interest.
Since you draw so large a sum as 100 a year, and with what you earn into the bargain, you no doubt travel a little, indulge yourself in every way. I believe that a single lady can get by very nicely on an income of about £60.
I could do with much less than that, Mr. Holmes. But you understand that as long as I live at home, I don't wish to be a burden to them. They draw the interest every quarter, and I manage very well on my typewriting. It brings me 2pence a sheet, and I can often do from 15 to 20 sheets in a day.
That's most commendable.
You have made your position very clear to me. Kindly tell us now about your connection with Mr. Hosmer Angel.
When Father was alive, we used to get tickets for the Gasfitters' ball, and then afterwards they remembered us and sent them to Mother. But Mr. Windibank did not wish us to go. He never did wish us to go anywhere, and he would get quite mad if I wanted so much as to join a Sunday school treat. But this time I was set on going. Fortunately, the day before the ball, he went off to France upon the business of the firm. So Mother and I and Mr. Hardy, who used to be our foreman, we all went together. And it was there I met Mr. Hosmer Angel.
Good evening, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, good evening.
May I sit at your table?
Well, that is my mother.
Forgive me. I waited until she took the floor for the Viennese waltz. But you must be wondering who I am. My name is Angel, Hosmer Angel. I knew your late father. In the line of business, that is.
Really? Please, Mr. Angel, do sit down.
Thank you. I trust you will forgive my approaching you like this, but your father often talked about you. It was as if Well, as if I had already met you.
Oh.
Now I have. I feel I know you as a friend.
Oh. I cannot recall Father talking about you.
A father's prerogative.
I do not remember you coming to the house.
I would never have been so presumptuous, Miss Sutherland.
But I would have been so pleased.
I am hardly what you would call a forward sort of person, not being particularly well favoured, if you take my meaning.
But Mr. Angel...
I had the quinsy when I was a child, you see, and swollen glands. I never got over that properly. People are always surprised at the way I speak.
I think you have a very nice voice, Mr. Angel. Quiet and well-spoken.
And my eyes, they are weak, too. That's why I wear these tinted glasses against the glare.
Then we are two of a kind, Mr. Angel. I have to wear glasses, and though I can manage reasonably well on an occasion such as this, I am really quite short-sighted.
We do seem to be alike in that respect. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves.
Yes.
I was wondering... I do beg your pardon.
It was nothing. What were you going to say?
Well, I was wondering... That is... I was wondering if you would permit me...
Please continue, Mr. Angel.
To call on you tomorrow evening.
Oh,
I thought perhaps we might go for a walk, if that would suit you.
Why, yes. I should be very pleased for you to call.
Shall we say 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock would be most convenient.
That's settled then. I shall look forward to meeting you again, Miss Sutherland.
You're not going already?
If you would excuse me.
But I'm sure my mother would be most pleased to see you.
Tomorrow evening, perhaps.
Of course. I shall look forward to it.
Thank you. Good night, Miss Sutherland.
Good night, Mr. Angel.
Did your mother recall this Mr. Angel?
Yes, she said she did remember him, and although she was disappointed at not seeing him on that occasion, she looked forward to renewing her acquaintance with him.
I take it he did call?
Oh, yes. He was such a gentleman.
And there were further meetings?
Almost every day. Well, evening. Hosmer was very shy, you see. He said he preferred to walk with me in the evenings, as he hated to be conspicuous. But I did not mind. That is, I became very fond of Hosmer, Mr. Angel. I know that Mother was taken with him too, and everything would have been so perfect. But then Father arrived back from France.
I will not have it. I am master in this house, and I will not have strangers coming in and out without so much as a by your leave as soon as my back is turned.
But, Father, surely Hosmer could...
That is enough. I may be old-fashioned, but I have always held a woman should be happy in her own family circle. She should not have to go outside it.
But a woman needs her own circle to begin with. How can I find
I do not want to hear another word on this matter. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Angel is not to come to this house ever again.
Did he make an attempt to see you?
Father was going off to France again the following week, and Hosmer wrote and said it would be safer and better not to see each other again until he had gone. We could write in the meantime, and indeed he used to write every day. I took the letters in the morning, so there was no need for Father to know.
Were you engaged to the gentleman at this time?
Oh, yes, after the very first walk we took. Hosmer, Mr. Angel, was a cashier in an office in Leadenhall Street.
Which office?
That's the worst of it, Mr. Holmes. I do not know.
Where did he live?
He slept on the premises.
And so, where did you address your letters?
To the Leadenhall Street post office, to be left till called for. Hosmer said if I sent them to his place of work, he would be chuffed by the other clerks about having letters from a lady. So I offered to typewrite them, the way he did his, but he said no, and that when I wrote them, they seemed to come from me. But when they were typewritten, he always felt that the machine had come between us. That shows you how fond he was of me, Mr. Holmes, and the little things he would think of.
It has long been an axiom of mine that the little things are infinitely the most important. What happened when Mr. Windybank returned to France?
Hosmer came to the house again and proposed that we should marry before Father came back. I must tell you, Mr. Holmes, I had never seen him like this before. He was in such dreadful earnest.
Swear it, you must swear it.
But, Hosmer, I...
Swear it here on the testament.
But what could possibly...
Swear that whatever happens, you will always be true to me.
I swear it.
There. It's for the best, dear, you'll see.
Yes, of course.
Now, Hosmer, the wedding. I thought Friday would be the most suitable. In the morning.
That should do very nicely. Mary?
Do you mean this Friday?
Does that not suit you?
Of course it suits her.
But what about Father? That is, we should not get married without telling him.
Your father is in France.
Perhaps we should wait till he returns.
Best to tell him afterwards.
But surely we should...
You leave your father to me. I'll make it all right.
But, Mother, he would not even let Hosmer into the house. He's hardly likely to approve of...
I said leave your father to me. Now, I have told you it will be all right.
Hosmer?
I think we must take our chance while we can. You will have no cause to regret this, my dear, I promise you.
I know, Hosmer, but... Very well. If it is what you wish, we will be married on Friday.
Your wedding was arranged, then, for the Friday. Was it to be in church?
Yes, sir, but very quietly. It was to be at St. Saviour's near King's Cross, and we were to have breakfast afterwards at the St. Pancras Hotel. Hosmer came for us in a hansom, but as there were two of us, he put us both into it and stepped himself into a four-wheeler, which happened to be the only other cab in the street. We got to the church first, and when the four-wheeler drove up, we waited for him to step out.
Come on then, Gov. Mustn't keep the bride waiting. What's going on in there? Nothing to get worried about, you know, Gov. No worse than having a tooth out. Here, what's happened?
What is it, Cabby?
Blimey. But who'd believe that? He's gone.
That was last Friday, Mr. Holmes. I have not seen Hosmer since, nor have I received any communication from him.
It seems to me that you've been very shamefully treated, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, no, sir. He was too good and kind to leave me so. Why, all that morning he'd been saying to me that whatever happened, I was to be true, and that even if something quite unforeseen occurred to separate us, I was always to remember that I was pledged to him, and that he would claim his pledge sooner or later. It seems strange talk for a wedding morning, but what has happened since gives a meaning to it.
Your own opinion is, then, that some unforeseen catastrophe has occurred to him?
I believe he foresaw some danger, or else he would not have talked so. And then I think what he foresaw happened.
But you have no notion as to what it could have been?
None.
How did your mother take the matter?
She was very angry, and said I was never to speak of Hosmer again.
And your father? Did you tell him?
Yes, and he seemed to think with me that something had happened, and that I should hear of Hosmer again. As he said, what interest could anyone have in bringing me to the doors of the church and then leaving me? And yet what could have happened to him? And why does he not write? It drives me half mad to think of it. I'm out of my mind with worry. Mr. Holmes, please, you must find him for me, you must.
I shall glance into the case for you, and I have no doubt we shall reach some definite result. Let the weight of the matter rest on me now, and do not let your mind dwell upon it further. Above all, try to let Mr. Hosmer Angel vanish from your memory as he has done from your life.
Then you don't think I will see him again?
I fear not.
Then what has happened to him?
You will leave that question in my hands.
Very well.
Before you go, Miss Sutherland, I should like an accurate description of Mr. Angel and any letters of his that you can spare.
I advertised for him in last Saturday's Chronicle. I have the slip here, and 4 letters and my own address.
Thank you. Where is Mr. Windybank's place of business?
He travels for Westhouse and Marbank, the great claret importers of Fenchurch Street.
Thank you. You have made your statement very clearly. Please try and remember the advice which I've given you. Let the whole incident be a sealed book, and do not allow it to affect your life.
You are very kind, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot do that. I shall be true to Hosmer. He shall find me ready when he comes back.
For all the preposterous hat and the vacuous face, there was something noble in the simple faith of our visitor, which compelled our respect. With a promise to come again whenever she might be summoned, she laid her little bundle of papers upon the table and went her way. My old friend was silent for a few moments. Then he took down from the rack the old and oily clay pipe, which was to him a counsellor. And then leant back in his chair, with the thick blue cloud wreaths spinning up from him, and a look of infinite languor in his face.
Quite an interesting study, that maiden. I found her more interesting than her little problem, which, by the way, is rather a trite one. You'll find parallel cases if you consult my index. Andover in 77 springs to mind. There was something of the sort at the Hague last year. Old as the idea is, however, there were one or two details which were quite new to me, but the maiden herself was most instructive.
You appear to read a good deal upon her, which was quite invisible to me.
Not invisible, but unnoticed, Watson. I can never bring you to realize the importance of sleeves, the suggestiveness of thumbnails, or the great issues that may hang from a bootlace.
I think you may find you sell me short there, Holmes.
Then what did you gather from the woman's appearance? Describe it.
Well, apart from the hat and the boa, her jacket was black, with black beads sewn upon it, and a fringe of little black jet ornaments. Her dress was brown, rather darker than coffee colour, with a little purple plush at the neck and sleeves. Her gloves were greyish and were worn through at the right forefinger. Her boots I didn't observe. She had small, round, hanging gold earrings, and a general air of being fairly well-to-do in a vulgar, comfortable, easy-going way.
Upon my word, Watson, you're coming along wonderfully.
Thank you, Holmes.
You've really done very well indeed. True, you've missed everything of importance, but you've hit upon the method, and you've a quick eye for colour. Never trust to general impressions, but concentrate yourself upon details. Now, my first glance is always at a woman's sleeve. In a man, it's perhaps better first to take the knee of the trouser.
I did observe the worn glove.
Indeed, but you failed to see that both glove and finger were stained with violet ink, an obvious indication that she'd written a note before leaving home, but after being fully dressed. And it must have been this morning, or the mark would not remain clear upon the finger.
And what else?
The plush on her sleeves, a most useful material for showing traces. The double line above the wrist where the typewriter presses against the table was beautifully defined. The sewing machine of the hand type leaves a similar mark, but only on the left arm and on the side farthest from the thumb. And when I glanced at her face and saw the dint of the pince-nez at either side of her nose, I ventured a remark upon short-sighted typewriting which seemed to surprise her.
It surprised me.
No, but surely it was obvious, I was then interested, on glancing down, to observe that though the boots which she was wearing were not unlike each other, they were really odd. One having a slightly decorated toe cap, the other a plain one. One was buttoned only in the 2 lower buttons out of 5, and the other at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Now, when you see a young lady otherwise neatly dressed has come away from home with odd boots, half buttoned, it is no great deduction to see that she came away in a hurry.
I suppose not.
All this is quite amusing, of course, though rather elementary. Now, we must get back to business, Watson. Would you mind reading me the advertised description of Mr. Hosmer Angel?
Certainly. Let me see now. Missing on the morning of the 14th, a gentleman named Hosmer Angel, about 5 feet 7 inches in height, strongly built, sallow complexion, black hair, a little ball in the centre, bushy black side whiskers and moustache, tinted glasses and slight infirmity of speech. Was dressed when last seen in black frock coat faced with silk, with brown gaiters over elastic-sided boots, known to have been employed in an office in Leadenhall Street, and it will be bringing...
As to the letters... well, they're very commonplace. Absolutely no clue in them to Mr. Angel, save that he quotes Balzac once. There is one remarkable point, however, which will no doubt strike you.
They are typewritten.
Not only that, the signature is also typewritten. Now look at the neat little Hosmer Angel at the bottom. There is a date, you see, but no superscription except Leadenhall Street, which is rather vague. The point about the signature, however, is very suggestive. In fact, we may call it conclusive.
Of what?
My dear fellow, is it possible you do not see how strongly it bears upon the case?
I cannot say that I do, Unless he wished to be able to deny his signature if an action for breach of promise were instituted.
No, that was not the point. However, I shall write 2 letters which should settle the matter, after which, my dear fellow, as we can do nothing until we have the replies, I suggest we put our little problem upon the shelf for the interim.
I had had so many reasons to believe in my friend's subtle powers of reasoning and extraordinary energy in action that I felt he must have some solid grounds for the assured and easy demeanour with which he treated the singular mystery which he had been called upon to fathom. Once only had I known him to fail, in the case of the King of Bohemia and of the Irene Adler photograph. But when I look back to the weird business of the Sign of 4 and the extraordinary circumstances connected with a study in scarlet, I felt it would be a strange tangle indeed, which he could not unravel. I left him then still puffing at his black clay pipe, with the conviction that, when I came again on the next evening, I would find that he held in his hands all the clues which would lead up to the identity of the disappearing bridegroom of Miss Mary Sutherland. The whole of the next day my attention was engaged by a professional case of great gravity, and it was not until close upon 6 o'clock that I found myself free to spring into a hansom and drive to Baker Street. Half afraid that I might be too late to assist at the denouement of the mystery, I raced up to our rooms only to find Sherlock Holmes alone and half asleep, with his long, thin form curled up in the recesses of his armchair. In addition, a formidable array of bottles and test tubes, together with the pungent smell of hydrochloric acid, suggested he had spent his day in the chemical work which was so dear to him. Oh, Holmes, I thought I'd never manage to get here.
Oh, but you have, and your timing is impeccable.
Ah, you have solved it then?
Yes, bisulfate of birita.
No, the mystery.
Oh, that. I thought you were referring to the salt that I've been working on.
No.
Well, there never was any mystery in the matter, though, as I said yesterday, some of the details are of interest. The only drawback is that there's no law, I fear, that can touch the scoundrel.
So, you know what has become of Hosmer Angel?
Yes.
Huh? Who is he? And what was the object of his deserting Miss Sutherland?
That would be the girl's stepfather. He's written to say he'd be here at 6. Mr. James Windybank?
Yes?
Sherlock Holmes, please come in.
Thank you.
My colleague, Dr. Watson.
Good evening. The man who had entered was a sturdy, middle-sized fellow, some 30 years of age, clean-shaven and sallow-skinned, with a bland, insinuating manner, and a pair of wonderfully sharp and penetrating grey eyes. He shot a questioning glance at each of us, placed his shiny top hat upon the sideboard, and sidled down into the nearest chair.
I'm afraid that I'm a little late, but I'm not quite my own master, you know.
I understand, just as I'm sure you appreciate the need to clear up this somewhat distressful affair.
I should be only too pleased to help in any way I can, but first I feel I should say that I'm sorry Miss Sutherland has troubled you about this little matter. I think it far better not to wash linen of this sort in public.
Oh? And where should it be washed, Mr. Windybank?
It was quite against my wishes that she came, you know. But she's a very excitable, impulsive girl, as you may have noticed. And she's not easily controlled when she's made her mind on a point. Of course, I do not mind you so much, as you are not connected with the official police. But it is not pleasant having a family misfortune like this noised abroad, and a useless expense, too, for how could you possibly find this Hosmer Angel?
On the contrary, I have every reason to believe that I will succeed in finding him.
But that is... Delighted to hear it.
Mr. Windybank, I have here a typewritten letter from you, the one in which you made an appointment with me for 6 o'clock. You know, it is a curious thing that a typewriter has really quite as much individuality as a man's handwriting. Unless they are quite new, no two machines write exactly alike. Some letters get more worn than others, some wear only on one side. Now, I perceive in this note of yours, Mr. Windybank, that in every case there is some little slurring of the letter E and a slight defect in the tail of the R. There are 14 other characteristics, but those are the more obvious.
We do all our correspondence with this machine at the office. No doubt it is a little worn.
And I will show you now what is really a very interesting study. You know, Watson, I think I might even write a little monograph on the subject one of these days. The typewriter and its relation to crime.
Oh, yes. Splendid idea.
We shall see. Mr. Windybank, I have here 4 letters which purport to come from the missing man. They are all typewritten. In each case, not only are the E's slurred and the R's tailless, but you will observe, if you care to use my magnifying lens, that the 14 other characteristics to which I've alluded are there as well.
I cannot waste time over this sort of fantastic talk. If you can catch the man, catch him. And let me know when you've done it.
Certainly, I let you know now. I have caught him.
How dare you, sir? I demand that you unlock that door.
It won't do, really. It won't. There is no possible getting out of it, Windybank. It is quite too transparent. And it was a very bad compliment when you said it was impossible for me to solve so simple a question.
What I really...
That's right. Sit down and let us talk it over.
It's not actionable, you know.
I'm very much afraid that it is not. But between ourselves, Windybank, it was as cruel, selfish, and heartless a trick in a petty way as has ever come before me. Now, let me just run over the course of events, and you will contradict me if I go wrong.
Windybank sat huddled up in his chair, with his head sunk upon his breast, like one who is utterly crushed. For his part, Holmes stuck his feet up on the corner of the mantelpiece, and, leaning back with his hands in his pockets, began talking, rather to himself, as it seemed, than to us.
The man married a woman very much older than himself for her money, and he enjoyed the use of the money of the daughter as long as she lived with them. It was a considerable sum for people in their position, and the loss of it would have made a serious difference, so it was worth an effort to preserve it. The daughter was of a good, amiable disposition, affectionate and warm-hearted in her ways, so that with her fair personal advantages and her little income, she would not be allowed to remain single long. Now, her marriage would mean, of course, the loss of 100 a year. So what does her stepfather do to prevent it? He takes the obvious course of keeping her at home and forbidding her to seek the company of people of her own age. But she becomes restive, insisted upon her rights, and finally announced her positive intention of going to a certain ball. What does her clever stepfather do then? He conceives an idea more creditable to his head than to his heart. With the connivance and assistance of his wife, he disguised himself, covered those keen eyes with tinted glasses, masked the face with a moustache and a pair of bushy whiskers, and sank that clear voice into an insinuating whisper.
Good Lord.
Doubly secure on account of the girl's short sight, thus he appears as Mr. Hosmer Angel and keeps up other lovers by making love himself.
I don't believe it. Why, it's monstrous.
It was only a joke at first. We never thought she would have been so carried away.
Very likely not. However that may be, the young lady was very decidedly carried away. You may remember, Watson, she really did believe her stepfather was in France, so the suspicion of treachery never for an instant entered her mind.
Yes, of course.
So she was flattered by the gentleman's attentions, and the effect was increased by the loudly expressed admiration of her mother. Then Mr. Angel began to call, for it was obvious that the matter should be pushed as far as it would go if a real effect were to be produced. There were meetings, and an engagement which would finally secure the girl's affections from turning towards anyone else. But the deception could not be kept up forever. Those pretended journeys to France were rather cumbrous. The thing to do was clearly to bring the business to an end in such a dramatic manner that it would leave a permanent impression on the young lady's mind and prevent her from looking upon any other suitor for some time to come.
Which was why he made us swear that vow of fidelity on the testament.
Precisely. And why there were also allusions to the possibility of something happening on the very morning of the wedding. James Windybank wished Miss Sutherland to be so bound to Hosmer Angel and so uncertain as to his fate that for 10 years to come she would not listen to another man. As far as the church door he brought her, and then, as he could go no further, he conveniently vanished away by the old trick of stepping in at one door of a four-wheeler and out at the other. I think that was the chain of events, Mr. Windybank.
It may be so, or it may not. But if you are so very sharp, you ought to be sharp enough to know it is you who are breaking the law now, not me. I have done nothing actionable from the first. But as long as you keep that door locked, you lay yourself open to an action for assault and illegal constraint.
Then we must not allow that to happen. There. As you say, the law cannot touch you. Yet there was never a man who deserved punishment more.
Move away from that
door.
door!
If that young lady has a brother or a friend, he ought to lay her whip across your shoulders.
You lay one finger on me, I'll have the law on you.
By Jove, it's not part of my duties to my client, but here's a hunting crop handy, and I think I shall just treat myself to bring it down on your back. Up here, scoundrel! Run, Windybank, run! A cold-blooded scoundrel, if ever I saw one.
There he goes, running down the road as if all hell had been let loose.
I tell you, Watson, that fellow will rise from crime to crime until he does something very bad and ends on the gallows.
Yeah, no more than he deserves.
I regret that he necessarily remains unpunished in this particular instance. Still, in some respects, the case has not been totally devoid of interest.
Even now, I cannot entirely see all the steps of your reasoning.
Well, then, let me enlighten you. It was obvious from the first that this Mr. Hosmer Angel must have some strong object for his curious conduct. And it was equally clear that the only man who profited by the incident, as far as we could see, was the stepfather.
Yes, I can see that, but what exactly set you on to him?
The fact that the two men were never together. One always appeared when the other was away. That was suggestive. So were the curious voice, tinted spectacles.
To say nothing of his bushy whiskers.
Exactly. And my suspicions were all confirmed by his peculiar action in typewriting his signature, which of course inferred that his handwriting was so familiar to Miss Sutherland that she would recognize even the smallest sample of it. So you see, all these isolated facts, together with many minor ones, all pointed in the same direction.
Yes, I see. But how did you verify them?
Well, having once spotted my man, it was easy to get corroboration. I knew where he worked, so, having taken the printed description, I eliminated everything from it which could be the result of a disguise, whiskers, glasses, voice, and sent it to the firm with a request that they should inform me whether it answered the description of any of their travellers. I'd already noticed the peculiarities of the typewriter, and I wrote to the man himself at his business address, asking him if he would come here. As I expected, his reply was typewritten and revealed the same trivial but characteristic defects I had previously noted in Hosmer Angel's correspondence. The same post brought me a letter from Westhouse and Marbank of Fenchurch Street to say that the description tallied in every respect with that of their employee, James Windybank. Voila, tout.
Yes, quite. That's that then. You can chalk up another success.
Success? Hardly the word I would have chosen.
Admittedly, the law can't touch the blackguard, but he'd certainly think twice before trying anything of this sort again.
Yes, let us hope so.
I'm not sure that I want to be present when you tell Miss Sutherland the truth, though. Her own stepfather. As for that mother of hers, well...
Hardly surprised me if she left home after this. And took her money with her. Served them right, I say. Hey, Holmes? Holmes?
I never did establish whether Sherlock Holmes ever acquainted his client with the truth of her situation. Even had he done so, I doubt very much if she would have believed him. Indeed, it would not surprise me to learn that even now, so many years after those bizarre events took place, she is still waiting for the return of Hosmer Angel. I must have referred Holmes to the matter at some stage, however, as I recorded a comment he made on the affair. A particularly apt comment, I thought.
You may remember the old Persian saying, "There is danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger also for whoso snatches a delusion from a woman." There is as much sense in Havith as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world.
Arthur, where have you been? Listen to this. Patience, tell your father.
What's the matter, girl? What you been doing?
I was down at the pool.
So?
Oh, Mr. McCarthy was there.
I told you to keep away from that man.
Mr. James was there too. They was fighting.
What do you mean fighting?
She means fighting. What's the matter with you?
They was shouting at each other and saying horrible things.
What of it? Let him.
Mr. James had a gun.
Are you sure?
Yes, I ran all the way back here.
Scared out of her mind she was. Go down there, Arthur. See everything's all right.
Oh, don't be stupid, woman. I'm not wasting my time on McCarthy and his son. Besides, there's no point.
What? Oh, Mr. James! What's happened, sir?
It's my father. Down by the pool. He's dead.
It was in the second year of my marriage that I became aware of the tragic events in the Boscombe Valley in Herefordshire. At that time, my private practice had become a busy one, and there were some days on which I scarcely had time for anything outside my consulting room and my daily round. The strains of such an existence had not escaped the attention of Mary, my wife, whose habit of drawing conclusions from small details was sometimes disconcertingly familiar.
Well, John, what does Mr. Holmes have to say?
Oh, how on earth did you know that this was from Holmes?
A telegram from a patient would have had you rushing from the room at once. And there's a distinctly nostalgic look in your eyes. Shall you go?
Good Lord, you're doing it again.
Oh, John, stop it. You're sounding like one of your own stories. Why else would he wire if he didn't want you to rush off somewhere on an investigation?
Have you a couple of days to spare? Have been sent for from the west of England. Shall be glad if you will come with me. Air and scenery perfect. I leave Paddington by the 11:15.
Well, Dr. Anstruther will stand in for you. He owes you a favour. And you've been very pale lately. You certainly could do with a change.
Thank you, Doctor.
Or have you suddenly lost interest in Mr. Holmes and his cases?
Now, that would be most ungrateful, seeing what I gained through one of them.
Thank you, Doctor. So?
I'll go and pack. I only have half an hour.
It's really very good of you to come, Watson.
Good of you to ask me, Holmes.
It makes a considerable difference to me having someone I can thoroughly rely on. Local aid is either worthless or biased.
Thank you. So, what's the case?
The Boscombe Valley Tragedy, they're calling it.
Good title.
Wait until I've solved it before you think about putting pen to paper. There's a good chap. Well, it seems to be one of those simple cases which are so extremely difficult.
That sounds a little paradoxical.
But it's profoundly true. Singularity is almost invariably a clue. The more featureless and commonplace a crime is, the more difficult it is to bring it home.
So there are no leads?
On the contrary, they've established a very serious case against the son of the murdered man.
It's a murder, then?
Yes, Watson. It's a murder.
James, I've only just heard.
Miss Turner, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, don't be foolish, Moran. James, speak to me.
Alice. No.
Best keep away from him, miss.
What on earth do you mean? James, you must pull yourself together before the police arrive. Come on. Turn round and look at me.
Covered in blood? Yeah. You're right. It does look bad for him.
There's more. McCarthy Sr. was beaten to death with a heavy blunt object. The son's shotgun was found lying beside the body.
I can hardly imagine a more damning case.
Circumstantial evidence can be very tricky. If you shift your point of view a little, you often find it pointing in an equally uncompromising manner to something completely different.
Even so. The whole thing seems to me to be practically hopeless. How did you get involved?
There are several people in the neighbourhood who believe in his innocence. Among them, Miss Alice Turner. Please, Doctor, it's a little early to cast her in the role of romantic heroine.
But it was she who sent for you.
Indirectly, yes. Lestrade's in charge down there, and Miss Turner...
Lestrade? But surely it's a purely local affair.
Well, evidently there aren't enough metropolitan murders to keep the Scotland Yarders awake. Anyway, Miss Turner insisted on his contacting me.
Insisted, eh? I imagine he loved that.
And hence it is that we're flying westward at 50 miles an hour instead of quietly digesting our breakfasts at home. I wish the summons had arrived earlier. It would have been useful to have attended the coroner's inquest.
I'd been away in Bristol for a few days on business. When I returned on Monday morning, my father wasn't at home. I took my gun and strolled out in the direction of Boscombe Pool. There's a rabbit warren there.
Just a moment. You come home after a business trip, and your first impulse is to go out and shoot rabbits?
I wanted to let off some steam. I was angry.
You were angry? Your business had not gone well?
No, sir, not well at all.
Continue.
When I was still in the trees, about 100 yards from the pool, I heard my father calling to me.
He called you by name?
No, sir, he called Cooey. That was a private signal between us.
So he was expecting you?
No, he couldn't have been. He didn't know when I was coming back from Bristol. Our meeting was an accident.
An accident? You're quite sure that you didn't follow your father to this secluded spot quite deliberately?
No.
The child Patience Moran has testified that you and your father engaged in a violent quarrel. What was the subject of this violent quarrel?
I can't answer that question.
Young man, you must be aware that this refusal will prejudice your case considerably. Perhaps you will condescend to answer this. Was this quarrel with your father an isolated incident, or had there been others?
An isolated incident? No, sir, we were always fighting.
What was the outcome of this final fight?
There was no outcome. I could see that my father was in no state to listen to reason, so I turned and walked away from him. I hadn't gone many yards into the trees when I heard him. Father! Oh, my God! What? I can't hear you.
A rat.
What did you say?
A rat.
You seriously expect this court to believe that in his last extremity your father spoke of a rat?
It's the truth, I swear it.
When you returned to the clearing, did you see anything suspicious?
Well...
Come along, it's a simple enough question. Did you see anything suspicious?
I think so.
You think so?
Just out of the corner of my eye. Something moving away into the trees.
Would you please be a little more specific?
Something large and grey. It was crawling over the ground.
Mr. Holmes.
Inspector Lestrade, you remember Dr. Watson?
I certainly do. Doctor?
Inspector? I see you're blending into the country setting, Lestrade. Those leather leggings are extremely fetching.
Now, you know perfectly well that these country people are in awe of Scotland Yard. It does no harm to try to look like one of them.
Quite right, my dear fellow. It does no harm to try. Now, are we going to conduct the entire case from this charming railway station, or are you going to show us the way to our hotel?
Here, Father, drink this. Here. Oh, no, don't spill it.
Oh, for pity's sake, Alice. Don't treat me like a child. I can still hold a glass.
I'm sorry.
No, girl. I shouldn't snap at you. Here. Give me the stuff. Oh. That's a close thing. Which one will get me first? The illness or the cure?
Oh, Father, you mustn't talk that way. Have you been smoking again? Oh, you know what Dr. Willow said.
I don't want to hear that man's name.
You see? Now lie back and relax.
Oh, how can I relax? I should have been at that trial.
It was an inquest, not a trial. Now, you get some rest. I'm going out for a while.
Are you going to visit that boy? I've told you to keep away from him.
A rat! A rat! Bravo, Lestrade. A most gripping recreation. Illuminating.
Illuminating? Everyone from the coroner downwards thought young McCarthy was coming out with a pack of lies.
You're convinced he's guilty?
Well, aren't you? The whole thing is as plain as a pikestaff. You're wasting your time, Mr. Holmes.
Splendid, this country air. Tell me about Miss Alice Turner.
Well, she's barely turned 18 and damnably attractive.
Yes, I trust you've discovered more about her than that.
I've not heard a bad word against her. She's certainly well liked by the tenants on her father's estate. And by all accounts, she's inherited his generosity and fairness.
The McCarthys, were they landowners or tenants?
The tenants of the Turners.
What's Miss Turner's relationship with young McCarthy?
Close, if you ask me. A sign of bad judgment on her part. But she's a strong-willed young lady and knows her own mind.
Mr. Holmes, James didn't do it. I know it, and I want you to start your work knowing it too.
I hope we may clear him, Miss Turner.
You may rely on our doing everything we can.
Do you think that he is innocent?
I think it very probable.
There now, Inspector, you hear? I keep telling you, James wouldn't hurt a fly.
We were always fighting. His own words. They were fighting only minutes before the father was killed.
Yes, but...
Miss Turner, I believe you know what that fight was about.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I do.
Have you been withholding evidence?
Please, Lestrade. Miss Turner?
It was about me.
About you?
I'm sure that that's why James wouldn't explain it. Mr. McCarthy was very anxious that his son and I should marry. Lately he seemed to talk about little else. We have always loved each other, as brother and sister, I mean. But, well, James is young and has seen very little of life. Naturally, he didn't want to marry yet.
And your father? Was he in favour of this union?
No, he was not.
Thank you for this information. May I see your father if I call tomorrow?
I'm afraid the doctor won't allow it.
The doctor?
Mr. Turner wasn't in the best of health, gentlemen, and this affair has broken him down completely. No one's allowed to disturb him.
Dr. Willow says that his nervous system is shattered. I must go now. I don't like to leave him for too long. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Miss?
Oh, Mr. Holmes,
Miss Turner?
when you see James at the prison, do tell him that I know he is innocent.
I will do so.
Then goodbye. And God help you in your undertaking.
I've told you everything that happened. How many more times?
We are not interested in your fairy tales, my lad. What we want is the truth.
Who killed your father, Mr. McCarthy?
What?
Who killed your father? Give us the name of the person you're shielding, and you'll be out of this jail in minutes.
You're mad. Listen, we had our differences, but he was my father, for God's sake. Do you really think that if I knew who killed him, I'd be keeping it a secret? What sort of son do you take me for?
Thank you. It's always gratifying to have a theory confirmed.
This is ridiculous. Men have been hanged on less evidence than I've got against this prisoner.
And many men have been wrongly hanged.
Who are you, sir?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Now tell me, McCarthy, how long have you been married?
Dr. Watson?
Yes, I'm Watson.
Begging your pardon, Doctor.
What is it? What can I do for you?
I'm Arthur Moran, sir, a lodge keeper up at the Hall. Miss Turner asked me to give you this.
Why don't you send for the local doctor?
Dr. Will is not here, sir. He's gone out to Reese Farm to see old Mr. Logan. It's nigh on 15 miles. This is very urgent, Doctor.
Of course. I'll come at once.
I was stupid, I know it. It happened 3 years ago. Alice had been away for more than 5 years at boarding school. I didn't know she was ever coming back. But Father was already going on and on about her.
So, purely as an act of defiance, you married someone else?
She's a barmaid.
A barmaid?
And she now lives in Bristol.
How do you know all this? Has she been talking?
No, she's been doing something far more eloquent. Your wrists and cheeks bear recently healed parallel scratches, the unmistakable signs of attack from an hysterical woman. Couple that with your marked reluctance to marry Miss Turner, despite the obvious bond between you, and the conclusion is a simple one. I take it that your business trip was to try to free yourself.
Yes. She told me to go to hell.
Charming. And even though the whole point was to spite your father, you lost your nerve and didn't tell him.
He'd have killed me. He would have been very angry. Probably thrown me out. How would I have lived?
Did anyone else know of this marriage?
No one. And please, you mustn't tell Alice. I wouldn't hurt her for the world. Please.
It will be a moment or two before it takes effect. Try to breathe slowly and evenly.
It was so good of you to come, Dr. Watson.
Oh, not a bit. I've done what I can with what Dr. Willows left here, but you must send for him as soon as he returns.
I told you, Alice. No doctors.
Oh, Father. I'm so sorry.
No, that's perfectly all right, Miss Turner. And please don't excite yourself, sir. Give me your wrist. Try to relax.
That's all I ever hear.
Here you are, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm so grateful to you for coming out. I didn't know who else to turn to.
No, you did the right thing, Miss Turner. Has he had these sudden relapses before?
Yes. He's been seriously ill for years, but it's been much worse since the tragedy. Dr. Willows does what he can, but, well, Dad isn't exactly a willing patient. He used to be such an active man. I wish you could have known him when he was younger. So full of life, and...
It can't have been easy for you.
I just do what has to be done.
I think you're very like him. A fighter. Crisis of this attack is over. He should be stronger tomorrow.
Thank God.
Miss Turner, would you object to talking about...
The murder? No, certainly not. Oh, I was so pleased that you and Mr. Holmes consented to come. This must seem such a petty little affair to him.
Oh, no. If he thought that, he never would have accepted the case.
That policeman, Inspector Lestrade, he seems so certain that James is guilty.
I have known Mr. Lestrade to be wrong before now. Mr. McCarthy was a tenant of your father's, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
What was he like? Was he a good farmer?
The land was well worked.
And what sort of man was he?
He was hard to know.
Popular, would you say?
I think you must ask them in the village. I saw little of him.
Very well. Is your father's estate a large one?
Very large.
Holmes will probably want to speak to the estate manager.
He has already done so.
I'm sorry?
Dr. Watson, my father wouldn't trust an outsider to look after his lands and his tenants. I have been managing Boscombe for the last 2 years, since I was 16.
You are a remarkable young woman, Miss Turner.
Thank you, sir.
And I think that you care very deeply for James McCarthy.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Excellent. You can't beat good country cooking. Tell me more about this McCarthy lad.
I think he's sound at heart, though not exactly quick-witted. He's comely to look at.
But to rush into marriage like that... Well, at least it explains his lack of interest in Miss Turner. I found that astonishing.
The voice of the connoisseur, Watson?
Really, Holmes?
What else did you glean from your visit to the hall? That really was a stroke of luck.
Your client's father is dying. He has a history of diabetes, and this recent business has led to complications.
Yes. Did you learn anything about the family's relationship with the murdered man?
Miss Turner showed a marked reluctance to speak about McCarthy. I think she disliked him, possibly intensely.
Indeed, even though he was in favour of the marriage and her own father was not?
Ah. Despite that one difference of opinion, the two men were old friends, apparently. Did you know that Turner let McCarthy have Hatherley Farm rent-free?
No, I didn't. Fascinating. Philanthropic towards the father, dislikes the son. Curious. Tell me about the house.
It's well appointed, of course. There's a lot of money in the family. Mr. Turner made his fortune out in Australia, the height of the mining boom. Places full of Australian pictures, souvenirs, that sort of thing. Made me feel quite nostalgic. I only spent a couple of years there when I was a boy. God knows it was a lawless sort of place back then, but it's the sort of land that gets into your bones, so to speak. Holmes, are you listening?
Watson, good morning. And a beautiful one, too. In for a walk?
Yes. To speak to that fount of all village knowledge, the postmaster. And, assuming your diagnosis to be correct, Miss Turner was not an isolated case. In fact, Bill McCarthy seems to have been liked by no one. On the day before he was killed, he very nearly came to blows with someone in public.
Did he, by God? Who was this someone?
He was scum.
Arthur. He was the master's friend.
And don't you go on about speaking ill of the dead, neither. He deserved what he got.
Just why did you hate him so much?
Look, Inspector, I've been Mr. Turner's lodge keeper 15 year or more, and my old dad afore that. And he's as fine a master as a man could want. And now Miss Alice, she's the same. Oh, it made my blood boil to hear some of the things Mr. McCarthy said about them, the lady especially.
This is a curious brand of friendship.
Some people are too open-handed for their own good. They get taken advantage of.
What occasioned your fight with Mr. McCarthy?
Oh, it wasn't no fight, sir. Just words.
He made another one of his filthy remarks about Miss Alice. I forgot myself.
And on the day of his death, did you forget yourself then also?
What are you suggesting?
Nothing. Be so good as to show me your boots.
I tell you, I've already interviewed everyone at Hatherley Farm. This is a waste of time.
I've no desire to question anyone.
And why the devil are we going there?
Before we go to the scene of the crime, it's imperative that I measure the McCarthy's boots.
Boots again? Look, Holmes, I find it hard enough to tackle facts without flying away after theories and fancies.
You're right. You do find it very hard to tackle facts.
I've grasped one fact which you seem to find it difficult to get hold of.
And that is?
That McCarthy Sr. met his death from McCarthy Jr., and that all theories to the contrary are the merest moonshine.
Well, moonshine is a brighter thing than fog. Here is where the body lay. Here are 3 separate tracks of the same feet. Young McCarthy's feet. Twice walking, once running. What's this? The butt end of the gun rested here. And there... the straight a mole could trace him. What have we here? Square-capped boots, unusual boots, left foot normal, right foot dragging, yes. Single thread of wool snagged on this bark. Splendid. Now...
Mr. Holmes.
Inspector.
Mr. Holmes. Charming.
You shouldn't have interrupted him.
Look at him. What does he think he's doing?
He's like a different man when he's at the scene of a crime. It's almost as if it's the only time he's really alive.
He's carrying on like a dog casting for a scent.
Yes, I think that's exactly it.
What's got into him now? Lost a bit of bounce, hasn't he, eh?
Well, Holmes? A singular affair. Most singular.
Oh, yes. You found your proof, have you? Your scientific proof? Well, if you want me to arrest Arthur Moran, you're going to have to give me some real evidence.
Moran is not the killer.
Oh, really? Change your tune, have you?
On the contrary, I never thought he was. This may interest you, Lestrade.
Look, Holmes, I'm a policeman, not a geologist. What's interesting about an old stone?
The fact that the murder was done with it.
This is too much. Yeah, I can't see any marks on it.
There are none. But it exactly corresponds with the injuries, and it had been hurriedly discarded. The grass was growing beneath it. It had only lain there for a few days.
And now I suppose you're going to tell me who the murderer is.
Here's a tall man, limps with the right leg, wears thick-soled, square-capped shooting boots and a full-length cloak, and smokes Indian cigars from a holder.
Holmes, I'm a practical man. I can't go about the country arresting every man with a gammy leg. I'd be the laughing-stock of the yard.
All right. I've given you your chance. Goodbye.
Holmes? Holmes? Your coffee. Drink it before it gets cold.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
You know, don't you? You know who the murderer is.
Yes, I do.
Why is that knowledge bothering you so much?
Look, Watson, I don't know what to do, and I should value your advice.
Gladly.
We have a little time. Let me preach to you for a while. Have one of these cigars.
Thank you. Time before what?
You'll see. Well, now, there were several points about young McCarthy's story that struck us both at once, though they impressed me in his favour and you against him.
Everything he said was either inconsistent or just downright bizarre. Look at the father's dying words. It was hard not to believe that the lad was simply making everything up.
No, Watson. If you've just committed a murder and you've a mind to put a last message into your victim's mouth, you don't invent something fantastical. You have him accuse someone else. Well, I could list you half a dozen cases where exactly that was done.
You said yourself that the boy wasn't exactly quick-witted.
Yes, I did. And that doesn't mean he's a second Lestrade.
Well, then what about his father calling out to him, using a private signal, when he couldn't possibly have known that the lad was there? Isn't that suspicious?
Not when you know exactly what that signal was.
Why? What was it? I don't believe Lestrade mentioned it.
He didn't, because it meant nothing to him. But you would have realised its significance at once, I fancy. I would. I only know it because it's in the transcript of the inquest, and then I was damnably slow to see what it meant. There's one thing that permeates this whole case, one common factor, and the key to it was that signal, one word.
I'm sorry, Holmes, I'm not following this.
What does coo-ee mean to you, Watson?
Well, it's an old Australian bush cry. Aborigine, I think. Holmes.
Exactly. Behold the missing link.
Mr. Turner.
Not one word from you, Doctor. You are Sherlock Holmes.
I am.
I've got your note.
Holmes, what's the meaning of this? I assure you, Watson, I asked Mr. Turner to join us only if he felt fully able to do so.
Well, I'm here and I'm still breathing. What do you want?
First, let me provide you with a match for that excellent cigar which the doctor is eyeing so disapprovingly. Now, what about the other point in my note?
Alice doesn't know I'm here.
Very good. In a small community such as this, some facts are so well known that nobody ever mentions them. Until Watson here called on you last night, I had no idea of the source of your fortune.
Gold. Australian gold.
You were a miner. Isn't that right, Mr. Turner?
How much do you know?
I know that you are a generous man, noted for it, in fact, and I know that many philanthropists are privately trying to atone for something less admirable buried in their past.
Fancy theories.
Then here are some facts. I know that it was to meet you that Charles McCarthy went down to the Boscombe Pool on the day of his death. I know that it was to attract your attention that he called the single word coo-ee. And, of course, I know that you killed him.
Holmes. So, you know everything.
No, not everything. How long had Charles McCarthy been blackmailing you?
So, that was it.
Yes, Doctor. That was it.
McCarthy's use of that particular signal made it clear that he had also spent time in Australia. Once I realized that, it was a simple deduction that your friendship with him dated from that long ago.
Friendship? He was the worst enemy a man ever had. When I went out to Australia, I was a young chap, hot-blooded and restless, full of hope. It was supposed to be the promised land. There were fortunes just waiting to be made. The truth of it was very different. I had no luck with my claim.
And you discovered, I fancy, that there are quicker and easier ways of obtaining gold than digging it out of the ground.
Much easier.
Whoa there, boys! Steady there!
Throw down your gun!
Hold on there, boy.
Pete,
Yeah, boss.
check inside the wagon.
Right, Jack.
Tim, Bruce, unload the gold.
Did he call you Jack?
What if he did?
Nothing. You're not Black Jack. You're never the Bellared gang, are you?
Yeah!
We were famous. And we were young and we were rich. It's a dangerous combination. Life was good. But then, one of our jobs went wrong. A guard was killed. It meant the rope if we were caught. It stopped being a game.
And McCarthy?
He was a wagon driver on the Melbourne bullion run. It was our last job, and our biggest. By then, I had enough gold to get me back to the old country and set me up in a respectable life. I bought this land and settled down, and married my Catherine. God rest her soul.
And then McCarthy appeared in England.
Oh, I used to laugh when people talked about fate turning against someone. But we met up by accident. Pure accident. I'd all but forgotten him. But he remembered me well enough.
And you've been in his power ever since?
20 years. He moved down here to the West Country. And he and his boy lived on my best land rent-free From that day on.
Adding to your reputation for generosity in the process.
All I wanted was to forget the past. But he wouldn't let me forget.
He threatened to tell the police?
The police? No, Doctor. He was cleverer than that. He threatened to tell my Alice.
What did he demand? Money?
And land. Property. What could I do? Then, a few years ago, when his boy was grown, he asked for my daughter.
And through her, total control of your whole fortune once you'd gone.
I stood firm. I even told him to do his worst and tell Alice everything. But he was a cunning devil. He tried to wear me down. For 3 years, he talked of nothing else. And finally, I told him we had to settle it once and for all.
You arranged the meeting by the pool.
I was going to buy him off for good. Set him up anywhere in the world. But when I got there, I found out he wasn't alone.
Why won't you listen to me? I'm telling you it's impossible. I can't marry her.
I don't know how I got such a spineless brat as you.
I'll not listen to any more of this.
If you can't persuade the girl, then force her. I don't care if she marries you because she wants to or she has to. It's all the same to me.
You... Father! Oh, my God.
I did it with no more compunction than if he'd been some poisonous beast. I did it, and I'd do it again. I just had time to get back under cover, but I dropped my cloak.
Your grey cloak. I found some threads at the murder scene.
I saw the lad's head turn as I pulled it behind the tree where I was hidden. I think he caught a glimpse of it.
A shapeless grey object moving low over the ground.
He didn't see me. He was too busy slobbering over his worthless father.
Who was desperately trying to identify his killer, Black Jack of Ballarat.
Yeah. Well, I give you my word that I wouldn't have let the boy come to any harm. If it had gone against him at the assizes, I would have spoken out.
I'm glad to hear you say so.
I would have made a clean breast of it already, if it weren't for my Alice. It'll break her heart when she hears that I've been arrested.
You haven't yet. And it may not come to that.
What are you saying?
Explain yourself, sir. Don't play games with me.
Lestrade has gone back to London. He regards the case as over and done with, and I am no official agent. I am concerned only to act in the best interests of my client, your daughter.
So, Alice sent for you.
To clear James McCarthy, I believe I can do so without naming the true killer, but there is a possibility that I may fail. I shall write up your story and you shall sign it. I promise that I'll not produce it unless it proves absolutely necessary.
Holmes, this is extremely irregular.
How can I ever repay you? Name any sum.
Keep your money.
I'll sign whatever you send to me. If you should ever find yourself in the same position, a chance to rid the world of such a man and rescue everything you hold true and dear, well, I pray that you may never be exposed to such a temptation. Farewell, then. Your own deathbeds, when they come, will be the easier for the thought of the peace that you have given to mine. Gentlemen.
Holmes, that man is a murderer.
What possible justice would have been served by dragging him through the courts and ruining 2 innocent lives?
Even so.
He will soon have to answer for his deeds to a higher authority than the local assizes.
You're taking a great deal on yourself. I hope you realize just how much.
Oh, God, help us. Why does fate play such tricks with poor, helpless worms? I never hear of such a case as this without thinking of Bradford's words. There, but for the grace of God, goes Sherlock Holmes.
You're going back to London so soon?
The investigation is concluded, and I have every confidence that Mr. James McCarthy will be found innocent of all charges.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so grateful. And to you too, Dr. Watson. Oh, but who did kill poor James's father? Have you found out?
Despite the evidence of Watson's fictions, not all my cases lead to the dramatic capture of the criminal. The footprints and other signs at the pool point unmistakably to a wandering beggar or gypsy, perhaps a poacher. McCarthy challenged him and was killed on a whim. I doubt if the fellow will ever be traced. What do you say, Watson?
I'm quite sure you're right.
Depend upon it. You can write this case up as one of my failures.
Well, you have not failed. I asked you to establish James's innocence, and you have done so. You have only to name your fee.
All in good time.
Just as you please. Mr. Holmes, why did you ask me to meet you here at the police station? Why not... Oh...
Hello, Alice.
Oh, Mr. Holmes. Oh, James. Oh.
You got him bail.
It was the logical thing to do.
You weren't, of course, motivated by their feelings for each other.
Oh, really, Doctor?
But what about his wife?
Ah, yes. I sent a reply-paid telegram to the good lady yesterday.
You did what?
Asking if she'd reconsider releasing him. Her answer arrived with passionate speed. Here, it may improve your mood.
I see all about him in the papers. I thank the Lord I ain't no more married to that murdering devil than you are. Tell him from me I already got a good, honest husband in the Bermuda dockyard. Good heavens.
James McCarthy was acquitted at the assizes, and the final verdict on his father's death was murder by person or persons unknown. The evidence and testimony presented by Sherlock Holmes was a major factor in the outcome of the trial. Old John Turner lived for 7 months after our interview, but he is now dead. And there is every prospect that his daughter and her husband will continue to live happily together in complete ignorance of the black cloud which rests upon their past.
Here you are.
Thank you. It's good to be home. Aren't you having one?
Yes, why not? Well, how did it go?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that. Holmes solved the mystery, but he let the criminal go.
Well, then he must have had an excellent reason for doing so.
Yes. Yes, he did.
And?
And what?
Oh, John, will it make a good story?
Oh, yes, very good. Revenge and romance. Even a touch of comedy, if I can bring it off.
Comedy?
Holmes and Lestrade at each other's throats. I don't know which one's the worst.
I think I could probably guess.
I think you probably could.
Come along now, or your homecoming meal will be spoiled. John?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about Holmes. Buried away on his own. Do you think we should invite him to dinner sometime?
Well, would he come?
No, probably not. Oh, well. Come on, my love.
Captain Calhoun.
What is it, Mac?
Noon sounding, sir. 76 fathoms. Sand shells and hake's teeth.
Mm-hmm. Another day or so, we'll raise the lizard. Then we're there.
It done yet?
Just finished.
Hell of a quick turnaround this time. Won't give us long.
What we do doesn't take long.
Glancing over my records of the cases handled by my friend Sherlock Holmes between the years 1882 to 1890, I note the year of 87 to be particularly interesting. The adventure of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, and not least, the Camberwell poisoning case, solved by Holmes winding up a watch. But none of these presented such singular features as the strange train of circumstances that began one day towards the end of that September, when, my wife paying an extended visit to an aunt, I had taken up again for a short time my old quarters in 221B Baker Street, the equinoctial gales that autumn being exceptionally ferocious. All day the wind had screamed like a banshee, while, towards evening, the rain too began to beat against the windows, in a way hardly to be thought of in the heart of this great hand-hewn city of London. Indeed, what was outside as dusk fell seemed not so much a severe meteorological disturbance as nature's elemental forces shrieking and jeering at mankind through the bars of his civilization, and defying both him and all his works. Nor did matters improve as evening deepened into night, for the storm grew even louder, the wind sobbing and crying like a child in the chimney, even disturbing Holmes, who sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his criminal records. I myself was engaged in reading a fine sea story by Clark Russell, whose text, I must say, seemed to blend with the sound of the gale without, and caused the splash of the rain to lengthen into the long swash of sea waves. When suddenly, into my reverie, I heard, or thought I heard, the far-off reverberation of the doorbell. Why, Holmes, surely that was the bell. Some friend of yours, perhaps?
Except for yourself, Watson, I have none, nor do I encourage casual visitors. Perhaps the wind is playing tricks.
Or has maybe blown up a client?
If so, it's a serious case, for nothing less would bring a man out in such weather. However, it is far more likely to be a crony of our landlady. Watson, the lamp onto the visitor's chair, while I get rid of these files. Come in.
Mr. Holmes?
The unknown caller, who I put at about 22, was well-groomed, trimly clad, and carried both refinement and delicacy in his bearing. He wore a long, shining waterproof, and carried a streaming umbrella in one hand, the other holding a gold pince-nez. This he raised to heavy, anxious eyes set in a pale face, and then courteously, yet thoroughly, surveyed the room and all its contents.
I fear I owe you an apology, Mr. Holmes, intruding on you on such a night, and bringing these traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber. But my appearing here is the act of a desperate man.
A very wet, desperate man. Do come in, I pray you, Mr.
Openshaw, John Openshaw.
Mr. Openshaw, and allow me to introduce you to my very good friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Openshaw.
To whom I suggest you give your coat and umbrella to be put to dry on the hook, while I prepare something in the nature of a hot cordial over the spirit lamp. You come from the southwest, I see.
Horsham, on the Sussex borders.
Yes, the clay and chalk mixture on your toe caps is quite distinctive.
Mr. Holmes, I come for advice.
That is easily got.
And help.
That is not so easy.
But I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal.
Ah, yes. That wrongful accusation of cheating, Holmes. That is most incisive.
Which echoes Major Prendergast's opinion entirely, who said Mr. Holmes could solve anything.
He said too much. I've been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman.
Even so, what is that to your successes?
Mr. Holmes, what I have here is no ordinary case.
None are that come to me. I am the last court of appeal. But now drink this, draw this chair to the fire, and give me the initial facts, and afterwards I will question you as to the more important details.
Thank you. Well, my name, as I have said, is John Openshaw. Although, to begin with, we must go back to my grandfather, who had 2 sons. My father, Joseph, and my father's brother, my uncle, Elias. Men who went different ways. My father opened a small factory in Coventry. She enlarged at the invention of bicycling. It was he, in fact, who patented
the Openshaw unbreakable tire. I knew it. The man who advanced the use of the tangent spoke, if I'm not mistaken, and cemented solid India rubber tires into steel fellows. Why, I have them fitted to my own machine.
Really, Watson, congratulations, Mr. Openshaw.
The doctor is right. My father was involved in all of those things, and so successfully that he was able to retire quite early on a handsome competence.
Which brings us to your uncle.
Yes.
A difficult man?
Difficult and different. Well, England not being big enough to hold him when young, he emigrated to America. Florida, to be precise. He became a planter and did very well. At the time of the Civil War, he fought for the South, reaching the rank of colonel under Hood, then retiring back to his plantation when Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on Palm Sunday of 1865.
They're not to stay?
No. Unable to stomach the Republicans or their policies, 4 years later, in 69, he brought his fortune back to England, buying a small estate in Sussex near Horsham.
Where you have journeyed from today.
Yes. And a sad and frightening journey it has been. But to return to Elias. When he resettled in England, he did so in a bizarre and willful fashion, never venturing into Horsham itself, taking little exercise, mainly smoking and drinking to excess.
It is surprising the opportunity arose for you to meet him at all. Men of your uncle's habits being generally fierce-tempered and solitary by inclination.
Family papers needed signing. And as sole heir to the Openshaw name, I suppose, too, he was curious about me. Whatever, in 1878, when I was 12 or so, my father and I were invited, perhaps summoned is a better word, to Horsham, where for the first time I met my uncle Elias.
Mr. Joseph Openshaw and Master John Openshaw, sir.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Mary. Tea in 15 minutes for my guests. Yeah, I'll take the usual.
Yes, sir.
Well, Joseph.
Elias, how are you, brother?
Prosperous. In good health. And you?
Much the same. Being able, like yourself, to retire early and devote myself to my work on the mechanics of the bicycle. That's a pleasing prospect, brother. You're slightly overgrown. Your sundial looks interesting. Tudor, perhaps?
Maybe the boy'd like to play out there.
Why, yes, Uncle. Thank you.
Now, skedaddle, son. Hey, you watch that pool near the hedge. It's deep and it's weed-bound. Fine lad, Joseph. So, that's how you made your money, huh? Peddling bicycles.
The Openshaw unbreakable tire.
Yeah, well, I made mine peddling slaves and guns.
Wherever a man's talents lie.
Well, I sure knew where mine did. I tell you, I was a man set fair. Oh, but the South changed. Lincoln, freedom, philanthropists, and flag waggers. My flag was blue on red and 13 white stars. The one most of my friends were buried under. That was Sherman. Vandal chief. Now, you know what Sherman did in Carolina.
I know that after Lincoln's Freedom Proclamation of 1863, 10,000 citizens of Birmingham sent him a congratulatory message.
Including your good self, huh?
My works were at Coventry, brother.
Oh, well, that's not so far. All right. Now, we've each shown his colors. I guess there's little chance of an alliance. So let's to business.
Business?
The boy out there. Your son, John.
I'm not sure I follow.
You know, I'm a rich man, Joseph. A rich man without an heir.
Ah.
But blood is blood. Now, you mind if we discuss him a little, brother?
He is your nephew?
Yeah, he sure is. He goes to school.
Where we live is rather remote, so he has a tutor.
And play? Cricket?
Rugger, rowing, all of that?
He tends to find his own. Swimming in summer in the stream, skating in season. Sometimes I believe he plays at indoor games with Cook.
Oh?
Backgammon, draughts, and the like.
Brother Joseph, I have a proposition. As I remarked, I'm a rich man. A rich man who lives alone. Your son also seems to live mainly alone.
I object to that, Elias. I may not be able to devote all the time I might like to the boy, but...
But I can. Oh, sure, now he can have his tutors. But I'm the one he'll really learn off. And inherit my fortune if he comes up to scratch. Now, what do you say?
It's a generous offer. More than generous. And with distinct possibilities of widening John's horizons. But such a decision, such a very large decision, must be his alone.
Then let's consult the oracle. So call him in, brother. Call him in, and we'll listen to him settle his fate and his estate.
You elected to remain, of course.
And never regretted it. Singular, yes. Fierce and quick-tempered. Foul-mouthed when angry. A drunkard. But before I was 16, I commanded both my uncle's household and his financial affairs.
An education indeed.
I could never be what he wanted, of course. These hands could never swing a sabre, nor this mouth command his strange oaths, nor my belly contain the varieties and amounts of liquor he drank. But even so, we understood each other. We liked each other. Even loved each other in our own ways. And it was to me he trusted the keys of every room and cabinet.
Except one, I think.
Now I see why Major Prendergast set me in your direction, Mr. Holmes.
A man like your uncle would have secrets, could hardly escape them. They would be hidden away somewhere in his house, I am right?
A room among the attics. Invariably locked and nothing to be seen through the keyhole but old trunks and bundles.
Locked doors are not. Secrets have a nasty habit of coming to light.
As did those of my uncle. Mr. Holmes, I think I must push back the chair, if I may. Your fire has destroyed all memory of the storm except its noise. Listen to that wind, gentlemen. Oh, it would be a mariner tonight, I wonder. Out lying on an icy yard above the seething ocean.
Poor souls. To have to earn a crust thus in such weather.
Mr. Openshaw, Dr. Watson.
It all really began one morning in 1883, 5 years after I had come to him. I had gone down to breakfast and just ordered some kedgeree from Mary when I noticed something laying on the table in front of my uncle's plate. Something exceedingly unusual. Mary?
Yes, sir?
What's this?
Why, it's a letter, Master John.
Yes, but my uncle doesn't get letters. His bills are paid in cash. He has no acquaintances.
Morning. Mary, lots of coffee. You, fixed for Lawyer Fordham to come today, John?
Bringing the papers directly after breakfast, Uncle.
Which means 2 breakfasts. Save him the expense of his own. When did this come?
First post, sir. I didn't want to disturb you.
Sure. Pondicherry postmark. India, eh, John?
East Coast, I believe, Uncle. South of Madras, strong French connections.
No, missionaries, I bet. Looking for contributions. Lawyers and missionaries. And all in one day. I wonder where they got my name. Oh, open it, will you, John? Mary, where's that coffee? Well, was all right? An appeal to convert and feed the Hindu, huh? Well, come on, boy.
I rather think it's a joke, Uncle.
A joke? Oh, what sort of joke?
Well, just that all that is in the envelope is... Well, look. 5 pips. And on the envelope flap, the letters K...
They found me.
Uncle.
My sins have overtaken me.
Mary, a cloth from the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Uncle, what is it? What on earth does it mean? The pips, the letters.
What do they mean? What?
Mr. Fordham, sir.
Good morning, Colonel, and to you, John. Nothing like a brisk canter to give a man an appetite. I say, what have we here? Compote of fruit, kippers, kedgeree. So all that's wanted is a plate. Mary!
Mary, never mind that damn twaddle. Go to the kitchen. Bank up the fire now.
Yes, sir.
Fordham, for once, forget your stomach and earn your money.
I say, Openshaw.
Go to town, immediately. You understand me?
Why, I
Draw up
haven't
my will. Everything is to pass to John's father initially. That is my brother Joseph. And after him, to John here. Are you savvy?
But this is a little precipitate.
No,
Sorry.
Fordham, this is what I want. Now, do you understand?
Well, as you put it like
Oh,
that...
skedaddle and get yourself busy and get back here to have it witnessed. Now go! Give the job to a faster man.
Very well, Colonel.
John, I'm off to the kitchen. You go to the locked room. I know you're not supposed to know about it. Here's the key. I want you to bring down the brass box. There's only one. Hurry, John, hurry. There's lots to do.
Uncle, the 5 pips. You were going to tell me what they mean.
They mean death, John. That's what they mean.
And did they mean death, Mr. Openshaw?
As requested, I brought the brass box to the kitchen. My uncle opened it with a key kept on his person, and then proceeded to burn the contents, excepting one leaf of paper which fell, only charred, onto the hearth.
Ah, you have it?
Here, Mr. Holmes. Something, I know not what, told me to retrieve it without his knowing.
Most interesting. But I shall need my lens on my table, if you would, Watson.
Of course, Holmes.
And shortly after this ritual burning, Fordham returned with the will, which was witness to the effect that in the event of my uncle Elias's death, the estate would revert to my father and then to me.
After which I assume his behaviour deteriorated rapidly.
Totally. He began drinking continually, would see no one at all, roamed the house with his gun at all hours, suddenly unlocking the doors and rushing out in the night to check noises he heard outside, taps that had come at his window.
Poor devil. And the end?
A night when he made yet another drunken sally outside, yelling and cursing about those who are out to get him. He was found next morning face down in a little green scummed pool at the bottom of the garden.
And the coroner's verdict?
Suicide.
Suicide?
What else, given the circumstances? Yet no man had a stronger grasp on life than my uncle. However, my father and I simply entered into possession of the estate and £14,000 at the bank.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Now, Mr. Openshaw, let me have 2 dates, will you? Watson, make a note if you will.
Certainly.
First, the exact date of the letter containing the 5 pips, and then that of your uncle's suicide.
March the 10th, 1893, he received the letter. May the 2nd, 1893, his body was found. Exactly 7 weeks later.
And upon a cherry postmark. I wonder. Perhaps it is yet too early. Pray proceed, Mr. Openshaw.
So my father and I moved into the property, and in the attic room discovered that same brass box, inside the lid of which was pasted a label with those same initials that were on the envelope.
Mr. Openshaw, what exactly were these initials?
Why, KKK.
Ah. And some words, you say?
Simply letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register.
That is the nature of the papers that your uncle destroyed.
It would appear so. And which same papers I tried to convince my father were directly responsible for my uncle's death. A suggestion he laughed away, saying the letter was a prank or warning from a firm of Florida orange growers my uncle had had business with in the past, and whose initials were KKK. Business, my father hinted, that may have involved perhaps some sort of financial irregularities.
And your father maintained this reading of the situation?
Unswervingly. Even when the second letter arrived, addressed to him.
Some more coffee, my boy.
Father, I implore you to listen. I firmly believe the first letter to Uncle Elias was both a warning and a statement of intent. I believe this one to you is also a warning, plus a request. A request of which you must take notice.
To put on the sundial papers that no longer exist, that Elias burnt. I do not see how I can help the anonymous writer of this note. I do not even see how I can help myself to marmalade at this moment. It appears to be missing from the table. Although, should the writer call in person, I will gladly talk to him about it. From Dundee, was it? Well, Dundee is a long way.
So is Pondicherry.
John, I really see no use in pursuing this line again. Elias's death was self-inflicted in more ways than one. I don't know about you, my boy, but I find this toast rather crusty this morning.
At least let me contact the authorities on your behalf.
To lay what before them?
My father's safety.
Oh, very well. You recall Major Freebody, who commands the forts on Portsdown Hill, and who is continually inviting me over there to look at some lighting apparatus he has evolved, which he hopes to fit one day to his bicycle, though mark my words, it is the likes of Freebody who will have these wonderful machines of ours subject to Acts of Parliament before he's finished.
Father...
However, to calm your fears and satisfy his self-aggrandizement, I suppose for a few days, certainly no more than a week,
How will that suit you?
I could hardly speak, so relieved was I at my father's decision, as I imagined the further he was from home, the further from danger. Then, on the second day, I received a telegram to contact the Major. My father, having apparently missed his way the previous twilight, had been found at the bottom of one of many deep chalk pits in the area. Nothing missing, no signs of violence. Death from accidental causes.
Sympathies, Mr. Openshaw.
Thank you, gentlemen. But that was nearly 3 years ago, and not directly what brings me here today.
Then what does, Mr. Openshaw?
These, which arrived in a letter yesterday morning, and this time addressed to me.
Good Lord. And the postmark?
London, Eastern Division.
The message?
To put the papers on the sundial, and signed with 3 Ks.
And what have you done?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, to tell the truth, gentlemen, my first feeling was one of complete helplessness, like a rabbit transfixed by a snake. I seemed to be in the grip of some relentless, inexorable evil. Well, then I thought of my uncle's fighting spirit and decided I'd make a stand.
Good man.
And so went to the police, who listened with a smile. But my standing and my dreadful earnestness eventually persuaded them to allot me a man.
Who is where?
Horsham. His orders are to stay in the house.
But why did you not come to me at once?
I did not know who to turn to. This morning, however, I decided as a gesture to come to town, which is how I met Prendergast, who directed me to you.
And well he did so. But you've left it late. Very late, however. So, first the paper. Watson, the lamp directly overhead, if you will. Yes, these charred edges make it difficult. It's March 1869. 4th Hudson came, same old platform. 7th set the pips on. Macaulay, Swain, and Paramore of St. Augustine. 9th, Macaulay cleared. 10th, John Swain cleared. 12th, visited Paramore, all well, which I think is all they'll get. Now, this is your uncle's hand, Mr. Openshaw, on this scrap.
Without doubt. What do you think, Mr. Holmes?
That you return home immediately and put this remnant in the brass box, plus another note signed by yourself explaining the burning of the other papers. You must write this in a way that will carry conviction, and put the box on the sundial as instructed.
And this will satisfy them?
I think it may deter them, to give us extra time to discover their identities and invoke the law.
You can really do this?
If Holmes cannot help you, Mr. Openshaw, no one can.
Then I will return immediately.
Here, let me help you with your coat. If the sun or the wind is anything to go by, you will still need it.
You go back by train from Waterloo?
Thank you. Yes, there is one at 9:30.
Then you must hurry, Mr. Openshaw.
We'll take a cab, of course.
If there is one available in such weather. Even so, I am armed. One of my uncle's many pistols. Not that I'm sure how to use it.
The threat is often enough. Good, then set off, but take care, for you are in real and imminent danger, and tomorrow I will work upon your case.
In Horsham?
In London, Mr. Openshaw, for that is where the answer lies. London, Eastern Division.
I saw Openshaw downstairs and opened the front door. A cloak of wind swept past me with a howl and up the stairs. Watching Openshaw being buffeted down Baker Street, searching vainly for a cab, I thought of Holmes, warm and dry upstairs in our cosy rooms, already in an introspective silence in front of the red glow of the fire, his pipe alight, watching the wraiths of smoke chase each other towards the ceiling like strands of seaweed being fantastically wound in the middle of great green waves. Then...
Here, Watson, you're waterproof. You must follow until he finds a hansom, even to the railway station itself. For it seems to me he walks in more perils than even the Sholtos did in the Sign of the Four. Quickly! He's near the corner.
But what are these perils? Who's behind all this? You have some idea?
Indeed, but I can do no more until it's light. Until, in fact, the public libraries reopen in the morning. Should there be any doors left on them to open. He turns into Oxford Street.
You can tell me nothing?
You remember, Doctor, in the early days of our friendship, how you once defined my limitations?
Indeed. Philosophy, astronomy and politics zero. Botany variable. Geology profound as regards mudstains from any region within 50 miles of London. Chemistry eccentric. Anatomy unsystematic. Sensational literature. Crime records unique. Then violinist, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco.
Yeah. Anatomy unsystematic. Well, Doctor, what can you tell me about Cuvier's feather or bone, as some refer to it?
I'm not sure I can tell you anything. Although I seem to have heard, when a student...
Cuvier was a French comparative anatomist whose great coup de théâtre was to take a fossilized feather that had been found belonging to no known species of bird and from it deduce the shape of the bird's wing. From the wing, the body, from the body, the head, from the head... Well, needless to say, Cuvier prophesied what the whole creature would look like should one ever be found. And when one was...
Remarkable. What is Cuvier?
Now, if our feather is what drove Colonel Openshaw from the charming climate of Florida and all his American friends and contacts for the life of a semi-recluse in an English provincial town, I think we may adduce fear. But fear of what? Oxford Street. There he goes. Now, keep close to the shops. Should he glance back?
Holmes, fear of what?
This we learn from the letters. You recall again their postmarks.
Pondicherry, Dundee, London. That is East London.
From which we deduce
whole seaports.
Excellent, my dear Watson. So there can be no doubt that the writer of them is on a ship. So let us look further. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat contained in the letter and the threat's fulfillment. In Dundee, it was 3 or 4 days. So...
those involved had a greater distance to travel.
But then the letter surely had the same distance to come and therefore should have arrived with the sender, should it not?
What on earth are you driving at?
From the information we hold, we can adduce the sort of ship, a sailing ship. It looks as if the malefactors in this matter always send their singular warning to their intended victim before beginning their mission. I believe they sent their first letter by steam mail packet from Pondicherry, arriving themselves 7 weeks later on a sailing ship, much less reliable, usually very much slower.
Of course. This would explain why the second letter from Dundee arrived 3 days before they did, the time it took them to sail round the coast, their letter coming overland.
The third letter, though, comes from London, Eastern Division, that is, the East India Dock.
My God, they're already here.
Which is exactly why we are dogging John Openshaw's footsteps on such a night.
Holmes, who is it we're looking for? What do they want? How will you find them?
At last.
Strange tableau. Just one cab in an almost deserted Oxford Street. When you consider the carts jamming the middle of this thoroughfare during the day. Every day. And always in the middle.
That, Watson, is because the camber of the road is an added hazard to already overburdened horses. He's safely inside. So, let us lay off a course for Baker Street with all possible dispatch. You want to know the who and why as regards John Openshaw? Well, after a small restorative, I shall do my very best to enlighten you. We shall be home, I trust, before Mr. Openshaw even steps aboard his train.
She's broke off 2 points. We'll have to try to wear her. Aye, sir. I'll have callers on the watch. Everyone from the point of the old sails. We're from the cradle of the grave.
It's along here. A barge called Betsy. My mate will let me lie up there till my ankle's healed.
You must keep it off the ground. Put your arm more round my shoulder. Where is this boat? It is essential I catch the 9:30 train from the station. It's so dark under here.
There it is, Mr. Openshaw. Just at the end of that small jetty. On the river itself. Something wrong?
You called me Mr. Openshaw.
So I did. But that doesn't matter now, does it?
Here you are, Doctor. And while I put this towel to use, oblige me by handing down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia from the bookshelf, would you? You see, one person couldn't possibly have carried out the 2 murders. They were simply too well planned and executed. Openshaw's uncle Elias was a strong, capable, determined fighter. To subdue him and hold his head under in a pond would require 2, maybe 3 equally determined men. The sort of men who battle daily with the sort of weather we are now experiencing outside, and for whom a fall into the raging ocean and loss of life itself is simply another part of the daily round. Thank you. So, to continue my Cuvier analogy, we are therefore not looking for one person but a group of people, and in this way KKK becomes the badge of a society rather than that of an individual, of The Ku Klux Klan, in fact.
Never heard of it.
So, here it is. Ku Klux Klan, a name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. Terrible secret society formed by ex-Confederate soldiers in southern states, notably Tennessee, Louisiana, Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, terrorizing of Negro voters, murdering and driving from country those opposed to its views. Outrages usually preceded by warnings sent to marked man by a fantastic but generally recognized shape, sprig of oak, melon seeds, or orange pips. Yes, in spite of best efforts of the United States government, movement flourished until eventually 1869, movement seemed rather suddenly to collapse.
The time Elias came back to England.
Bringing with him the papers. Papers, I suspect, that would perhaps now incriminate some of the first men of the South. Yes, now consider again the leaf that fell from the fire. Sent the pips to A, B, C, A and B, leaving the country, C being visited with, I fear, a sinister result. Now this was evidence to be destroyed or suppressed at any cost. A task given to the men from the ship.
But the papers are no more, and Elias dead. There is now no more danger to anyone involved in this society.
Well, the pursuers are not to know this, at least not until tomorrow when they find John Openshaw's note.
Will they believe it?
I have no idea. You see, I think the men questioned Elias before drowning him, but would have had no means of deciding the truth, because Elias would have claimed all the papers burned, but had nothing to show them one way or the other. But with the proof now of the charge sheet...
Would they not have searched the house after killing Elias?
No, they would have expected Elias to live alone. Given his character, would not have allowed for his nephew being there, and secrecy is essential to the aims of their society.
And once Elias was dead, of course, only the papers could then incriminate the principals.
Indeed. So they threatened John's father, Joseph, for them. A stubborn man, he refused to make known what he knew, which cost him his life. But, as it said in the encyclopedia, they exist through fear, and will now hope to have scared Openshaw to the point where he'll give them anything he has.
What devils? What do you intend to do?
Deliver them to the law.
But how? When you've no idea where they are? When there are 1,000 ships in the East India docks.
That is tomorrow. For tonight, hand me my violin, and we'll try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather outside, and still more miserable ways of our fellow men.
The next morning the weather had cleared and the sun was again weakly shining. Holmes arose early and in a positive fever of impatience, refusing one of Mrs. Hudson's stout bachelor breakfasts, refusing to glance at the morning papers, departing with hardly a goodbye. Left alone, I began to turn over those same papers, at first indiscriminately, then with a heavy heart. The morning wore slowly into midday and then into afternoon, but still there was no sign of Holmes. Finally, tired from my own inaction, sick with a sense of failure, weary from good motives turned by chance to bad deeds, I lay on the couch to rest. And while lying there, ran again over the fantastical story told to us by John Openshaw, amused on his life with his uncle, a sensitive, timid boy, and his immersion into the end of a very deep pool. His relationship with Elias, and where it eventually brought him. Evening began to close in, fantasy to merge with fact as the long day waned. I half dreamt the bell had rung, and Openshaw was again mounting the stairs for the first time, that we would be given another chance.
Watson. Success, I think. Up you get and listen to this.
Holmes, have you seen...
Later, my dear fellow. Lord, I'm hungry. Nothing all day. Let me get myself some roast beef. There's a good fellow.
Holmes.
Some mustard and... Watson, I know who they are, the murderers. Their names, where they're from, where they're going, everything. That's kind, Jim. Now, let me explain. Now, first I went to the library for the old shipping papers and checked all the vessels in Pondicherry around January and February of '83. Then all the vessels in Dundee, January '85. Finally, all the vessels in East India docks up until yesterday, which led me, by a process of elimination, to a sailing ship, the Lone Star, the name of one of the states of the Union.
Texas.
Indeed. Proof in itself, almost. Then to Lloyd's to see my old friend Captain Standish. You remember the case of the singular stowaway? Of course you do. Standish looked through the lists and found the details. Lone Star, home port, Savannah. Captain James Cahoon, agents near the Albert Dock. At the agents I inquired about a passage to America, citing reports of Captain Cahoon's seamanship as my reason for choosing the ship. By this ruse I learned Cahoon and his first and second mates, McGregor and Carver, were the only Americans aboard, the rest being Finns and Germans. That Cahoon was sometimes inclined to take a passenger or two, but not this time, the Lone Star having cleared early this morning for Savannah. I realized immediately that Cahoon and his associates must have collected the paper from the sundial late last night prior to sailing this morning. Well, they may have their scrap of burned paper, but I have their names and all other details, which will be forwarded to the proper authorities, though not until I have bathed and rested. And after... why, perhaps a trip to Horsham to acquaint John Openshaw with the solution to his problem. What do you say, old fellow?
I'm afraid it would be a wasted journey, Holmes. Here. The heading is Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge.
Between 9 and 10 last night, Constable Cook of H Division, faint cry for help, splash. What with wind and rain, impossible to effect rescue. Body eventually recovered by water police. From envelope in pocket, John Openshaw. Conjectured deceased, hurrying to catch last train from Waterloo Station. Tripped over small boats, landing jetty, no doubt victim of unfortunate accident. Only hope this will call attention of authorities to deplorable general condition of riverside landing stages. What was he doing on the embankment at all? The cabby should have taken him directly. Let me look again. When interviewed, the hansom cab driver said his horse was of a nervous disposition in high wind, and that he was therefore loath to take the animal onto the exposed bridge, and so dropped his fare at the Aldwych end near the Strand.
Oh, well, of course, one of them would have been waiting for him, just as another would be on the train, just as the third would have been at Horsham. Cahoon, McGregor, Carver, each commanding his own piece of ground. Oh, how easy we made it for them.
Holmes, you must not blame yourself. You really have no cause
The worst thing, Watson, is that it hurts my pride. Now, considering Openshaw is dead and that I sent him to his death, God knows her pride is the last thing I should be feeling, and that he should come to me for help. The devils. I did not look far enough. Devils. But he shall not remain unavenged. Watson, an orange from that cupboard. Here you are, but thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Envelope, pen, and address to Captain James Cahoon, Bark, Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. To go by mail boat and be waiting for our friend Captain Cahoon when he arrives. It will give him a sleepless night, when he will feel something of what John Openshaw felt, and I will ensure the police will wait on him the next day. You see, they gave him a day to put the papers on the sundial, as they had only until the next morning before they left. When he did not comply, they killed him, assuming that with the last of the Openshaws dead, their secret would be safe. Well, I will put a pack of dogs on them they will not shake off, no matter how fast and hard they sail.
It may not come to that. Have a look here. This report concerning the weather. How the storm that has just passed over London is now expected to move out to sea, heading for the Goodwins and the Isle of Wight.
Yes. They may not be too far from there at this moment. I wonder, Watson, if this time a higher authority has not intervened to exact a most ultimate justice. If so, it is a salutary lesson. Not least to me.
And so, we think it transpired.
For the Lone Star never made port, and for all we know, Holmes's letter, with its dried-up orange pips, still lies yellowing in an agent's office in Savannah. Some long time later, Holmes again had occasion to meet Captain Standish of Lloyd's on another matter, and not unnaturally, the name of the Lone Star eventually came up between them. After a moment's pause, Standish mentioned how, months before, the skipper of a packet for Boston had claimed, far out in the Atlantic, to have seen a shattered sternpost swinging in the trough of a wave. The man had immediately called for his glass and turned it upon the splintered remnant of wood moving to and fro in the water. The carved letters it bore, he claimed, were simply L.S.
Stand far and wet with that last one. Carver to...
Axe, stay here in the wheel. I'll take the axe. Haul us up along the pin rail, then cut the stayed away from the outside bulwarks. Try to keep it to the sea. We feel the mast. She might right herself. Give it a chance to move the ballast. Wish me luck, man.
Captain Calhoun, no. Not yet. Wait. Coming on the quarter again. Look out, sir.
And that is all we ever knew concerning the fate of the Lone Star.
This way. You follow me.
Where are you taking me?
You want special pipe? I have for you. Make feel good.
Good. Special? Huh?
Only for special client. But is much money.
I have money.
Show me.
I have money. See? Money.
Here. Come here. Closer. Show me money.
Yes, show money. Much money.
Closer.
Much money.
Much money.
Much money. Despite my long association with Sherlock Holmes, our professional paths rarely crossed. Naturally, there were occasions when, in pursuance of some of the many criminal investigations we undertook together, my experience as a medical man was of a special value. But to be consulted as a doctor, and then find that my independent course of action brought me into direct contact with the case upon which Holmes was engaged, that was a rare event indeed. The particular adventure I have in mind first involved me at the end of a long and trying day at my practice. Mary, as I recall, was engaged with her needlework, whilst I must confess, was already glancing at the clock and contemplating the joys of a good night's sleep.
A patient. You'll have to go out.
Last.
John.
Oh, sorry, my dear. We heard the front door open, a few hurried words, and then quick steps upon the linoleum. Our own door flew open, and a lady, clad in some dark-coloured stuff, with a black veil, entered the room.
You will excuse my calling so late.
Why, it's Kate Whitney.
Oh, I'm in such trouble.
Kate?
I do so want a little help.
My dear, what is the matter?
I didn't know what to do, so I came straight to you.
Of course you did. It was very sweet of you. Now you must have some wine and water and sit here comfortably and tell us all about it. Or should you rather that I sent John off to bed?
Oh, no. I want the doctor's advice. And help, too. It's about Isa. He's not been home for 2 days. I'm so frightened for him.
Mrs. Whitney, has your husband returned to his old habit? Has he taken to opium again?
Yes.
I feared he would.
Oh, but he tried, Doctor. And I know he tried to keep it from me, too. Well, up until now, his orgies have always been confined to one day, and he would come back twitching and shattered in the evening. But now, he's been away for 48 hours. What am I to do? Please, you must help me. Please.
Which den does he make use of?
It's near the docks. The Bar of Gold in Upper Swandham Lane. Oh, but how can I make my way into such a place?
And perhaps I could escort you. No, on second thoughts, I could manage it better if I were alone. Yes, as your husband's medical advisor, that is my responsibility. I believe I may still be able to influence him. If indeed he is at the address you have given me, you have my word. I will send him home in a cab within 2 hours.
Please be careful, John.
Of course, my dear. I shall be as quick as I can.
And so, in 10 minutes, I had left my armchair and cheery sitting room behind me, and was speeding eastward in a hansom on a strange errand, as it seemed to me at the time, though the future only could show how strange it was to be. Upper Swandham Lane is a vile alley lurking behind the high wharves which line the north side of the river to the east of London Bridge. Between a slop shop and a gin shop, approached by a steep flight of steps leading down to a black gap like the mouth of a cave, I found the den of which I was in search. Ordering my cab to wait, I passed down the steps, worn hollow in the centre by the ceaseless tread of drunken feet. By the light of a flickering oil lamp above the door, I found the latch and made my way into a long, low room, thick and heavy with brown opium smoke, and terraced with wooden berths like the forecastle of an emigrant ship. At the farther end there was a small brazier of burning charcoal, besides which on a three-legged stool there sat a tall, thin old man with his jaw resting upon his two fists and his elbows upon his knees, staring into the fire. Through the gloom I could dimly catch a glimpse of bodies lying in fantastic poses, bowed shoulders, bent knees, heads thrown back and chins pointing upwards, with here and there a dark, lacklustre eye turned upon the newcomer. Out of the black shadows there glimmered little red circles of light, now bright, now faint, as the burning poison waxed or waned in the bowls of the metal pipes.
Give me coat. I bring you pipe.
Thank you. I have not come to stay.
Please?
There is a friend of mine here, Mr. Isa Whitney. I wish to speak to him.
God, it's Watson.
Leave us, please.
Very well.
It's all right, old boy. I'm here to help you.
I say, Watson, what o'clock is it?
Nearly 11.
Of what day?
Isa Whitney, brother of the late Elias Whitney, D.D., principal of the Theological College of St. George's, much addicted to opium. The habit grew upon him, as I understand, from some foolish freak when he was at college. For having read De Quincey's description of his own dreams and sensations, he had drenched his tobacco with laudanum in an attempt to produce the same effects. He found, as so many more have done, that the practice is easier to attain than to get rid of, and for many years he continued to be a slave to the drug, an object of mingled horror and pity to his friends and relatives. Today is Friday, June the 19th.
Friday? Good heavens. I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. What you want to frighten a chap for?
I tell you that it is Friday, man. Your wife has been waiting these 2 days for you. You should be ashamed of yourself.
So I am. Find out what I owe, Watson. I'm all off colour. I can do nothing for myself.
I walked down the narrow passage between a double row of sleepers, holding my breath to keep out the vile, stupefying fumes of the drug, and looking about for the manager. As I passed the tall man who sat by the brazier, I felt a sudden pluck at my coat tail.
Walk past and then look back at me.
The words could only have come from the old man at my side, and yet as I glanced down, he sat as absorbed as ever, very thin, very wrinkled, bent with age, an opium pipe dangling down from between his knees, as though it had dropped in sheer lassitude from his fingers. I took 2 steps forward and looked back. Good God! The old man had now turned his back so that none could see him but I. His form had filled out. His wrinkles were gone. The dull eyes had regained their fire. And there, sitting by the brazier and grinning at my surprise, was none other than Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes?
What on earth are you doing in this den?
As low as you can. I have excellent ears. If you would have the great kindness to get rid of that sottish friend of yours, I should be exceedingly glad to have a little talk with you.
I have a cab outside.
Pray send him home in it. He's too limp to get into any mischief. And also send a note by the cabman to your wife to say that you've thrown in your lot with me. If you'll wait outside, I shall be with you in 5 minutes.
It was difficult to refuse any of Sherlock Holmes' requests, for they were always so exceedingly definite and put forward with such a quiet air of mastery. In a few minutes I had written my note, paid Whitney's bill, led him out to the cab and seen him driven through the darkness. In a very short time a decrepit figure had emerged from the opium den, and for 2 streets Holmes shuffled along with a bent back and an uncertain foot.
You know, Holmes, it's high time that you told me exactly what
When we are safely round this next corner.
Oh, really, Holmes? I failed to find anything humorous in this situation.
I suppose, Watson, that you imagine that I've added opium smoking to cocaine injections and all the other weaknesses on which you favoured me with your medical views.
I was certainly surprised to find you in a place like that.
But not more so than I to find you.
I came to find a friend.
And I to find an enemy.
An enemy?
Yes, one of my natural enemies, or shall I say, my natural prey. Watson, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry, and I've hoped to find a clue in the incoherent ramblings of these sots, as I've done before now. Had I been recognised in that den, my life would not have been worth an hour's purchase. I've used the place before now for my own purposes, and the rascally Lascar who runs it has sworn vengeance on me.
You mean the fellow I spoke with?
The same. The trapdoor at the back of that building, near the corner of Paul's Wharf, which could tell some strange tales of what's passed through it upon moonless nights.
You mean bodies?
Oh, yes, bodies, Watson. We should be rich men if we had £1,000 for every poor devil who's been done to death in that den. It's the vilest murder trap on the whole riverside, and I fear Neville St. Clair has entered it never to leave it more.
Who is this St. Clair fellow?
Yeah, one moment. Our trap should be here. There he is. Now, Watson, you'll come with me, won't you?
If I can be of any use.
Oh, a trusty comrade is always of use, and a chronicler even more so.
Where shall we be sleeping tonight?
In my room at the Cedars. It's a double-bedded one.
The Cedars?
Mr. Sinclair's home. I'm staying there while I conduct the inquiry.
Where is it, then?
Near Lee, in Kent. We have a 7-mile drive before us.
Yes, but I'm all in the dark.
Of course you are. Well, you'll know about it presently. All right, John. We'll be driving ourselves. Jump up, Watson. Up there.
And we dashed away through the endless succession of sombre and deserted streets, which widened gradually until we were flying across a broad balustraded bridge, with the murky river flowing sluggishly beneath us. A dull wrack was drifting slowly across the sky, and a star or two twinkled dimly here and there through the rifts of the clouds. Holmes drove in silence, with his head sunk upon his breast, and the air of a man who was lost in thought, while I sat beside him, curious to learn what this new quest might be, which seemed to tax his powers so sorely, and yet afraid to break in upon the current of his thoughts. We had driven several miles and were beginning to get to the fringe of the belt of suburban villas, when he shook himself, shrugged his shoulders, and lit up his pipe with the air of a man who has satisfied himself that he is acting for the best.
You have a grand gift of silence, Watson. It makes you quite invaluable as a companion.
Good of you to say so.
It's a great thing for me to have someone to talk to, for my own thoughts are not over-pleasant. I was wondering what I should say to this dear little woman tonight when she meets me at the door.
You forget that I still know nothing about it.
And I shall just have time to tell you the facts of the case before we get to Lee. It seems absurdly simple, and yet somehow I can get nothing to go on. There's plenty of thread, no doubt, but I can't get the end of it into my hand. Now, I'll state the case clearly and concisely to you, Watson, and maybe you can see a spark where all is dark.
Proceed, then.
But some years ago, to be definite, in May 1884, there came to Lee a gentleman, Neville St. Clair by name, who appeared to have plenty of money. By degrees, he made friends in the neighbourhood, and in 1887 he married the daughter of a local brewer, by whom he now has 2 children. He had no occupation, but was interested in several companies and went to town, as a rule, in the morning, returning by the 5:14 from Cannon Street every night. And Mr. St. Clair is now 37 years of age, is a man of temperate habits, a good husband, a very affectionate father, and a man who is popular with all who know him. Am I going too fast, Watson?
No, not at all. Pray continue.
Last Monday, Mr. Neville St. Clair went to town rather earlier than usual, saying he would bring his little boy home a box of bricks. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram upon this same Monday to the effect that a small parcel of considerable value, which she'd been expecting, was waiting for her in the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company. Now, if you're well up in your London, you will know that the office of the company is in Fresno Street, which branches out of Upper Swandam Lane, where you found me tonight. So, Mrs. St. Clair had her lunch, started for the city, got her packet, and found herself at exactly 4:35 walking through Swandam Lane on her way back to the station.
Not a pleasant neighbourhood for a lady.
No, indeed. Now, if you remember, Monday was an exceedingly hot day, and Mrs. St. Clair walked slowly, glancing about in the hope of seeing a cab. Then she heard a cry. She was struck cold to see her husband looking down at her, and, as it seemed to her, beckoning to her from a second-floor window. The window was open, and she distinctly saw his face, which she describes as being terribly agitated. He waved his hands frantically to her, and then vanished from the window so suddenly that it seemed to her that he'd been plucked back by some irresistible force from behind.
Extraordinary.
One singular point which struck her quick feminine eye was that although he wore some dark coat, such as it started to town in, he had on neither collar nor necktie. Convinced there was something amiss with him, she hurried down the steps, for the house was none other than the opium den in which you found me tonight, and running through the front room, she attempted to ascend the stairs which led to the 2nd floor. At the foot of the stairs, however, she met that Lascar scoundrel who thrust her back and pushed her out into the street. Filled with the most maddening doubts and fears, she rushed down the lane and, by rare good fortune, met in Fresno Street a number of constables with an inspector, all on their way to the beat. The inspector and 2 men accompanied her back, and in spite of the continued resistance of the proprietor, made their way to the room in which Mr. St. Clair had last been seen.
And?
Exactly what happened then, I would like you to hear from Mrs. St. Clair herself. We are almost at the house. Suffice it to say, at this stage, Neville St. Clair was nowhere to be seen. In fact, in the whole of that floor, there was no one to be found save a sinister cripple. His name is Hugh Boone, and his hideous face is one which is familiar to every man who goes much into the city. A professional beggar, and such a piteous spectacle that a small rain of charity descends into the greasy leather cap which lies upon the pavement beside him. His appearance, you see, is so remarkable that no one can pass without observing him. A shock of orange hair, a pale face disfigured by a horrible scar which, by its contraction, has turned up the outer edge of his upper lip, a bulldog chin and a pair of very penetrating dark eyes which present a singular contrast to the colour of his hair, all mark him out from amid the common crowd of mendicants. So, too, does his wit, for he's ever ready with a reply to any piece of chaff which may be thrown at him by the passers-by. This is the man whom we now learn to have been the lodger at the opium den, and to have been the last man to see the gentleman of whom we are in quest. Ah, here we are, the Cedars. Yes, and we're expected. There's still a light on.
So what did this cripple have to say for himself?
Both he and the Lascar stoutly swore that no one else had been in the front room during the afternoon.
Obviously lying.
Quite possibly, especially as traces of blood were to be seen on the windowsill and several scattered drops were visible upon the wooden floor of the bedroom. For the moment, Watson, just let me give you this thought. Well, there is only one entrance to that house in Swandam Lane, and all the back windows look directly onto the river, which was at its height at the time. When the mud was revealed once more, however, the police inspector found not Mr. Neville St. Clair, but a coat identified as belonging to him. And do you know why that coat had not been dragged away by the fierce currents of an ebbing tide, Watson?
Weighted in some way?
Every pocket had been stuffed with coppers. 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies. We must assume that the body, being less encumbered, was sucked away into the river. The groom will take care of our horse. Shall we go in? Mrs. St. Clair, may I present my colleague, Dr. Watson?
I'm delighted to see you.
Madam?
You will, I'm sure, forgive anything that may be wanting in our arrangements when you consider the blow which has come so suddenly upon us.
My dear madam, I am an old campaigner. And if I were not, I can very well see that no apology is needed.
Please, gentlemen, do take a seat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I should very much like to ask you one or two plain questions to which I beg that you will give a plain answer.
Certainly, madam.
Do not trouble about my feelings. I am not hysterical nor given to fainting. I simply wish to hear your real opinion.
Upon what point?
In your heart of hearts, do you think Neville is alive? Frankly now.
Frankly, I do not.
You think that he is dead?
I do.
Murdered?
I don't say that. Perhaps.
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Then perhaps, Mr. Holmes, you will be good enough to explain how it is that I've received a letter from him today.
What?
Yes, today.
Well, may I see it?
Certainly.
Oh, thank you. A Gravesend postmark, this morning's date, a coarse hand. Well, surely this is not your husband's writing, madam?
No, but the note inside certainly is.
I perceive also that whoever addressed the envelope had to go and inquire as to the address.
How can you tell that, Holmes?
The name, you see, is in perfectly black ink, which has dried itself. The rest is of a greyish colour, which shows that blotting paper has been used. Now, if it had been written straight off and then blotted, none would be of a deep black shade. Now, this man has written the name, and there has been a pause before he wrote the address, which can only mean that he was not familiar with it. It is, of course, a trifle, but there is nothing so important as trifles. Now, let us now see the letter. Yes, there's been an enclosure here.
Yes, there was a ring, his signet ring.
Yes, I see. Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience. Neville. Yes. Written in pencil upon the flyleaf of a book, octavo size, no watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb, and the flap has been gummed, if I'm not very much in error, by a man who'd been chewing tobacco. And you've no doubt it's your husband's hand, madam?
Oh, none. Neville wrote those words.
Well, Mrs. Sinclair, the clouds lighten, though I should not venture to say that the danger is over.
But he must be alive, Mr. Holmes.
Unless this letter is a clever forgery to put us all on the wrong scent. The ring, after all, proves nothing. It may have been taken from him.
No, it is his very own writing.
Very well. It may, however, have been written on Monday and only posted today.
That is possible.
Yes, if so, much may have happened between.
Oh, you must not discourage me, Mr. Holmes. I know that all is well with him. There is so keen a sympathy between us that I should know if evil came upon him. On the very day that I saw him last, he cut himself in the bedroom, and yet I, in the dining room, rushed upstairs instantly with the utmost certainty that something had happened. Do you think that I would respond to such a trifle and yet be ignorant of his death?
I have seen too much not to know that the impression of a woman may be more valuable than the conclusion of an analytical reasoner. But if your husband is alive and able to write letters, why should he remain away from you?
I cannot imagine. It is unthinkable.
And on Monday he made no remarks before leaving you?
No.
And you were surprised to see him that afternoon at the window?
Very much so.
Had he ever spoken of Swandam Lane?
Never.
Had he ever showed signs of taking opium?
Never.
Yes, very well. Now, you say you thought he was pulled back from the window.
He disappeared so suddenly.
Yes, we might have leapt back. Could you see anyone else in the room?
Not from the street.
Mrs. Sinclair, please think carefully and then tell us precisely what happened from the moment you entered the second-floor room with the inspector and his men.
Very well. As you will recall, several minutes had elapsed before I was able to secure the assistance of the police in Fresno Street and return with them to the house in Swandam Lane.
Stay by the door, Auden.
Very good, sir.
Tompkins, search the other room.
Sir.
Now, who are you?
I am owner of house.
Then I want to talk to you. But you, I do know. What are you doing in here, Boone?
I live here.
Threadneedle Street, that's your pitch, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, how long you been back here, then?
20 minutes thereabouts.
This lady says she saw another man in here about 5 minutes ago, in the window there.
Been no one here but me and the landlord.
What do you say to that?
It is truth.
I see. Mrs. Sinclair, you sure it was this window?
Perfectly sure.
And sorry to have to ask you this, madam. It was your husband you saw.
Of course, I should know.
This is the second floor, Mrs. Sinclair. Can you be sure of that?
I'm his wife, Inspector.
Quite. Well, Boone, you've heard what the lady said.
I live here. I should know. There's been no other party here. Just me and him.
He's lying. Neville was here. I know it.
All right, Mrs. Sinclair. I'll take a look around. What's in this cupboard, Boone?
A few bits and pieces, not much.
Let's take a look, shall we? A few bits and pieces, eh? Well, I wouldn't have thought children's toys was in your line of business.
What do you mean?
I suppose you're going to tell me you've never seen these building bricks before.
Neville said he...
Yes, Mrs. Sinclair?
My husband said he would buy a present for our little boy today. He has been here.
I've never seen them before, I tell you.
In here, Inspector.
Bring him along, Warden.
Right, sir.
I've done nothing, I tell you.
That's enough
You
of
ain't got
that.
no...
What is it, Tompkins?
I found these behind the curtain there, sir.
Boots, socks, hat, watch. Mrs. Sinclair?
Yes. They are my husband's.
Are you all right, madam? You better sit down.
I should be all right, Inspector.
All right, Boone. What do you know about this?
Nothing. I swear I've never seen those clothes before.
Did you open this window, Tompkins?
No, sir.
Let's have a look then. River's high. Come here, Boone. I said here. What's this then?
Where?
On the sill there. Blood.
It's mine. See? Oh, my hand. I cut myself
So
earlier.
you have. But who's to say that's your blood on the window? Who's to say it's not from Mr. Neville Sinclair?
No.
After you cut his throat and pushed his body into the river.
No.
You Boone, I arrest you for the murder of Neville Sinclair.
But I'm innocent, I tell you. I've never seen this thing.
Take him down the station.
No, it's a mistake. He was never here.
That's enough from you.
Yeah, and I want to see you again later.
I'll not go away, sir.
Just make sure you don't.
I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent.
At that moment, then, you believed your husband dead?
Yes. You know what agony and grief these last few days have held for me, Mr. Holmes. But today, this letter, the relief of knowing he is alive.
But not where he might be.
Neville has good reason for keeping that from me, Mr. Holmes. For the moment, it is enough to know he will return to his family. He has asked me to be patient, and I will. And now, if you would excuse me, Mr. Holmes, it has been a long day.
Yes, of course. My apologies for keeping you up so late.
Your supper has been laid out in the dining room.
Oh, that'll be most welcome. And then we, too, must retire, Watson. I suspect we may have a busy day tomorrow.
A large and comfortable double-bedded room had been placed at our disposal, and I was quickly between the sheets, for I was weary after my night of adventure. Sherlock Holmes was a man, however, who, when he had an unsolved problem upon his mind, would go for days and even for a week without rest. It was soon evident to me that he was now preparing for an all-night sitting. He took off his coat and waistcoat, put on a large blue dressing-gown, and then wandered about the room, collecting pillows from his bed and cushions from the sofa and armchairs. With these he constructed a sort of eastern divan, upon which he perched himself cross-legged, with an ounce of shag tobacco and a box of matches laid out in front of him. In the dim light of the lamp, I saw him sitting there, an old briar pipe between his lips, his eyes fixed vacantly upon the corner of the ceiling, the blue smoke curling up from him, silent, motionless, with the light shining upon his strong-set aquiline features. So he sat as I dropped off to sleep, and so he sat when a sudden ejaculation caused me to wake up, and I found the summer sun shining into the apartment. The pipe was still between his lips, the smoke still curled upward, and the room was full of a dense tobacco haze, but nothing remained of the heap of shag which I had seen upon the previous night.
Are you awake, Watson?
Well, just. What time is it?
25 minutes past 4.
25 minutes past?
It's game for an early morning drive.
Well, I suppose so.
Now then, dress. No one's stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps, and we shall soon have the trap out.
What's all this about, Holmes?
I want to test a little theory of mine. I think, Watson, that you are now standing in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe who deserves to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I confess that I have been as blind as a mole, but it's better to learn wisdom late than never to learn it at all. I think I have the key of the affair now.
And where is he?
In the bathroom.
Oh, come, Holmes, it's too early.
I'm not joking. I've just been there. I've taken it out, and I've got it in the Gladstone bag. Come on, old boy, and we shall see whether it will fit the lock.
We made our way downstairs as quietly as possible, and out into the bright morning sunshine. In the road stood our horse and trap, with a half-clad stable boy waiting at the head. We both sprang in, and away we dashed down the London road. A few country carts were stirring, bearing in vegetables to the metropolis, but the lines of villas on either side were as silent and lifeless as some city in a dream. In town, the earliest risers were just beginning to look sleepily from their windows as we drove through the streets of the Surrey side. Passing down the Waterloo Bridge Road, we crossed over the river and, dashing up Wellington Street, wheeled sharply to the right and found ourselves in Bow Street.
Who is on duty?
Inspector Bradstreet, sir.
Thank you. Ah, Bradstreet. How are you? I wish to have a word with you.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. Always a pleasure to see you. And Dr. Watson, of course. Please step into my room.
Thank you.
How's the family, Bradstreet? Oh, very well, thank you, Doctor. Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We've called about that beggar man, Boone. The one who was charged with being concerned in the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee.
Oh, yes. Brought up and remanded for further inquiries.
So I heard. You have him here?
Where else? Quite a regular guest in the Bow Street cells is our Mr. Boone.
Yes, you speak as though you've developed a certain rapport with the man.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Holmes, but I do know I've run him in quite a few times over the years. Last occasion couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks back.
Matches, madam. Matches for the light of your life. No, as you like. Oh, matches, sir. Box of... morning, Mr. Bradstreet, sir. I was just going...
There was only one place you're going, Boone.
There's no need for that, Mr. Bradstreet. I'm not hurting anyone.
It's a matter of opinion.
Well, if it's my opinion you want.
All right, Boone. That'll do. On your feet.
Very good, Mr. Bradstreet. I'll just put my matches away.
Be quick about it.
Oh, it's my stock. Must look after that. Proper street trader I am, not like them round the corner. Just beggars they are. They're the ones you want to get off the streets.
I'll be the judge of that.
And who'll be the judge of me?
We'll just have to see, won't we? Well, I don't know what you're worried about. Looks like there's enough in your cap, whatever the fine is.
Yes, I think you're right there. Now, Mr. Bradstreet, ready when you are.
Been more than just a fine this time, I shouldn't wonder.
Tell me, Inspector, is he quiet?
Even more than usual, Mr. Holmes, though he never really gives us any trouble. But he's a dirty scoundrel. Still, once this case has been settled, he'll have a regular prison bath. I think if you saw him, you'd agree with me, he needed it.
I should like to see him very much.
Well, that's easily done, Mr. Holmes. I'll take you down myself. You can leave your bag here if you like.
No, I think that I'll take it.
Very good. Right, gentlemen.
Bradstreet led us down a passage, opened a barred door, passed down a winding stair, and brought us to a whitewashed corridor with a line of doors on each side.
There he is, sleeping like a baby. Care to take a look, gentlemen?
Thank you.
As we took our turn at the grating, I saw that the prisoner lay with his face towards us in a very deep sleep, breathing slowly and heavily. He was, as the inspector had said, extremely dirty, but the grime which covered his face could not conceal its repulsive ugliness. A broad wheal from an old scar ran right across it from eye to chin, and by its contraction had turned up one side of his upper lip, so that 3 teeth were exposed in a perpetual snarl. A shock of very bright red hair grew low over his eyes and forehead.
He's a beauty, isn't he?
He certainly needs a wash.
I had an idea that he might, and I took the liberty of bringing the tools with me.
You're a funny one, Mr. Holmes.
If you'll have the great goodness to open that door very quietly, we will soon make him cut a much more respectable figure.
I don't know why not. He doesn't look a credit to the Bow Street cells, does he?
The cell we entered was barely large enough to accommodate the prisoner, let alone the three of us. Motioning Bradstreet and I to be silent, Holmes went first to the cell's water jug, and then, crossing to the sleeping figure, rubbed the now moistened sponge vigorously to and fro across Boone's face.
So much for the paint.
What's this? Oh,
Now for the plaster.
devil.
And finally, the wig.
What's the meaning of this?
Let me introduce you to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee in the county of Kent.
And there, sitting up in his bed, was a pale, sad-faced, refined-looking man, black-haired and smooth-skinned, rubbing his eyes and staring about him with sleepy bewilderment.
Well, who would have thought it? I know him from the photograph.
Oh, be it so. But if I am indeed the missing man, what am I charged with?
With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, you can't be charged with that unless they make a case of attempted suicide of it. And I've been 27 years in the force, but this really takes the cake.
If I am Mr. Neville St. Clair, then it is obvious that no crime has been committed and that, therefore, I am illegally detained.
No crime, but a very great error. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
It was not my wife. It was the children. God help me, I would not have them ashamed of their father. My God. What an exposure. What can I do?
Calm yourself. We will find a solution. If you leave it to a court of law to clear the matter up, of course you can hardly avoid publicity. On the other hand, if you convince the police authorities that there's no possible case against you, I don't know that there's any reason that the details should find their way into the papers.
God bless you. I would have endured imprisonment, aye, even execution, rather than have left my miserable secret as a family blot to my children.
Might I suggest, Mr. St. Clair, that you now tell us the circumstances that brought you into this predicament?
Of course. You are the first who has ever heard my story.
Perhaps we should hear it in my office. After all, Mr. St. Clair, we can hardly consider you a prisoner any longer, can we? This way, if you please.
My father, gentlemen, was a schoolmaster in Chesterfield, where I received an excellent education. I travelled in my youth, took to the stage, and finally became a reporter for one of the London evening papers. One day, my editor wanted a series of articles upon begging in the metropolis, and I volunteered to supply them. I decided it was only by trying begging as an amateur that I could get the facts upon which to base my articles. When an actor, I had, of course, learned all the secrets of making up. I took advantage now of my attainments and painted my face. And, to make myself look as pitiable as possible, I made a good scar and fixed one side of my lip in a twist by the aid of a small slip of flesh-coloured plaster. Then, with a red head of hair and an appropriate dress, I took my station in the business part of the city. For 7 hours I plied my trade, and when I returned home in the evening, I found to my surprise that I had received no less than 26 shillings and fourpence.
Just for sitting on your backside all day.
Please continue, Mr. St. Clair.
I wrote my articles and thought little more of the matter until, some time later, I backed a bill for a friend and had a writ served on me for £25. I was at my wit's end where to get the money. But a sudden idea came to me. I obtained a fortnight's grace from the creditor, asked for a holiday from my employers, and spent the time in begging in the city under my disguise. In 10 days I had the money and had paid the debt. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work at £2 a week when I knew that I could earn as much in a day by smearing my face with a little paint, laying my cap on the ground and sitting still. I tell you, gentlemen, it was a long fight between my pride and the money.
But the money won at last, eh?
To my shame. Only one man knew my secret. The Lascar who keeps the opium den in Swandam Lane. He also gave me the use of 2 second-floor rooms, though I had to pay him well to keep my secret safe. 6, 19 and 6, £4. There you are.
Thank you, Mr.
Boone. Hugh Boone.
Of course. But Mr. Boone is not enough.
How do you mean?
You give £5 now, please.
No, it's too much.
No. Not too much. Not for Mr. Boone. Mr. Boone gets much money.
I paid, of course. And so I continued to emerge every morning as the squalid beggar, and in the evenings transform myself into the well-dressed man about town. Very soon I found that I was saving considerable sums of money. I do not mean that any beggar in the streets of London could earn £700 a year, which is less than my average takings, but I had exceptional advantages in my power of making up, and also in a facility in repartee, which improved by practice and made me quite a recognisable character in the city. All day a stream of pennies, varied by silver, poured in upon me, and it was a very bad day I failed to take £2. As I grew richer, I grew more ambitious, took a house in the country, and eventually married, without anyone having a suspicion as to my real occupation. My dear wife knew that I had business in the city, but she little knew what.
You fooled us all, Mr. St. Clair. I should think even the Commissioner might have dropped a few shillings in your cap over the years.
Very probably. Well, last Monday, I had finished for the day and was dressing in my room above the opium den when I looked out of my window and saw, to my horror and astonishment, that my wife was standing in the street, with her eyes fixed full upon me. I gave a cry of surprise, threw up my arms to cover my face, and rushing to my confidant, the Lascar, entreated him to prevent anyone from coming up to me. I threw off my clothes, pulled on those of a beggar, and put on my pigments and wig. Even a wife's eyes could not pierce so complete a disguise. But then it occurred to me that there might be a search in the room, and that the clothes might betray me. I threw open the window, reopening by my violence a small cut which I had inflicted upon myself in the bedroom that morning. Then I seized my coat, which was weighted by the coppers which I had just transferred to it from the leather bag in which I carried my takings. I hurled it out of the window, and it disappeared into the Thames. The other clothes would have followed, but at that moment there was a rush of constables up the stair, and a few moments after I found, rather I confess to my relief, that instead of being identified as Mr. Neville St. Clair, I was arrested as his murderer. Well, gentlemen, I do not know there is anything else for me to explain. I was determined to preserve my disguise as long as possible, and hence my preference for a dirty face. Knowing that my wife would be terribly anxious, I slipped off my ring and confided it to the Lascar at a moment when no constable was watching me, together with a hurried scrawl telling her that she had no cause to fear.
That note only reached her yesterday.
Good God. What a week she must have spent.
We've been keeping a watch on that Lascar, so it would have been difficult for him to post a letter unobserved. Probably handed it to one of his sailor customers who forgot all about it for some days.
That was it. I've no doubt of it.
Mr. St. Clair, this begging must stop. If we are to hush this thing up, there must be no more of Hugh Boone.
I have sworn it by the most solemn oath which a man can take.
Well, in that case, I think it's probable that no further steps may be taken. But if you're found again, then all must come out.
I understand.
Then all that remains to say is we're very much indebted to you, Mr. Holmes, for having cleared the matter up. Though I wish I knew how you reached your result.
I reached this one by sitting on 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag. Watson, I feel there is just one more matter we must attend to before we can say this particular adventure has been brought to a satisfactory conclusion.
Now, you mean we should let Mrs. St. Clair know all is well?
I think we can safely leave that to her husband.
Of course.
I was thinking more along the lines that if we drive with all possible haste to Baker Street, I believe we shall just be in time for breakfast. Good day, gentlemen.
The winter of 1889 was bitterly cold. After dark, the stars shone stark and bright in a cloudless sky, and the breath of the late-night Christmas shoppers blew out into smoke like so many silent pistol shots, while their footfalls rang out crisp and loud. But for all the inclement weather, there was a sense of collective goodwill in the air, as if the people of the capital had agreed to lay aside their differences and petty squabbles for a few short days and unite in celebrating the season of forgiveness.
Support the mission, won't you, sir? Warm Christmas meal for the poor and needy.
Yes, of course. There.
The Lord love you, sir. A Merry Christmas to you and your good lady.
Thank you.
And to you. Bless you, ma'am. Support the poor at Christmas. Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, sir.
Yes, Mom. Sounds good, don't it? Yeah, I suppose she gets more money that way.
Oh, John, don't be like that. Why shouldn't you be shown a bit of respect?
True enough. John Horner, plumber and builder by royal appointment. That's me after today's little job. Mind you, they was careful to call me in when her ladyship was out of the way. Couldn't have her clapping her eyes on a working man.
But it paid well.
Oh, very handsome. Of course, I told them I ought to take less.
You never did.
That's right, I never did.
Get on with you.
So I reckon we can treat the kids to a present apiece and have enough left over for a bit of something tasty for the table. It's going to be a good Christmas, girl.
Well, God bless the aristocracy.
May they never learn to do their own plumbing.
John Terence Horner.
Who wants to know?
Inspector Bradstreet, Scotland Yard.
John?
What do you want?
What I want, my friend, is you. You're under arrest. Please, Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Inspector.
Oh, thank God you're here, mate. He'll tell you, copper. He was the one what engaged me.
Well, sir?
Oh, yes. That's him, all right.
See? I don't know what all this is about, but you've got the wrong man.
I was a fool to leave you alone in that room.
Do what?
I found the jewel case all broken open where you left it.
You bloody liar! Get off!
Any more of that and I'll have you chained. Understand?
I'm not a thief!
Clark and Sons Holborn, dealers in gemstones, March 1879.
That was 10 years ago. I've been straight since then, God's truth.
Save your breath, Horner. There's only one thing I want to hear from you. Where have you hidden the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle?
Good night, landlord. The compliments of the season to you.
And to you, Mr. Baker. And to your good lady wife.
Yes.
I hope you enjoy your Christmas dinner.
Assuredly, my good sir. Thanks to you. Good night and good health to you. Good tidings I bring.
Take care, Mr. Baker. And a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Tidings I bring to you and your...
Who's there? Come out into the light. I warn you. I have a stick.
Hello, my friend.
What? Who are you?
He doesn't know us, Harry. We're the poor and needy. How'd you like to give us a present?
You're nothing but a couple of roughs. Get out of my way, or I'll summon a constable.
Nice hat, this.
Oh. Give that back at once.
It's too big.
My hat!
Flies nice, though. What's in the parcel, then?
No.
Oh, something precious.
No.
Let's have a butcher's. Oh, well, now, that's what I call a handsome present. Go down a treat, that will.
Very well. I gave you fair warning, much as I deplore violence.
Oh, we'd better give it back to him, Harry. He's got a stick.
Take that! Oh, my good God.
Congratulations, my old chum. Welcome to the wrong side of the law.
Yeah. What's going on there?
It's a copper. Oh, no.
Shift yourself right. That's right. Get off out of it.
Oh, my life.
Not you. I didn't mean you, sir. Oh, God. What about your hat? What the devil's this? Good Lord.
So, to cut a long story short, Mr. Holmes...
Yes, do that by all means, my dear fellow.
Yes, well, as I say, to cut a long story short, I brought both items straightway round to you as soon as I could.
Knowing as how you're always interested in any little problems.
Yes, quite right. Excuse me, Peterson.
It's not too early for you, sir. I mean, I could come back again later on.
No. Very well, Commissioner. You've told me the story in admirable detail. Pray unveil the trophies.
The trophies? Oh, I see what you mean. Well, the hat, you've seen that.
Yes, I've seen that. But what exactly do you have wrapped up in yesterday's Echo, 2nd edition?
Well, sir.
Oh, my dear fellow, I congratulate you. That is a most unimpeachable goose.
There's no call to congratulate me, Mr. Holmes. It's not mine. Look here. There's a label.
For Mrs. Henry Baker.
The old gent what run off last night, mistaking me for a constable, like I said. Well, he must have been taking it home, and you see my problem, sir.
Your problem is the price of your honesty, Peterson. A lesser man will be counting his good fortune.
Well, that's as maybe. But I know my duty, and that's to return both the hat and the bird. But how, Mr. Holmes? That's the question.
How indeed? Did you sincerely want my advice as to what to do with the goose?
Well, yes, sir, I do.
Take it home, cook it, and eat it.
Mr. Holmes.
There are signs that delay would be unwise.
Well, perhaps.
Most definitely. It's high time for it to fulfill the ultimate destiny of a goose. I trust you and Mrs. Peterson will enjoy it.
But the rightful owners...
You may leave him and his hat to me. Good morning to you, Peterson.
Well, and to you, sir. And a very Merry Christmas to you.
I'm rapidly running out of patience with you, Horner.
Look, Mr. Bradstreet, if I knew where it was, I'd tell ya. But I've never laid eyes on it. My word on the book.
Your word?
Can I see my wife?
Ah, it's prisoner's privileges you're wanting, is it? Listen, Horner, the Countess of Morcar's been pulling strings. I've got the Commissioner looking over my shoulder, and I don't like that one little bit. Where's that jewel?
A very Merry Christmas to you, Holmes.
Thank you, Watson.
Oh, cheer up, old man. Oh, it's supposed to be the season of goodwill. Oh, must be close to freezing out there. This is for you.
Oh. My dear fellow.
No, you mustn't open it until tomorrow.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of it. How is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, very well, thank you. In her element. Mrs. Forrester, you remember Mary's old employer. She's staying with us.
Yes? And her charming children?
Oh, yes. All 3 of them.
Congratulations on effecting your escape.
I hope my motives weren't as transparent to them as they are to you. I do find a little goes a long way, I must say. Gives one a new respect for the patience of womankind. I mustn't stay away too long. They are guests, after all. And anyway, they're eagerly awaiting the lurid details of your latest triumphs.
Well, I'm sure your powers of invention will rise to the occasion.
It's been quiet, is it? What about the Hotel Cosmopolitan robbery? Haven't they called you in on that?
I'm afraid you overestimate Scotland Yard's eagerness to admit their inefficiency. Would you care for a drink?
Thank you. You know, I'd never heard of this blue carbuncle until I read the report in the Times this morning. The word has a very different connotation for me.
And you accuse me of single-mindedness. Here. Your very good health.
The compliments of the season. Sorry.
A carbuncle is a precious stone, usually a garnet, cut in the en cabochon or dome-top shape and invariably deep ruby red in colour.
So that's why this blue specimen is so valuable.
It is unique. It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China 19 years ago.
The things you know.
It's generally considered to be worth at least £20,000.
Good God. Oh. Thank you. It's been good to see you, but I really ought to be getting along. Perhaps they'll have tired themselves out by now.
Can you spare a few moments more?
Well...
No, you're quite right. Domestic responsibilities come first. And it's only a very minor investigation.
Investigation?
Before I tell you the story, have a look at this. Now, what do you think of it?
Another gift?
Oh, hardly. There are those in this bustling capital with good cause to wish me ill, but I fancy most of them have in mind something rather more drastic than insulting me with shabby items of headgear.
Well, then, does it have some deadly story linked onto it? Is it the clue that will lead you to the solution of a mystery and the punishment of a terrible crime?
No, the matter is a perfectly trivial one.
Oh.
It's just one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4 million human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles.
Yeah, you're right. It is shabby.
Look on it, not as a battered billycock, but as an intellectual problem. What can you deduce about its owner?
Deduce? From this old felt?
You know my methods.
Observation and deduction. Well, it's an old... round hat with a brim.
Very good, Watson. 1,000 apologies, my dear fellow. Pray continue.
The lining used to be of red silk. No maker's name. The initials HB scrawled on the inside. It's cracked, exceedingly dusty, daubed with ink here and there to hide the discoloured patches. And the brim has been pierced for a hat securer, though the elastic's missing. It's a very ordinary black hat. I can see nothing.
On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything, as you just proved with that excellent description. You fail, however, to reason from what you see. You're too timid in drawing your inferences.
What inferences can you draw?
The man is highly intellectual. That's obvious, of course. He was fairly well-to-do, although within the last 3 years he has fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but is less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression. This, taken with the decline of his fortune, seems to indicate some malign influence at work upon him, possibly drink. This may account also for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him.
My dear Holmes.
He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect. He's a man who is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he's had cut within the last few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. Also, it's extremely improbable that he has gas laid on in his house.
Surely you're joking.
Not in the least. Can you truly not see how I arrived at these conclusions?
I've no doubt I'm very stupid.
Watson.
Well, then, how did you deduce that this man is an intellectual?
It's a question of cubic capacity. And now, put the hat on.
Very well.
You see? Or rather, you don't see.
It's huge.
A man with so large a brain must have something in it.
The decline of his fortunes?
This hat is 3 years old. These flat brims curled at the edge came in then, and it's a hat of the very best quality. You remark that the lining was once excellent, and look at the band, ribbed silk. If this man could afford so expensive a hat 3 years ago, but has had no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world.
Perhaps he just prefers wearing an old hat. He may well have a wardrobe full of new ones.
A favourite hat would be merely well worn. This one, it's positively repellent.
Yes, I noticed that. All right. But what about the foresight and the moral retrogression?
Here is the foresight.
A hole for the hat securer?
They're never sold upon hats. They have to be ordered specially, hence foresight. He went out of his way to take precautions against the wind, and less foresight now than previously
because he hasn't bothered to replace the broken elastic. And you see that as moral retrogression.
A weakening nature. On the other hand, and again, as you pointed out, he's attempted to hide these stains with ink, so he hasn't entirely lost his self-respect. That he's middle-aged, with grizzled hair, lime-creamed, and recently cut, you can see from a close examination of the lower lining.
And out of training? I've got it. He perspires copiously. Something else I learned when I had it on.
Exactly. And finally, the matter of the gas. 5 tallow stains can hardly come by chance. Tallow stains mean tallow candles. Are you satisfied?
You have an answer for everything. No, wait a minute. How on earth do you know that his wife has ceased to love him?
When I see you, my dear doctor, with a week's accumulation of dust on your hat, and when Mrs. Watson allows you to go out in such a deplorable state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affections.
He might be a bachelor.
Look at this label.
For Mrs. Henry Baker. Well?
It was tied to the leg of the goose. What goose? The goose that Mr. Henry Baker, H.B., was taking home as a peace offering to his wife.
Well, I think you might have mentioned that before I started.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
Pearson, what have you found this time?
No, sir. The goose. The goose.
Well, what of it, man? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?
See here, Mr. Holmes. See what my wife found in its crop.
Good heavens, Peterson. This is treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got.
It cuts into glass as though it were putty. It's some sort of precious stone.
It's more than a precious stone. Just at the present, it's the precious stone.
It's the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle. Now listen, I told you last night and I'm telling you again now. I come by that merchandise fair and square, and I'll not have anyone saying otherwise. You've got no call snooping round here, prying into my business. Who I sell my goods to, that's private, between them and me, see? If you wanted one, you should have got here earlier. Don't you know it's Christmas? Now clear off out of it!
Here you are, Peterson. Drink this.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Oh, that's better.
Sit there for a moment. Get your breath back.
You are sure, Mr. Holmes? You wouldn't say it if you weren't sure, would you?
Perfectly sure. The reward was announced today, £1,000.
You're a rich man, Peterson.
The shock will kill my Elsie.
You better break it to her gently. You see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much less innocent aspect. Here is the gem. The gem came from the goose, and the goose came from the gentleman with a bad hat and all the other characteristics with which I bored you.
And now we must locate him. What were you writing?
Found at the corner of Gouge Street and the Tottenham Court Road a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street. That is clear and concise.
Very. But will he see it?
Oh, well, he's sure to keep an eye on the papers. Don't forget, he's a poor man. The loss must have been a heavy one. Now, Peterson, are you recovered?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, good. Run down to the advertising agency and have this put in the evening papers.
Which one, sir?
The Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's Gazette, Evening News, Standard Echo, and any others that occur to you.
Very well, sir. And the stone?
Yes, I shall keep the stone. Oh, and Peterson, stop off on your way back and buy a goose. We must have one to give to Mr. Baker this evening.
Certainly, sir.
Oh, right. Here's a sovereign.
Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. £1,000.
He won't forget this Christmas in a hurry. Holmes?
Look at it, Watson. You see how it glints and sparkles. It is a nucleus and focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. There have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Who would think that so pretty a toy would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison? It's a bonny thing.
What will you do with it? Are you going to tell the police that it's been found?
All in good time, my dear doctor. All in good time.
Someone to see you, Horner. In here.
Alice.
You've got 2 minutes. Remember what I said.
Thank God you're here.
Oh, John. John.
What did he mean? What did he say to you?
I'm supposed to ask you where you stashed it.
So that's why they let you see me?
But why don't you tell them, John?
What?
They say it'll be easier for you if you do.
You think I did it? You really think I...
John, how could you be such a fool?
Come in, Doctor. I was beginning to think that you were going to miss the excitement.
Unfortunately, my patients haven't yet learned to be ill, only between the hours of 9 and 5:30.
Yeah, some restorative medicine.
Oh, thank you. Compliment your very good health.
That's excellent. Mr. Henry Baker is admirably punctual.
you think he did have anything to do with the robbery?
Why speculate? We shall soon know.
What about the man Bradstreet's arrested? Is he innocent?
I cannot tell.
He has a wife and 2 children.
Had a previous conviction.
He's continued to protest his innocence. Suppose he's not the thief. What sort of Christmas are his family going to have?
I'm interested in facts, not suppositions. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Henry Baker, I presume?
Correct, sir.
Pray come in and sit by the fire, Mr. Baker. It's a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter.
Thank you, Mr.
Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, sir. Doctor. I saw your advertisement in the Echo, gentlemen.
Excellent. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker?
Yes, sir. That is undoubtedly my hat. I thought never to see it again. Or my specimen of Ansa domesticus.
Yes, your goose. I'm afraid we were compelled to eat it.
To eat it?
Yes, it would have been no use to anyone had we not done so.
Oh, dear.
Chin up, Mr. Baker. Look on the sideboard.
The sideboard, sir?
I presume that goose, which is about the same weight,
and perfectly fresh,
will answer your purpose equally well.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
Of course, we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, if you so wish.
They might serve as relics of my adventure, but beyond that I can hardly see what use the disjecta membra of my late acquaintance are going to be to me.
Here is your hat, then.
And here is your bird. Thank you, gentlemen.
By the way,
Mr. Holmes?
Would it bore you to tell me where you got the other goose from? I'm something of a fowl fancier, and I've seldom seen a better-grown bird.
Certainly, sir. There are a few of us who frequent a particular tavern near the British Museum. We are to be found in the museum itself during the day, you understand. Studying.
Quite so.
Yes. Well, this year, our good host, Windigate by name, instituted a goose club, by which, on consideration of some few pence every week, we were to receive a bird at Christmas.
An admirable arrangement.
Indeed, sir. For such a one as I, to whom shillings are not so plentiful as once they were, it was a godsend. And then to have both bird and headgear snatched from my person. Well, enough of that.
And what is the name of this excellent hostelry?
Yes, the Alpha Inn.
Alpha Inn. Thank you.
A very good evening to you, Mr. Baker.
Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good night.
And the compliments of the season to you both.
And to you, sir. Well, it's quite certain that he knows nothing whatsoever about the matter. Poor old soul. Why was he so embarrassed about his studies?
I fancy he values the museum as much for its warmth and its comfort as for its books. Now, Doctor, what are your plans for the evening? Is Mrs. Watson standing anxiously in the window awaiting your return to home and hearth?
Not now I've told her what happened this morning. She knows you far too well. Tell Mr. Holmes I'd appreciate having you back by the new year, she said.
Splendid. Come along, then.
Evening, gents. What's your pleasure?
2 glasses of your best beer, please, landlord.
Straight away, sir.
Your beer should be excellent if it's as good as your geese.
My geese?
Yes, I was speaking only half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, who was a member of your goose club.
Oh, I see, yeah. But them's not my geese.
Indeed. Who's then?
Yes.
Good evening. It's a cold night. Sold out of geese, I see.
Let you have 500 tomorrow morning.
That's no good.
Well, he's got some over there.
But I was recommended to you.
Who by?
The landlord of the Alpha Inn.
I sent him a couple of dozen.
Fine birds, too. Now, where did you get them from?
Now then, mister, what's all this about? Let's have it straight now.
It's straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese which you supplied to the Alpha.
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
I don't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle.
Warm? You'd be warm if you were pestered as I am.
Pestered, Mr. Breckenridge?
When I pay good money for a good article, there shall be an end of the business. But it's, where are the geese? Who did you sell the geese to? And a lot more besides.
Well, I have no connection with any other people who've been making inquiries.
It makes no odds to me who you're connected with. I didn't tell them, and I won't tell you.
Oh, just as you like. Oh, I'm sorry, Watson. The bet's off.
The bet?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Too bad.
Bet? What bet?
I have a fiver on it with my friend here that the bird I ate was country bred. Isn't that right, Watson?
Absolutely. And I say I know a town-bred bird when I taste one.
Got it from the Alpha, did you?
From Mr. Windigate's own hands.
Then you lost your fiver. Those geese was town-bred.
They were nothing of the kind.
I say they were.
I don't believe you.
Holmes, don't be a sore loser. He's always like this. Won't take anyone's word for anything.
Please, Watson. Mr. Breckenbridge, you'll never persuade me that those birds were town-bred.
You want to bet?
No, I'd just be taking your money.
How much?
A sovereign.
Done. Now look here, Mr. Cockshaw. This is a list of my suppliers. Country folk first, then town. Then, what does that say at the top of that page?
Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road.
Town, right? What's the latest entry?
23rd of December, 24 geese at 7 and 6.
Thank you, and underneath that?
Sold at 12 shillings each to Mr. Windigate, Alpha Inn, Bloomsbury.
Right. What do you say now?
Good night to you.
You see, terrible loser.
Holmes! I say, what about my fiver?
Oh, well done, Holmes.
Oh, thank you for your contribution. It's a masterly performance. Your after-dinner recitation tomorrow should be excellent. What's it to be? Billy's Rose, Christmas Day in the workhouse.
Please. It was the night before Christmas.
Was it?
All right, all right. Look, how did you know that would work?
When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and a sporting paper protruding out of his pocket, you can always draw him with a bet.
Do we have to go out of Brixton? How much longer is this trail going to stretch?
Remember, Watson, a man will certainly get 7 years penal servitude unless we can establish his innocence.
Oh, so you do think he's innocent?
Well, it's possible.
Right, I've had enough of you and your piece. If you show your face here again, I'll set a dog on you, see if I don't.
But all I want to know is...
Did I buy them off you? Did I sell them to you?
No, of course not.
Then it's none of your business, is it? Now be off!
But Mrs. Oakshott told me to ask you.
You can ask the King of Prussia for all I care. I've had enough. Now, are you going?
Don't hit me, don't hit me. I didn't mean no harm, honestly I didn't. It's just that one of them was mine, that's all. Mine. Oh.
Good evening.
Who are you? What do you want?
I couldn't help overhearing. I think I could be of assistance to you.
You? Who are you? How could you know anything about it?
It is my business to know what other people don't know. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Oh.
Here we are. The fire looks very seasonal in this weather.
You look cold, sir.
Perhaps that accounts for your silence during the cab journey.
Well, that is to say...
Quite. Now then, pray tell me who it is that I have the pleasure of assisting.
My name is John Robertson.
No, the real name. It's always awkward doing business with an alias.
Oh.
Yes, do please take a seat. You too, Watson. And
Thank you.
I'll just put on my slippers. And isn't this cosy? Oh, I believe you were going to tell us your name.
My real name is James Ryder.
Precisely so, Watson. You saw the account in the papers.
You're the head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am. The business there. It upset me terribly.
I'm sure it has. Now, you're interested in some geese?
Oh, yes, sir.
Or rather, I fancy in one particular goose. White, with a black bar across its tail.
Oh, sir. Can you tell me where it went to?
It came here.
Here?
Yes. And a most remarkable bird it proved. It laid an egg after it was dead.
Oh.
The bonniest, brightest little blue egg that ever was seen. The game's up, Ryder.
No! No!
Hold up, man! Be in the fire.
That's it, Watson. Give him an arm back into his chair.
Easy now.
Look at him. He's not got enough blood in him for felony. What a shrimp it is, to be sure. Give it some brandy, Doctor.
Very well.
Here.
Thank you.
Now, Ryder, I have almost every link in my hands and all the proofs which I could possibly need. You had heard of this blue gemstone of the Countess of Morcar's and contrived...
It was her ladyship's waiting maid told me about it. Catherine Cusack. She put me up to it. She said if I got it, she would...
Yes. So what did you do? Somehow or other you knew that this man Horner had been concerned in some such matter before. You made some small job in my lady's room and sent for him. Then you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had this unfortunate individual arrested.
Oh, for God's sake, have mercy! Think of my father, my mother. It would break their hearts.
For goodness sake, man!
I never went wrong before. I never will again. I swear it. I'll swear it on a Bible. Oh, don't bring it into court. Say you won't.
Get back of your chair! It's very well to cringe and crawl now, but you thought little enough of this poor man Horner in prison for a crime of which he knew nothing.
I will fly, Mr. Holmes. I'll leave the country, sir. Then the charge against him will break down.
We'll talk about that, but first I want to hear a true account of this matter. How came the stone into the goose and the goose onto the open market? Tell us the truth, for there lies your only hope of safety.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir.
Get on with it.
Well, it happened just like you said. As soon as Horner had gone, I smashed open the jewel case and got the stone. Then I ran out to the street and found a constable. When we got back to the hotel, the old lady, that is, her ladyship, had got back and was screaming the place down. Of course, the constable wasn't good enough for her. She had to have an inspector at the very least.
Friend Bradstreet of B Division.
Yes. Proper put the wind up me, he did. Made me identify Horner.
Where was the gem while you were perjuring yourself at Scotland Yard?
In my pocket. As soon as I could get away, I hightailed it for my sister's house in Brixton.
Mrs. Oakshott?
That's right. All the way there, every man I met seemed to me to be a policeman or a detective ready to put the finger on me. The sweat was pouring down my face by the time I got there.
Why, Jem, hello.
Hello, Maggie.
Whatever's the matter with you, Jem? Are you sick?
There's been some trouble at work, Maggie.
What have you been and done?
Nothing. It's just upset me, that's all.
Oh, you better come in. Come on.
Right, yes. I told Maggie I wanted to get a bit of air, and I went through to the backyard and tried to think what it would be best to do. I sat there, looking at the geese that my sister fattens up for the market, and suddenly an idea came into my head which showed me how I could beat the best detective that ever lived. Come here, you... Stand still, you stupid bird. Now I've got you. Keep still, blast you. That's it. Now, look what your Uncle Jem's got for you, then. I caught one of the geese, a fine, big one with a barred tail, and I thrust the stone as far down its throat as I could reach with my finger. Then the bird gave a gulp, and I felt it pass down into its crop. That's right. Let's see him find it in there, then.
Jem, what are you doing with that bird?
What? Oh, no.
What on earth were you up to?
Well, you said you'd give me one for Christmas. I was just feeling which one was the fattest.
Oh, we've got one set aside for you. Jem's bird, we call it.
But
we've been feeding it up special.
But that's...
What?
If it's all the same to you, Maggie, I'd rather have that one. The one with the barred tail.
But yours is a good £3 heavier.
No, I really like that one.
Well, if you're sure.
Yeah, and I'll take it now.
But... Oh, very well. Kill it and take it with you.
Ah, thank you, Maggie. Thank you. Come here, you brute. Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and carried the bird off to my place in Kilburn. Then I got a knife and cut it open. My heart turned to water. There was no sign of the stone.
Jem, whatever now?
Excuse me, Maggie.
Well, Jem?
No. Oh, no! They'd gone. They'd all gone.
To Breckenridge's of Covent Garden.
And there had been more than one with a barred tail.
There were two. Maggie told me she couldn't ever tell them apart. I went to Breckenridge as fast as I could run, but not one word would he tell me about where they'd gone. I went back again and again, and to Maggie's too, to see if she knew. She thinks I'm going mad. Sometimes I think she's right. And now I'm a branded thief, without hardly having touched the wealth I sold my character for. God help me. God help me.
Get out.
What, sir?
Get out.
Oh, heaven bless you.
No more words. Get out.
Well, well. My dear Holmes.
I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies. I suppose I am compounding a felony, but it's just possible that I am saving a soul. Send him to jail now, and you make him a jail bird for life. Besides, it's the season of forgiveness.
Holmes, you amaze me sometimes.
I'm delighted to hear it. Come on, get your hat.
Get up, Horner.
Now what? More questions?
You're free to go.
What?
Come on, come on.
But what's happened?
You've got this gentleman to thank.
Good evening, Horner.
Do I know you, sir?
My name would perhaps be familiar to you.
Well then.
It's of no importance. I suggest you leave before the worthy inspector changes his mind.
Yes, right. God bless you, sir, whoever you are.
Constable, take Mr. Horner up and give him his belongings.
Sir, this way.
Mr. Holmes, I swear I still don't know how you persuaded me to do that.
Lady Bradstreet, you have the stone, you have the commissioner's good grace, and you have my assurance that I'm on the trail of the true thief. What more do you want?
Well, a little hard and fast evidence wouldn't come amiss.
My dear fellow, it is Christmas. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Doctor.
It was worth it to see the expression on Horner's face when he came out. Well done, Holmes. No, I mean it. There he was, off back to his family and friends. Did my heart good.
I await with interest your heart-wringing prose version.
Oh, really, old man, can't you let it drop for a second? Well, I must be getting home. It's certainly been a Christmas Eve to remember. And tomorrow, I dare say, I'll even find the children tolerable. Hello. Good night, then.
Watson, wait.
Holmes? Good Lord. I'd no idea it was so late. Early.
Watson.
Holmes, this is damnably rude of me, but... well, I know you dine very late, as a rule.
Absolutely true, Doctor. Are you about to tell me that I'm ruining my digestion?
Actually, I was wondering if Mrs. Hudson might stretch to providing for two.
For two?
Oh, Mary would have gone to bed hours ago, the whole household. I realise it's a dreadful imposition.
I believe I can tolerate it.
Thank you, Holmes.
Thank you, my friend.
Your affectionate niece, Helen Stoner. No, Dear Aunt Honoria, my deepest thanks for your invitation to spend a little time with you in Harrow after Julia's wedding. Indeed, I feel a short break will be almost necessitated by the excitement of seeing my sister married. Even our stepfather, Dr. Roylott, seems well disposed towards the event. Julia herself has not long left me to go to bed, and even now, I suppose, will be lying awake next door thinking of her happiness to come, while I... My God, Julia! Julia! Julia, your face. What is it? What is it?
Helen, it... Oh my God!
Watson, old man.
Good heavens, Holmes. 7:15? What on earth is going on?
A client, Watson. A client in a considerable state of excitement.
Well, who? Why so early?
Who? A young lady. As to why, well, presumably when people wander about the metropolis at this hour, they have something pressing to communicate, and should it prove an interesting case...
My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything. Then you've seen her?
Oh, yes. Even said good morning to her. Mrs. Hudson gave her some coffee in the sitting room. I glanced in as I passed. 30 or so, I fancy. Dressed all in black, hair shot with grey, but pitifully agitated, with restless, frightened eyes, like some hunted animal.
Poor soul. It's not just coffee she needs, then, but kindness.
Madam. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this my intimate friend and associate, Dr. John Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself.
Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Madam.
But you must be cold, I think, travelling at this hour. Come into the main part of the room, I beg you, and draw up to the fire.
It is not cold which makes me shiver, Mr. Holmes.
Indeed? What then?
It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror.
You must not fear, Miss...
Stoner. Helen Stoner?
No, for I have no doubt we shall soon set matters right. You have come in by train this morning, I see, although, of course, you had a journey before that.
You know me, then?
Simply, I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove, while the 7 spatters of mud on your left-hand jacket sleeve bespeak time spent along heavy roads, sitting next to the driver in a dog-cart.
I see Mrs. Farintosh was right in what she said regarding your abilities.
Mrs. Farintosh? I'm not sure I remember.
Before your time, my dear Watson. Merely an opal tiara and death by bishoping. Miss Stoner, please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
There. So, you have come far?
The western borders of Surrey to Leatherhead, and then by first train to Waterloo. Mr. Holmes, I can stand the strain no longer. Nor have I anyone to turn to... save one, Percy. That is a Mr. Armitage, who cares for me very much, but can be of little aid as regards my domestic circumstances, who indeed seems to think what I am suffering from are the fancies of a nervous woman. But they are not fancies, Mr. Holmes. They are dangers, real dangers. And I must have some help to walk amongst them.
Then, Miss Stoner, you must begin by laying everything in front of us that may help us form an opinion on the matter.
My name, then, as I have said, is Helen Stoner, and I live on the borders of Surrey with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran.
Roylotts, the name seems familiar. Watson?
Indeed. A long and distinguished history, although somewhat checkered, I believe, towards the end of the...
Regency. Oh, you are right, Doctor. 4 dissolute heirs, followed by a gambler, reduced one of the richest families in England to ruin. Lands that once stretched into Berkshire and Hampshire were reduced to a few brambled acres, and the house itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragging out a life of aristocratic poverty. His son, however, my stepfather, saw he must adapt to new conditions, took a medical degree and went out to Calcutta, where by skill, toil and force of character he established a large practice, until a series of robberies occurred on his property in which he thought his native butler was involved.
And?
He beat the man to death.
For which he stood trial?
Only narrowly escaping a capital sentence. It was offered in his defence that he did not know his own strength. And he is physically quite terrifying. As it was, he received a long term of imprisonment, returning to England at the end of it a morose and disappointed man.
Miss Turner, what about, how did,
Dr. Roylott become my stepfather? In his early days, he met and married my mother, the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. My twin sister, Julia, and I were 2 years old when the marriage took place. Julia?
More coffee, Miss Stoner. Here, let me. Watson, you know, is an old India hand.
Afghanistan, actually.
Afghanistan. Here you are, Miss Stoner. And when you're a little more composed, but in your own time.
Yes, thank you. Well, first I think you should know my mother had 1,000 a year at the time of her remarriage, which she settled on our stepfather, but with a provision that should my sister or I marry, we should receive a certain sum from the settlement.
Your mother is dead?
We returned to England 10 years ago. 2 years later, she was involved in a fatal rail accident near Crewe. After her death, Dr. Roylott, who had been attempting to establish himself in practice in London, suggested that we pack up and move back to Stoke Moran. There was enough money for our wants and seemingly no obstacle to our happiness.
I assume he reverted.
Yes, he did. Our neighbours, who had initially welcomed the return of a Roylott to Stoke Moran, well, sufficient to say 2 incidents finished in the police courts, while in another he threw the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, an indulgence that cost all the money I could gather to prevent further public exposure and disgrace. He has become the terror of the village, and I speak the truth when I tell you the only living things which will have anything to do with him are a cheetah and a baboon he has imported from the east, and a band of wandering gypsies who have his permission to camp on what is left of the estate.
A drear existence.
Drear, solitary, and hard. For, of course, no servant will stay, except a decrepit housekeeper, Mrs. Mims, who hardly knows the days of the week any longer.
So who now runs the house, Miss Stoner?
I do, Doctor. All tasks inside and out. Although until 2 years ago I had Julia to help me. Poor Julia, she was but 30 at her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten. Even as mine has.
So she too is dead?
Mr. Holmes, it is the events surrounding Julia's death which bring me here today. You understand that, given the circumstances of our life, we saw little of anyone of our own age. We did, however, have an aunt near Harrow we were sometimes allowed to visit at public holidays. There, 2 Christmases ago, Julia met a half-pay major of Marines, to whom she became engaged.
And your stepfather's reaction?
Quite equable. Invited the groom over to the house, spoke with generosity in terms of the forthcoming ceremony, and then, within a fortnight of what was to be the happiest day of my sister's life, the terrible tragedy occurred which deprived me of my only companion.
Miss Stoner, pray be precise as to details.
It is easy for me to be so, Mr. Holmes, for every event of that terrible time is seared into my memory. First, however, you must have some idea of the manner of our life at Stoke Moran. It is, as I have intimated, now ruinous and almost completely closed down. The living accommodation being reduced to the ground floor of one of its 2 wings, a long corridor off which 3 bedrooms open, each with a window looking out onto the lawn. First, Dr. Roylott's, then that which was Julia's, with myself at the far end. On that fatal evening, then, 2 years ago, Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though not to retire to rest, but rather to smoke. Indeed, it was the pungent smell from his Indian cigars that had initially driven Julia into my room, where we chatted for a time about her approaching wedding.
But, Helen, you must wear a veil as my chief bridesmaid.
In this house, Julia, it is rather as if I've taken one.
Helen, if you're not careful, he will hear you.
Julia, I am not really bothered.
Oh, Helen, had I your insouciance.
The night had been stormy, and about 11 became appreciably worse. At which point Julia felt it was time to retire. So she rose to leave me and had reached my door.
Helen, have you ever heard anyone whistling in the dead of night?
I know, Julia, never.
I suppose it could not be you in your sleep.
Julia, dear, I cannot even whistle whilst I am awake. It would hardly have been on Mamma's list of attributes every young lady should possess.
I am silly. But you know I am a light sleeper. And, well, these last few nights, about 2 in the morning, I have been disturbed by a low, clear whistle. Though once I am awake, I have no idea where it has come from.
The gypsies in the plantation, perhaps. I believe they have a way of communicating with whistles.
Then why have you not heard it? Your window opens onto the lawn as mine does.
But you were the restless one, my dear.
Of course. Well, it is probably of little consequence. Good night, dear. God bless.
And with that, Julia smiled at me, closed my door, and a few minutes later I heard the key turn in her lock.
This was a regular thing, Miss Turner, to lock yourself in at night.
The cheater and the baboon.
Indeed, quite so. Proceed, if you will, Miss Turner.
I confess that I had treated the affair much more lightly than I had actually felt. As I've already mentioned, we were not only sisters, but twins. The links that bound our souls, both subtle and penetrating. So I knew Julia was ill at ease, frightened, even terrified. I determined I would not sleep. The night wore on, the rain lashing against the windows, the wind howling, when suddenly I sprang from my bed and rushed into the corridor.
Julia!
My sister's door was slowly swinging open. I stared horror-stricken, not knowing what was going to issue from it. Then slowly Julia appeared. Her face blanched, her hands groping before her for help, her whole figure swaying like that of a drunkard. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her, she suddenly shrieked out in a voice I shall never forget.
Helen! Oh, my God! Helen! It was the band! The speckled band!
Then stabbed with her finger towards our stepfather's door, then convulsed yet again, and then...
And then, Miss Turner?
And then Dr. Roylott appeared in his dressing gown, poured brandy down her throat and sent for aid to the village. But to no avail, for she never recovered consciousness.
And that is all you saw and heard?
No, Mr. Holmes. There was something I thought I heard when first I opened my door. First a low whistle, such as my sister had described, and a few moments later a clang of metal.
You were sure about this? You could swear to it?
I did so to the coroner. And yet, amid the crash of the gale and the creaking of the old house...
And the coroner's verdict, Miss Turner?
No satisfactory cause of death, no marks of violence. He investigated with great care, not least because of our stepfather's reputation, but my evidence showed all the windows on the ground floor were stopped with wooden shutters, the doors locked on the inside, the chimneys barred across, the floors solid. No, she was alone when whatever it was happened.
And poison?
The doctors examined her, without success.
The gypsies were not considered?
Indeed, Mr. Holmes, they were my first thought. I have spoken of their whistling to each other, and then there was Julia's mention of the speckled band. You know how so many of them always wear bandanas of stripes and colours and such around their heads.
Yes, perhaps. These are deep waters. However, your stepfather was in his dressing gown. How then was your sister attired?
In her nightdress. Oh, one other thing. In one of her hands was the charred stump of a match, in the other a matchbox.
Showing she had time to strike a light and look about when the alarm came. How interesting. And important.
Tell me, Miss Turner, immediately after these terrible events, did your stepfather's attitude change? Did he, that is, become more violent? More conciliatory, more thrusting, more retiring?
I could not say. After the funeral, my doctor advised a short holiday. So I went to the Armitages near Reading, a connection of my aunt's. That is where Percy and I... You heard me mention Mr. Armitage earlier.
Of course, yes.
Well, after that visit 2 years ago, Percy and I began a correspondence. A correspondence that in the course of time has... Well, we are to be married in the spring.
Congratulations, Miss Sterner.
Thank you. I told Dr. Roylott, who showed nothing but benevolence, and said it would provide an excuse to have some repairs done to the fabric of the house, starting with my room. How the mortar between the stone was crumbling, and how some of those same stones must be removed, which of course means...
You have moved into your sister's room.
Quite, Doctor. And now sleep in the very bed she did. Where, last night, I was awakened by a low whistle.
You lit the lamp?
Immediately, but saw nothing. Too shaken to go to bed again, however, I dressed and waited for daybreak, ran to the Crown Inn for a dog cart, and quickly made my way here.
Which means we also must move quickly to see over the rooms at Stoke Moran, preferably when your stepfather is absent. Miss Sterner, is this possible?
As it happens, he too has business in town this morning, and as he seldom returns before nightfall, then today of all days might be your best chance.
Today it will be, after lunch to be exact, for there's much to do first. Almost 8 o'clock. Miss Sterner, should we arrive shortly after 1, would you have returned by then?
I think so. There are some things to arrange regarding my wedding, but I fully intend to be home by lunchtime. If Dr. Roylott should return early, perhaps we had better meet outside of the house?
Yes, you have a suggestion?
There is only one path from the station that leads to Stoke Moran, so if you took the local dog cart and I waited in one of the fields alongside that path...
Ah, excellent, excellent. Here, let me hand you your gloves.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Sterner, there's marks on your wrist.
Oh, no, really, Dr. Watson, they are nothing.
Impossible to fob off an old medical dog like that, I'm afraid. May I?
Oh.
Bruises. Your stepfather must indeed be physically overwhelming.
I mentioned he is said not to know his own strength.
You have been cruelly used.
It's the generic term, I believe, for those who are said not to know their own strength is bully. Watson, perhaps you could show our guest out. Miss Sterner, we will see you at Stoke Moran sometime early this afternoon.
And with that, Holmes took up his pipe and sat abruptly down in the chair in front of the fire. And putting his chin in his hands, he began staring intently into the crackling flames. I saw Miss Sterner enter the street and then return to our sitting room.
Well, Watson?
A dark and sinister business.
Indeed. Dark enough and sinister enough. And the gypsies?
Well, even taking into account the strange words uttered by Julia, headband, whistles and such, I'm not sure that Jose might not just be...
What in the name of the devil?
Superannuated housekeeper! Out of my way, madam! Out of my way! Which of you is Holmes?
This rage-strangulated inquiry, delivered in a voice like a mad bull's, came from a man of huge and terrifying demeanour, whose bulk almost completely filled the doorway. His clothes, too, were as bizarre in their appearance as he was, being an uneasy mixture of plough and pulpit, in that they ranged from a black top hat and long frock coat to a pair of farmer's gaiters and a hunting crop. But there was little Christianity in the face which glowered above the neck-stock, for it was a visage seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the eastern sun, marked with every evil passion, and containing a pair of deep bile-shot eyes set on either side of a thin, fleshless nose. Overall, in fact, our visitor looked very much like a thoroughly out-of-sorts aging bird of prey, and all the more dangerous because of it.
I said, which of you is Holmes?
My name, sir. Please come in, if you will. Mrs. Hudson, that will be all. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I'll come in.
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me.
I, sir, am Dr. Grimesby Roylott.
of Stoke Moran.
Indeed, Doctor. Pray take a seat. Watson, perhaps our guest would like a cushion.
Cushion? I want nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I followed her. She suffers from delusions. Now, what's she been saying to you?
It's a little cold for the time of year, I think.
She said that?
The crocuses seem to promise well. In the wrong hands, Dr. Roylott, a hunting crop is a vicious and cowardly weapon, though certainly not as dangerous as the service revolver my associate here always carries about his person to deal with any mad dogs we may chance upon.
I see. Well, I know you, you scoundrel. I've heard of you before. Holmes the meddler. Holmes the busybody. Holmes the Scotland Yard jacking office.
Oh, most entertaining, Dr. Roylott. When you go out, I wonder if I might ask you to close the door. There's a decided draught.
I will go when I've had my say. I'm a dangerous man to fall foul of, Mr. Holmes, especially to those who meddle in my affairs. Here, let me show you. There. An example of my grip, Mr. Holmes. See you keep out of it!
Pass me the poker, Watson, as you fell in. Yeah. Not quite as straight as it was, though Mrs. Hudson will hardly notice the difference. And now to business. You go to Waterloo, if you will, and take 2 tickets for the first train to Leatherhead after 1 o'clock, mine to be left at the booking office. I to Doctor's Commons, and on the journey we will compare notes. And if you could, old fellow, an empty compartment.
Shall I take anything?
Your revolver, Aneli's number 2, is an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush are all I think we'll need.
Five hours later, as requested, I chose an empty compartment on the Leatherhead train and watched anxiously from the door. But there was still no sign of him as the guard blew, and we began to move off. About to pull my head in, I suddenly saw Holmes vault over the barrier, deftly deposit his ticket in the top pocket of the astonished collector's waistcoat, and begin to sprint up the platform, from whence he swung himself aboard without a hair out of place, and settled into a corner seat. Then, oblivious to my presence, he drew some papers from his pocket and fell to scribbling and frowning, and scribbling again. For my part, sitting opposite him, I gazed out of the window for a time, and then, what with the steady rattling of the train over the rails, the green of the Surrey countryside, and the bright sun concentrated through the glass window.
What? No, Holmes. Of course. The sun, you understand, all that weight.
Yes, but look at this. A copy of the mother's will. Checking her investments, I find the income problem now to stand at about £750. And of this income, each daughter is liable for 1/3 at marriage. Mm-hmm. It is evident, therefore, that even one of the girls marrying would cripple Roylott to a serious extent. But if both were to leave home with husbands...
why, he would be reduced to a mere pittance.
Just through these trees and we're there. Oh, but I am frightened, Mr. Holmes, to learn that Dr. Roylott followed me to your lodgings. His temper
Miss Stoner, I assure you that I personally shall deliver you to your aunt at Harrow if needs be. But that will be decided, but...
And there before us lay the manor house of Stoke Moran, a building of grey, lichen-blotched stone, with a high central portion and 2 curving wings, like claws of a crab, thrown out on either side. One of these wings, that on our left hand, was in a complete state of disrepair, with its windows out and roof fallen in, while the centre block was little better. But the right-hand wing was comparatively modern, with 3 windows looking out from it onto the lawn. The end of this block was surrounded by scaffolding.
That end window, I take it, Miss Stoner, belongs to your room, this one to your sister's, and the next one to Dr. Roylott's chamber.
Exactly so, but I am now sleeping in the middle one.
Pending the alterations, as I understand. Miss Stoner, I wonder if you would have the kindness to go into your sister's room, open the hasp of the window, then bar the shutters.
Oh, certainly.
Holmes? There hardly seems to be any pressing need for repairs to this end wall.
No, indeed. Nor any workmen around to effect them. That is suggestive.
An excuse, perhaps?
Yes, perhaps. Thank you, Miss Stoner. Now then. Yes. No possibility there. And no room even to get a knife blade in under the bar. Yes. Hinges solid, let into the stone. My theory certainly presents some difficulties. What price gypsies now, eh, Watson? No one could pass through these shutters if they were barred. Thank you, Miss Stoner. We shall now join you inside.
It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpane bed in another, a dressing table on the left of the window, and two small wickerwork chairs. Holmes drew up one of the chairs and sat silent, while his eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail.
That bell pull above the bed, where does it communicate to?
The housekeeper's room.
Yes, it looks newer than the other thing.
Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago.
Your sister asked for it, I suppose?
Oh, no. I never heard of her using it. We always used to get what we wanted for ourselves.
Yes, just so, if you'll permit. How very interesting.
What, Holmes?
It's not even attached to a wire. It's merely fastened to a hook, just above the ventilator.
How absurd. I never noticed that before.
Very strange. There are one or two very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator into another room when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air.
That is also quite modern.
Yes, done about the same time as the bell rope.
Yes, there were one or two little changes carried out about that time.
They seem to have been of a most interesting character. Dummy bell ropes and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment.
Dr. Roylett's room, though larger than that of his stepdaughter, was plainly furnished. A camp bed with an armchair beside it, a shelf full of books, a round wooden table with a single chair, and a large iron safe.
Miss Stoner, what's in here?
Why, I have only seen into it once, years ago. It was full of my stepfather's papers.
Then he would not say, keep a cat in it.
A cat?
Yes, this saucer of milk lying at its side.
Oh, I see. Well, there is the cheetah, Mr. Holmes, and the baboon.
With due respect, Miss Stoner, a cheetah is a very big cat, while this is a very small saucer. However, there is one further point I should wish to determine. This chair... that is quite settled. Hello? Here is something interesting. What do you make of that, Watson?
It's a common enough whipcord dog lash.
White tied in a loop, though.
I could not say.
Not quite so common, then. It's a wicked world. And when a clever man turns his brain to crime, it is the worst of all. Miss Stoner, it is essential that you now follow my advice in every respect.
I shall certainly do so.
Your life may depend upon your compliance.
I am in your hands.
Then in the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room.
Oh, if it is necessary, of course. But Dr. Roylott...
In a moment, Miss Stoner. Now, that is the village inn across the fields there.
Yes, that is the Crown.
Yes, and this window would be visible from there.
Certainly.
Then when your stepfather comes back, be confined to your room with a headache. Wait for him to retire for the night and open the shutters, undo the window hasp and show a lamp as a signal to us. Then withdraw to your old room and leave the rest in our hands.
I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind.
Perhaps I have.
Then was it, as I have thought, a sudden fright?
I believe what killed your sister was much more tangible.
We took our leave of the frightened girl and walked across the fields to the Crown, where we engaged a room on the upper floor, commanding a view of the avenue gate and the inhabited wing of Stoke Moran Manor House. We ordered and ate an early dinner, and took our chairs to the open window, and sat in companionable silence as dusk fell.
Watson.
Dr. Roylott.
The gate, boy! The gate!
The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a light spring up among the trees as Roylott lit a lamp in the sitting room.
No, Watson, I really have some scruples about taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger.
Can I be of any assistance?
No, your presence would be invaluable.
Then I shall certainly come.
Oh, thank you.
Look. The light in the sitting room's gone out.
No, it is not yet 9. He's merely closed the shutters. It'll be some time yet before he retires to his chamber. But for one thing, he will want to feel Miss Stoner is asleep.
You evidently saw more in those rooms than I did.
No. Simply deduced a little more. The bell rope, the ventilator.
But so small. A rat could hardly pass through it.
I knew we'd find one, even before we came to Stoke Moran.
My dear Holmes.
You recall how Miss Stoner said her sister was driven from her room by the smell of Roylott's cigar? Well, I realized then there must be a small ventilator.
But what harm can there be in it?
Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. Did you observe anything peculiar about the bed?
No.
It was clamped to the floor.
Clamped?
Indeed. It could not be moved, and must therefore always be in the same position relative to the ventilator and the bell rope, as must any head resting upon the pillow.
My God. I seem to see dimly what you're hinting at. How horrible.
Horrible enough. When a doctor goes wrong, he is the first of criminals. And more horrors to come before the night is over. So, for the time being, let us have a quiet pipe and take in the beauty of the moon,
the trees, the night. And so we did. And 2 hours passed slowly away. Then suddenly, at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us.
That is our signal.
We made our way quietly downstairs and out into the night, Holmes pausing only to take up a thin, whip-like cane from the stand near the inn door. There was little difficulty entering the grounds of the house, the wall having long fallen into disrepair, and we quickly made our way through the trees, across the lawn, and were just about to pull open the window of Julius Stoner's old room.
What the devil? Hold your fire, Watson. It's only the doctor's baboon. Indeed, a nice household.
And the cheetah?
No doubt up a tree, waiting to descend on our shoulders. Now, before we go in, you will take one of the chairs, keeping your revolver on your knee, and do not fall asleep if you value your life. I will sit on the side of the bed with a candle and matches, and this. Shortly after we go in, I will put out the light to make him think Miss Stoner has gone to bed, and then... well, then we will see. Right, old fellow. In we go.
How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil, broken only by the cry of the occasional night bird outside, and once a long drawn-out snuffling whine from the window, which told us the cheetah had found us and had come to investigate. But for the rest, no light, no sound, no movement. Nothing but the sense of my companion sitting open-eyed within a few feet of me, and in the same state of nervous tension as myself. Far away we heard the deep boom of the parish clock as it told the quarters, and how long each one seemed. But gradually the hours slipped by. Midnight, 1, 2, 3. Then suddenly a gleam of light appeared at the ventilator, to vanish immediately. A moment later came the strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern and drawn its shutter. For half an hour there was no other sound. And then my ears picked up something very strange in being just audible, yet also somehow very soothing, altogether like a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle.
You see it, Watson? You see it?
Where, Holmes? What? What is it?
Stay back, Watson. Stay back, man, if you value your life. The devil, it's escaped me. It's got back.
Back, Holmes? Where? What has?
Good God, Holmes. What was that? What does it mean?
That it's over. And perhaps, after all, it's for the best. Take your pistol, and we shall enter Dr. Roylott's room.
And it was a singular sight that met our eyes. On the table in Roylott's chamber stood the dark lantern throwing a beam of light onto the safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside the table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott, clad in a long dressing gown, his bare feet thrust into red heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short whip with a small loop tied in its end. But it was his face. His chin was cocked upwards, his eyes fixed on the ceiling in a dreadful rigid stare. Across his brow he had a peculiar yellow band with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly round his head.
The band. The speckled band.
For God's sake, Holmes, what is it?
Swamp adder. Most venomous snake in India. Death within 10 seconds. Indeed, does violence recoil on the violent, and the schemer fall into the pit which he digs for another. And now, I'll try to distract it with a cane. You go for the noose, then into the safe.
Right.
Well done, old man. Well done.
What a dreadful way to die.
Oh, indeed.
And that cry. What agony he must... Why, Miss Stoner.
My heart.
No, Miss Stoner, do not come in. There is nothing there you would want to see.
You are wrong, Mr. Holmes. I must see. I beg you to stand aside.
Miss Stoner.
What was it?
A snake, Miss Stoner. Another of the doctor's deadly pets, but one that turned on its master.
His face. Just like Julia's. So that's what he used. But why?
For the third of your mother's legacy that he would have lost by Julia's marriage as he would yours.
So monstrous a deed for so derisory a sum. Who would believe it?
Exactly. I wonder, Miss Stoner, if I might advance an idea with a view to canvassing your opinion. The doctor is dead through, it might be argued, his own carelessness. However, any hint that his death was not so simple would, I feel, lead to prolonged and searching inquiries, public inquiries, in which your name and that of your sister would figure largely. On the other hand, should Watson here go to the country police when it's light and inform them truly that the doctor has merely suffered from an accident, I have no doubt at all I could put you onto the train to your aunt tomorrow morning without you ever being bothered again regarding this matter. I stress that while this is not perhaps an ideal solution, it is possibly an acceptable one.
Mr. Holmes, may I, your arm? I would go closer if I might. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, my view is that justice has been done. Now, please
please. Help me back to my room.
Paddington! Oh, James! Paddington!
Come on, Gov. Wake up. Paddington. Come on. Here. You all right? Let's take a look at you. Blimey. You've lost a bit of blood, haven't you? Could do with a proper bandage, that's for sure. Now, don't worry. I'm just getting this handkerchief out of the way, and we can see what the No. Oh, God.
Of all the problems which have been submitted to my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes for solution during the years of our intimacy, there were only two which I was the means of introducing to his notice, that of Mr. Hatherley's thumb and that of Colonel Warburton's madness. Of these, the latter may have afforded a finer field for an acute and original observer, but the other was so strange in its inception and so dramatic in its details that it may be the more worthy of being placed upon record, even if it gave my friend fewer openings for those deductive methods of reasoning by which he achieved such remarkable results. The story has, I believe, been told more than once in the newspapers, but, like all such narratives, its effect is much less striking when set forth on block in a single half-column of print than when the facts slowly evolve before your own eyes, and the mystery clears gradually away as each new discovery furnishes a step which leads on to the complete truth. At the time, the circumstances made a deep impression upon me, and the lapse of 2 years has hardly served to weaken the effect. By the late summer of '89, not long after my marriage, I had returned to civil practice and finally abandoned Holmes in his Baker Street rooms. As I happened to live at no great distance from Paddington Station, I got a few patients from amongst the officials there. One of these, whom I had cured of a painful and lingering disease, was never weary of advertising my virtues, and of endeavouring to send me on every sufferer over whom he might have any influence. One morning, at a little before 7 o'clock, I was awakened by the maid tapping at the door to announce that 2 men had come from Paddington and were waiting in the consulting room. I dressed hurriedly, for I knew by experience railway cases were seldom trivial. As I hastened down the stairs, my old ally, the guard, came out of the consulting room and closed the door behind him.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
I've put him in there for you. I thought it for the best.
Yes, of course, but what exactly is wrong?
A new patient. I wanted to bring him round myself.
Very thoughtful of you.
I'd better get back if that's all the same to you.
Yes, of course. And thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Morning to you.
Morning. Right. Sorry to have kept you waiting. My name's Watson.
I'm sorry to have knocked you up so early.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr.
Hatherley. Victor Hatherley. I believe your maid left my card in the hall.
Oh, I'm afraid I...
It would also tell you that I'm a hydraulic engineer.
What can I do for you, Mr. Hatherley?
I came in by train this morning to Paddington.
Night journey can be monotonous. Now, if you
my
just tell
night
me
could not be called monotonous. I have had a serious accident, you see. It's hardly the sort of thing that happens every night.
That will do, Mr. Hatherley.
Well, just as well, eh? Just as well. Do you see? Eh? Do you see?
Stop it.
Do you see?
Stop it!
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I seem to have made rather a fool of myself.
Drink this. That's it. All of it. That's better. Now, sit down.
Thank you. And now, Doctor, perhaps you would kindly attend to my thumb.
Put your hand on the table. That's it. Good heavens.
Or rather, the place where my thumb used to be.
This is a terrible injury.
Must have bled considerably.
Yes, it did. I fainted when it was done. When I came to, I found that it was still bleeding, so I tied my handkerchief round my wrist and braced it up with a twig.
Excellent. You should have been a surgeon.
Well, it's a question of hydraulics, you see, and came within my own province.
This has been done by a very heavy and sharp instrument.
A thing like a cleaver.
An accident, I presume?
By no means. I was attacked.
Attacked?
Doctor, I have been through quite an ordeal.
Perhaps you'd better not speak of the matter. It is evidently trying to your nerves.
I think I'm over that now. And I shall have to tell my tale to the police. But between ourselves, if it were not for the convincing evidence of this wound of mine, I should be surprised if they believe my statement. I've not much in the way of proof to back it up, and even if they do believe me, the clues which I can give them are so vague, it is a question whether justice will be done.
If it's in the nature of a problem to be solved, I strongly recommend you to come to my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yes. I've heard of that fellow. I should be very glad if he would take the matter up. Would you give me an introduction to him?
I'll do better. I'll take you round to him myself.
I should be immensely obliged to you.
That's settled then. Yeah. How does that feel?
Capital.
I'll get the maid to call a cab. With a bit of luck, we'll just be in time for breakfast. When we arrived at Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes was, as I expected, lounging about the sitting room in his dressing gown, reading the agony column of the Times and smoking his before-breakfast pipe. As ever, this was composed of all the plugs and dottles left from his smokes from the day before, all carefully dried and collected on the corner of the mantelpiece. He received us in his quietly genial fashion, ordered fresh rashers and eggs, and joined us in a hearty meal.
More bacon, Mr. Hatherley?
No, I must admit to being full. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I've felt another man since the doctor bandaged me, and I think that your breakfast has completed the cure.
It is easy to see that your experience has been no common one. Might I suggest, before you acquaint us with the detail of the ordeal you have undergone, you stretch yourself out on the sofa there?
Well, I
please, I insist.
Very well. I think perhaps you may be right, and I'm not yet quite as steady as I should be.
Here, a pillow for your head, and brandy and water on the side table. You may feel the need of a further stimulant.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Hatherley, you have our full attention.
Well, gentlemen, I feel I must take up as little of your valuable time as possible. You must know, however, that I am an orphan and a bachelor residing alone in lodgings in London, and by profession a hydraulic engineer. 2 years ago, having served my time and also having come into a fair sum of money through my poor father's death, I determined to start in business for myself and took professional chambers in Victoria Street. I suppose that everyone finds his first independent start a dreary experience, but to me it has been exceptionally so. During 2 years, I have had 3 consultations, 1 small job, and gross takings of £27 10 shillings. So you can well imagine how I gradually came to believe I should never have any practice at all.
I should think we all felt like that at one time or another. Eh, Holmes?
Please continue, Mr. Hatherley.
Yesterday, however, just as I was thinking of leaving the office, my clerk entered to say that there was a gentleman waiting to see me on business. A Colonel Lysander Stark. Close at his heels came the Colonel himself. A man rather over the middle size, but of an exceeding thinness. I do not think I have ever seen so thin a man. Yet this emaciation seemed to be his natural habit, and due to no disease, for his eye was bright, his step brisk, and his bearing assured.
Mr. Hatherley?
Colonel Stark, please take a seat.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
Mr. Hatherley, you have been recommended to me as a man who is not only proficient in his profession, but is also discreet and capable of preserving a secret. I have it from the same source that you are both an orphan and a bachelor, and are residing alone in London.
That is correct, but I fail to see how all this bears on my professional qualifications. Presuming that it is a professional matter on which you wish to speak to me.
Undoubtedly so. I have a commission for you. But secrecy is essential. Absolute secrecy.
If I promise to keep a secret, you may absolutely depend on my doing so.
Do you promise then?
Yes, I promise.
Absolute and complete silence before, during, and after? No reference to the matter at all, either in word or writing?
Colonel Stark, please state your business. My time is of value.
How would 50 guineas for a night's work suit you?
Well, yes, that would suit most admirably.
I say a night's work, but an hour's would be nearer the mark. I simply want your opinion on a hydraulic machine which has got out of gear. If you show us what is wrong, we shall soon set it right ourselves. What do you think of such a commission as that?
Most acceptable.
Then you will come tonight by the last train.
Where to?
Eyford, in Berkshire. There is a train from Paddington which would bring you there at about 11:15. I shall come down in a carriage to meet you.
There is a drive, then?
Oh, yes. We are quite out in the country. A good 7 miles from Eyford Station.
I doubt if there is a train back at that hour. Could I not come at some more convenient time?
We have judged it best you should come late. It is to recompense you for any inconvenience that we are paying you, a young and unknown man, a fee which would buy an opinion from the very heads of your profession. Of course, if you would like to draw out of the business, there's plenty of time to do so.
Not at all. I shall be very happy to accommodate myself to your wishes. I should like, however, to understand a little more clearly what it is that you wish me to do.
Quite so. As you are probably aware, Fuller's Earth is a valuable product that is only found in 1 or 2 places in England.
I have heard so.
Some little time ago, I bought a small place, a very small place, within 10 miles of Reading. I was fortunate enough to discover that there was a deposit of Fuller's Earth in one of my fields. On examining it, however, I found that this deposit was a comparatively small one, and that it formed a link between 2 very much larger ones upon the right and the left. Both of them, however, in the grounds of my neighbours. These good people were absolutely ignorant that their land contained that which was quite as valuable as a gold mine. Oh, naturally, it was to my interest to buy their land before they discovered its true value, but unfortunately I had no capital by which I could do this. I took a few of my friends into the secret, however, and they suggested that we should quietly and secretly work our own little deposit, and that in this way we should earn the money which would enable us to buy the neighbouring fields. This we have now been doing for some time, and in order to help us in our operations, we erected a hydraulic press. This press, as I have already explained, has got out of order, and we wish your advice upon the subject. We guard our secret very jealously, however, and if it once became known that we had hydraulic engineers coming to our little house, it would soon rouse inquiry, and then, if the facts came out, it would be goodbye to any chance of getting these fields and carrying out our plans.
Yes, of course. Exactly what type of machine are you using?
All will be made perfectly clear tonight. Mr. Heatherley, I have now taken you fully into my confidence. I trust I may expect you at Eyford at 11:15?
I shall certainly be there.
Yes, I am sure you will. But please remember, you must not speak one word of this to another soul. Not one word.
As you can well imagine, Mr. Holmes, I was delighted at being offered a fee which was at least tenfold what I should have asked had I set a price on my own services. On the other hand, the manner of my patron had made an unpleasant impression on me.
But you decided to throw caution to the wind.
Quite so, Doctor. I caught the last train to Eyford, as arranged, and got there shortly after 11. But there was no one else on the platform, save a somewhat sleepy porter. Certainly no Colonel Lysander Stark. As I passed through the dimly lit wicket gate, however, I found my acquaintance of the morning waiting in the shadow upon the other side. Without a word, he grasped my arm and hurried me to a waiting carriage.
The carriage. One horse?
Yes.
Tired-looking or fresh?
Fresh and glossy.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have interrupted. Pray continue.
We drove for at least an hour. It was only supposed to have been 7 miles, but from the rate that we seemed to go and the time that we took, I should think that it must have been nearer 12. All the time, Colonel Stark sat there in silence, and I was aware that he was looking at me with great intensity. I tried to see out of the windows, but they were made of frosted glass. And when we eventually arrived at the house, he pulled me straight from the carriage into the porch, and I failed to catch even the most fleeting glance of the property. The instant that I crossed the threshold, I heard the faint rattle of the wheels as the carriage was driven away. Then, as the door was slammed heavily behind us, I found myself standing apprehensively in the pitch dark of what I assumed to be some sort of hallway.
Just give me a moment, Hatherley. Wegvlucht. I can't seem to get his lamp. That's better.
Was geht hier vor?
Hier so Rochen macht die tot so.
Was ist denn das?
Das geht dich nichts an. Now, Mr. Hatherley, if you will be so kind as to wait in here, I shall not keep you long.
Colonel Stark placed the lamp on the table and then slipped quietly back into the hallway, shutting the door behind him. I walked across to the window, hoping I might catch some glimpse of the countryside, but a heavily barred oak shutter was folded across it. It was a wonderfully silent house. There was an old clock ticking loudly somewhere in the passage, but otherwise everything was deadly still. A vague feeling of uneasiness began to steal over me. Who were these German people? And what were they doing, living in this strange, out-of-the-way place? And where was the place? I was 10 miles or so from Eyford. That was all I knew. But whether north, south, east or west, I had no idea. For that matter, Reading and possibly other large towns were within that radius, so the place might not be so secluded after all. Yet it was quite certain from the absolute stillness that we were in the country. I paced up and down the room, humming a tune under my breath to keep up my spirits, and feeling that I was thoroughly earning my 50-guinea fee. Einführung in die Hydraulik. Metallverarbeitung. Colonel. Oh, I'm sorry. The woman was standing in the doorway, the darkness of the hall behind her, the yellow light from my lamp beating upon her eager and beautiful face. I could see at a glance that she was sick with fear, and the sight sent a chill to my own heart.
Shh, no noise.
But...
Please, you go. You not stay here. There is no good for you here.
But who are you, and what is this place?
Go quickly. No one stops you.
But I came here to do a job.
For love of heaven, get away before it is too late.
But I am somewhat headstrong by nature, and the more ready to engage in an affair when there is some obstacle in the way. I thought again of my 50-guinea fee, of my wearisome journey, and of the unpleasant night which seemed to be before me. Was it all to go for nothing? Why should I slink away without having carried out my commission, and without the payment which was my due? This woman might, for all I knew, be a monomaniac. But surely you must tell me...
I just hope this fellow knows his stuff.
I must not stay.
He would appear to be well qualified.
But who are you, and what are you...
Right, let's have a word with him then.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Hatherley. This is Mr. Ferguson, my secretary and manager.
Pleased to meet you.
Hatherley.
We will take you up to see the machine now.
I'd better get my hat then.
No need. It's inside the house.
You dig Fuller's earth in the house?
No, this is only where we compress it.
Compress it? But why should you...
Never mind all that. All we wish you to do is examine the machine and tell us where it is at fault. Come.
And holding the lamp, the Colonel led the way up to the second floor. It was a labyrinth of an old house, with corridors, passages, narrow winding staircases and low doors. There were no carpets or signs of any furniture above the ground floor, while the plaster was peeling off the walls and the damp was breaking through in green, unhealthy blotches. I tried to put on as unconcerned an air as possible, despite the unexpected and dramatic warning I had been given by the German woman. The growing fear within me, however, was suddenly forgotten as Colonel Stark stopped before a low door, unlocked it, and led me into a small, square room. Too small, in fact, to hold the three of us at any one time, and Ferguson remained outside.
I'm sure all this is quite familiar to you, Mr. Heatherly.
Yes, of course.
The ceiling of this chamber is really the end of the descending piston, which comes down with a force of many tons on this metal floor. It would be a particularly unpleasant thing for us if anyone were to turn it on.
It is somewhat bigger than I had expected.
What do you mean?
I had anticipated a smaller machine. Would you show me the mechanism now?
Very well. It works readily enough, but there seems to be some stiffness in its action, and there is definitely a loss of force. Ferguson will explain.
Certainly. These are the small lateral columns of water that receive the force and then transmit and multiply it in the usual way. You know all about this, of course.
Well, yes. Perhaps it would be better if I could just examine the machinery. I doubt if it'll take long. There's certainly nothing fundamentally wrong with the mechanism. From what you say, it could well be one of the piston cylinders. Do you think you could start it up, Mr. Ferguson?
Certainly.
All right, that's it. Yes, just as I thought. The fault is in one of the cylinders.
Is it serious?
Well, not particularly. That is, you can carry on working the machine, but I would advise you to get a replacement as soon as possible.
Could we fit this ourselves?
Well, certainly. It's this cylinder here. The seal around the driving head must have shrunk and has obviously led to some slight leakage, allowing a regurgitation of water through one of the side cylinders.
How do we replace it?
Well, you'd have to drain off, of course. Then it's quite simple. You take off the air accumulator here. That gives you access to the piston, and, well, you just change the seal.
And that is the only problem?
As far as I can tell.
In that case, I may as well go and see if we have a spare of some kind.
Look, Colonel, if it's all the same to you, I'm just going to take another look in the chamber, just to make sure.
Very well.
It seems all right in here. Of course, if you do have a spare seal and some tools, I could easily fit it for you. It'd take no time at all. No time at all. Certainly no more than an hour.
What are you doing there?
I was just wondering what was in the floor trough here. It's certainly not Fuller's earth.
Is that so?
Colonel Stark, I feel you might have more confidence in me. Surely I should be in a better position to advise on your machine if I knew the exact purpose for which it was being used.
Very well. You shall know all about the machine.
No, wait. Open this door. Do you hear me? Hello, I said open this door. No, Colonel. No, let me out. Let me out, let me out. I was gripped by a blind terror as I saw by the light of the lamp I had placed on the floor that the black ceiling was coming down upon me. Slowly, jerkily, but as none knew better than myself, with a force which must within a minute grind me to a shapeless pulp. I threw myself at the door again and dragged with my nails at the lock. Let me out, please, please! But I doubt if they even heard my cries above that remorseless clanking. The ceiling was now only a foot or two above my head, and as I felt its rough, hard surface, it flashed through my mind that the pain of my death would depend very much on the position in which I met it. If I lay on my face, the weight would come down upon my spine, and I shuddered to think of that dreadful snap. Easier the other way, perhaps. And yet, had I the nerve to lie and look up at that deadly black shadow wavering down upon me? Already I was unable to stand erect. But then my eye caught something which brought a gush of hope back to my heart. A thin yellow line of light suddenly appeared between two of the boards that made up the wooden walls, broadening rapidly as a small panel was pushed backwards. Within a few moments, the boards had been caught beneath the jaw of the machine, and the gap had widened sufficiently for me to hurl myself through, to lay, half fainting, on the other side.
Come, quickly.
But who are you?
Please, they will see you are not there.
He wanted to kill me.
Not now.
He wanted to kill me.
You must come. I help you. Yes, quickly now, quickly.
I'm not sure if it's exactly the right size, but this seal might do the trick. Although from what I heard just then, the press seemed to work rather well.
You are right. It did work well.
Still, we can't afford to take any chances. Best change it as soon as... what's happened to Hatherley?
You will see soon enough.
Surely... No, I don't believe it.
You may believe what you like.
I told you this was never to happen again.
You tell me nothing. I am in charge here. You do as I say. Our young friend was too curious.
But surely we could have... Anything but this.
He had to be stopped. And now, you must help me to get rid of the...
9. He grounded us. Oh, thank God. How could...
Ah, I see. He will not have got far.
We better make sure that...
No, there is no time. We must find him.
Come.
Why? Why do they want to kill me?
Do you not understand? Please, now they will know you are not there.
I go down the stairs. You look up here.
Please, they are coming.
Who are you? Why are you doing this?
There is no time.
Where are you taking me?
Hurry.
No sign of him up here.
Stay by the stairs. He is still in the house.
They are coming. In here.
As she spoke, a light sprang into view at the far end of the passage, and I saw the lean figure of Colonel Lysander Stark rushing forward with a lantern in one hand and something gleaming in the other.
Down here, quickly.
The window. It's here on the top.
Lock the door.
There is no key.
Oh, it's stuck. I'm not sure.
Hurry.
There.
You must jump. Now.
What about you?
You are stupid. Jump.
I'm not going to just leave you.
Get out of my way.
No, you must not. Remember your promise.
I said get out of my way.
We will be silent. I know it.
You will be your drawing of us.
Please, please.
No.
I had by now manoeuvred myself to the outside of the window, and as Stark pushed the woman aside and rushed across the room, I lowered myself so that I was hanging full length with my hands grasping the sill. My last impression of Stark was a face distorted with fury, and the cleaver he was holding descending towards me. As I let go, I was conscious of a dull pain. I was shaken but not hurt by the fall, so I picked myself up and rushed off among the bushes as hard as I could run. Suddenly, however, a deadly dizziness and sickness came over me. I glanced down at my hand, which was throbbing painfully, and then, for the first time, saw that my thumb had been cut off and that the blood was pouring from the wound. Despite my now delirious state, I realized that a tourniquet would have to be applied as quickly as possible, and I achieved this with my handkerchief and a twig that was lying on the ground. Then there came a sudden buzzing in my ears, and the next moment I fell in a dead faint.
How long were you unconscious?
I could not tell, but it must have been a long time, as it was quite light when I came to myself.
Where were you when you regained consciousness?
That is the strangest part of the whole affair. When I first came to, naturally, I sprang to my feet, feeling that I might hardly yet be safe from my pursuers. But to my astonishment, when I looked round me, neither house nor garden were to be seen.
Extraordinary.
I found instead that I had been lying in an angle of a hedge close by the high road, and looking further I could see it was close by the very station at which I had arrived a few hours before. Were it not for the ugly wound upon my hand, all that had passed during those dreadful hours might have been an evil dream. Mr. Holmes?
Please, carry on. I seem to recall a reference.
As luck would have it, the same porter was on duty. I asked him if he remembered the carriage that had been waiting for me the night before, but he could not recall it.
But he must have known of Colonel Stark.
The name meant nothing to him. When I learned that the nearest police station was about 3 miles away, I decided to wait for the first train of the day to Paddington. I was determined to tell the authorities my story as quickly as possible, but, well, as you know, Doctor, I came to you first, and you were kind enough to bring me along here. Gentlemen, I put my case in your hands and shall do exactly what you advise.
Oh, we will certainly do everything in our power to get to the bottom of this mystery, eh, Holmes? Holmes?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Ah, here is the cutting. An advertisement that appeared in all the papers about a year ago. I think it should interest you. Lost on the 9th inst, Mr. Jeremiah Hayling, age 26, a hydraulic engineer. Left his lodgings at 10 o'clock at night and has not been heard of since. Was dressed in a... etc., etc. What do you make of that, Watson?
I fancy it may represent the last time the Colonel needed to have his machine overhauled.
Undoubtedly. It is quite clear that Colonel Lysander Stark is a cool and desperate man who is determined that nothing will stand in the way of his little game. How are you feeling now, Mr. Hatherley?
Oh, much better, thank you.
Are you up to returning to Eyford?
Certainly.
I shall accompany you, naturally. Watson?
Yes, of course.
And a plain-clothes man from Scotland Yard, I fancy. Oh, we will call there on the way to the station. Well, gentlemen, it must be a year or more since I've been to Berkshire. If Mr. Hatherley's most unfortunate experience is anything to go by, that is far too long.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes.
Ah, good day to you, Bradstreet.
Came as quick as I could. They sent your message on to me.
Excellent.
Although I wasn't sure. That is, I thought I might have missed you.
No, your timing is impeccable. Nearly 5 minutes to spare.
Ah, that's all right, then. Yeah, perhaps I should have brought 1 or 2 constables along, reinforcements, as it were.
I'm sure we shall be able to cope, as long as there are no more than, say, 4 in the gang.
4?
Oh, forgive me, Bradstreet. Dr. Watson will be with us.
Oh, I see.
Together with a young gentleman who had the misfortune to sustain an accident last night, and the further misfortune of suffering a recurrence of the bleeding a few minutes ago. Watson's taken him to the first aid post. They'll be with us shortly.
So, you really think it's the same gang, then?
A distinct possibility, Bradstreet. No more than that.
Yes, of course, I understand. It's just that, well, I've been after them far too long not to want to be in at the kill.
Which is precisely why I invited you to join us.
Very generous of you, Mr. Holmes. And I can assure you that that will be in my report.
Let us hope you will have something to report. Ah, there's Watson.
Even if we don't have any luck on this occasion, I'd just like you to know I appreciate the favour. Morning, Dr. Watson.
Morning, Bradstreet. May I introduce Victor Hatherley, Inspector Bradstreet.
How do you do, sir?
Forgive me if I don't shake hands, Inspector, as you see.
I understand, sir.
Everything all right, Watson?
Oh, I would say so. It looked a lot worse than it really was. Yes, I think you'll do.
In which case, I suggest we board our train, gentlemen. And if you have no objections, I would prefer a smoker. There are still 1 or 2 points that may benefit from our further consideration.
How much longer, Watson? No more than 4 or 5 minutes. We seem to be on time. So, there's no doubt in your mind, Bradstreet?
None whatsoever. Coiners.
Coiners on a large scale. They must have used the hydraulic press to form their amalgam.
And they've been turning out half-crowns by the 1,000. And we even traced them as far as Reading. They must have covered their traces well, as we couldn't get any further. Thanks to this lucky chance, I think we've got them right enough. Not so lucky for you, of course, Mr. Hatherley. How are you feeling, by the way?
I shall be fine.
That's the ticket.
What I cannot understand is why they should have spared you when they found you lying fainting in the garden. Perhaps the villain was softened by the woman's entreaties, eh?
I hardly think that likely. When Stark came at me with that cleaver, he wanted me dead.
We'd better take a look at that map of yours, Bradstreet. Yeah. See if we can pinpoint the house.
You said about 12 miles, didn't you, sir?
It was certainly a good hour's drive.
Well, as you can see, I've drawn a circle at a 12-mile radius around Eyford. The Lord only knows where we start searching, though.
I think I could lay my finger on it.
I might have known you would have formed an opinion, Mr. Holmes. Come now, we shall see who agrees with you. I'd say the house lies to the south, and more deserted there. Mr. Hatherley?
I think... Yes, I will say the east. There look to be several quiet villages out that way.
I'm for the north. No hills there, you see. And Hatherley says he did not notice the carriage going uphill.
So, Mr. Holmes, north, south and east are gone. What do you say?
You're all wrong.
Then it's the west.
Not at all. This is where we shall find them.
But that can only be 5 minutes' walk from the station, Holmes.
I believe you may be right.
And the 12-mile drive?
Simple. 6 out and 6 back. You said yourself the horse was fresh and glossy.
Yes, it's a likely enough route. We're agreed then. We'll start our search in Eyford. Though exactly where we look, your guess is as good as mine.
May I suggest, gentlemen, that you start by looking out of the window?
Keep back there! Keep back!
Quite a blaze, indeed. I should imagine they can see the smoke from several miles away. Well, Mr. Hathaway?
This drive, the bushes, and... Well, yes, that second-floor window. That must have been the one I jumped from. Well, this is the house, all right.
Not for much longer, I shouldn't think. Roof looks set to go at any moment.
If it's any consolation, Hathaway, at least you have had your revenge on them. It was probably your oil lamp that set fire to the place when it was crushed by the press. Your friends of last night were too excited in the chase to observe it at the time.
Keep back there now! Keep back with the others!
All right, Constable. These gentlemen are with me.
Really? And who might you be then?
Inspector Bradstreet, Scotland Yard.
Beg your pardon, sir. I didn't know.
Local man, are you?
Fielding, sir.
What do you know about all this?
Oh, not much, sir. Fire broke out in the night, I reckon.
Whose house is it?
Belongs to a Dr. Beecher.
Thin man, is he? Sharp features, German accent.
No, sir. Dr. Beecher is an Englishman. There isn't a man in the parish who has a better lined waistcoat.
Must be that manager fella, Ferguson.
What about the woman?
There was no woman there. At least not to my knowledge. But there was a gentleman staying with him. A patient, as I understand it. Foreigner. Looked as though a nice drop of good Berkshire beef wouldn't do him any harm either.
I dare say Colonel Lysander Stark and his colleagues are all at least 100 miles away by now and possibly enjoying the culinary delights of some other county. Or country.
Going clear!
The roof! It is going!
Keep back now! Everybody get back!
Watch out for that ceiling, Bert. All right to take a look in here.
Oh, just be careful, sir.
Still a bit hot. We haven't finished everything down yet. Come on! What's the hold up down there? So, what do you think then, Mr. Hatherley?
I hardly know what to say. But this is it, all right.
Good heavens. Yes, it is still hot.
All this twisted metal, it nearly cost me my life.
Still, you live to tell the tale.
Have you seen the inspector?
Just over there, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
You'll have to mind when you tread, sir.
Yes, I shall be careful. Ah, Holmes. I've been taking a stroll around the grounds just to see what I could see.
Did you find anything?
Only the reason why you lost no more than your thumb at the hands of Colonel Lysander Stark. The ground where you fell unconscious is quite soft, and there were some quite distinct impressions, including 2 sets of footprints leading down to the road. It would seem, happily, that you were carried there by 2 persons, one of whom had remarkably small feet and the other unusually large ones.
More than likely that would be Ferguson. Probably didn't want to risk a murder charge, so he helped the woman get you out of harm's way, Mr. Hatherley.
And I suppose I should be grateful to him.
Better bring another hose up.
Well, this has been a pretty business for me. I nearly lost my life, and I've certainly lost my thumb and a 50-guinea fee.
But you have gained experience.
Which I would gladly have forgone.
But indirectly, it may be of value. You have only to put your experience into words to gain the reputation of being excellent company for the remainder of your existence.
Even if that should not prove to be the case, I must thank you, gentlemen, for all the trouble you've taken on my behalf.
No, not at all.
Now, if you will excuse me, I feel I should return to London as soon as possible. Well, who knows? I may have another client waiting for me.
Perhaps I should travel with you. I don't doubt you may still be feeling the effects of your experience.
Thank you, Doctor, but I shall manage perfectly well.
As you wish. But stop by the surgery tonight, so I can change the dressing.
I will. Now, I really must hurry. I believe there's a train due shortly. Good day to you all.
Good day, Mr. Hatherley.
Take care of yourself.
Sadder, but it is to be hoped, a much wiser young man. Well, Inspector, have you had more luck than I?
Possibly, Mr. Holmes. We have a witness who saw a cart containing 3 people and some very bulky boxes driving rapidly in the direction of Reading early this morning. We pursued our inquiries there, of course, but the trail seems to have gone cold. We also found considerable quantities of nickel and tin stored in one of the outhouses. No coin, unfortunately. Probably in those boxes.
More than likely.
Inspector Bradstreet!
Oh, no, what?
Yes, Fielding? Can we move the metal now, sir?
I'll come down. Did you want to examine it, Mr. Holmes?
Later, perhaps.
I'll have it sent down to the station. Then.
A moment, Inspector. I have one small piece of evidence for you.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Holmes?
This. Holmes. It was found by one of the firemen upon a windowsill on the second floor. Perhaps I should have returned it to Mr. Hatherley, but then I doubt if he's any further need of it, despite his previous attachment. Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Well, this had better go to the station as well. Fielding!
Well, Holmes, what now? To Reading? See if we can catch up with them? Little point, I fear. They've had far too good a start. So, what do you suggest? What I suggest, my dear fellow, is that with all possible speed we remove ourselves to the local inn. We may yet be in time to sample some of the good Berkshire beef the constable has so heartily recommended.
Although our trip to Berkshire did not produce the tangible result Holmes had undoubtedly wished for, I, for one, still savoured the taste of the succulent slices that were placed before us that day. I have no knowledge as to whether the hydraulic engineer acted on Holmes' advice for capitalizing on his most singular experience or not. However, a week after our return, Holmes did receive a note from Hatherley thanking him for his assistance and inviting him to forward his accounts for services rendered. Needless to say, Holmes did not comply with this request. As for the sinister Colonel Lysander Stark, his assistant Ferguson, and the beautiful German woman, to all intents and purposes, they simply vanished off the face of the earth, and nothing has been heard of them from that day to this. For his part, Holmes never referred to the matter again. Understandable, of course. Few people like to be reminded of their failures, although, in this case, lack of success would be nearer the mark. But I doubt if Holmes would acknowledge or accept the distinction.
So, St. Simon, have you thought it over?
Yes, I have.
And?
There are a good many objections.
Like what?
Ran, you don't understand what's involved.
Sure I do. It's what I do best.
Business.
Look, Robert, I know business is a dirty word over here, especially in your sort of family.
You know nothing whatsoever about my family.
Oh, now, that's where you're wrong, my friend. I like to keep my ear to the ground, keep track of whose fortunes are on the way up or down.
Doran, you are no gentleman.
No, I don't have the pedigree, but I reckon I soon shall. What do you say? Here, health, wealth, and happiness.
Health, wealth, and happiness.
No, it's ridiculous.
It's exactly what I've always wanted.
What you've
for you.
always wanted. When did you ever care about what I wanted?
If we'd done what you wanted, my girl, you'd be stuck away somewhere in a two-bit hovel without a cent to your name.
That's the only thing you care about, isn't it? Well, I don't give a damn about money.
Hattie.
Oh, sorry. Not ladylike enough for you, am I? Oh, Pa. This isn't working. None of it. I can't do it. Let's go home.
You don't want to go home.
I don't know what I want. I haven't had a moment to think since we got here.
All I want is the best for you. You know that. Look, the past is gone. You can't bring it back.
I know it.
You got to think about the future. You're 24 years old.
I know that too, damn it.
Hattie.
Sorry.
This kind of chance, it's not going to come your way again. Don't you like him at all?
I like him well enough.
Then promise me you'll think about it at least. That's all I'm asking. Just think about it.
All right. I'll think about it.
Good girl. That's all I wanted to hear.
Lord Robert, If you brought me out here to talk, can we please get on with it? My feet ache and I want to sit down.
Miss Doran, you are the most refreshing woman I know.
Well, having seen some of the others, I can't say that comes as much of a surprise.
You see. Miss Doran.
Yes, Lord Robert.
I bear an ancient and honourable name.
I know you do.
One that I do not bestow lightly.
Of course not. I'm sorry. Aren't you supposed to go down on one knee?
Oh, Miss Doran, please.
I'm sorry, I really am. Please, go on, Lord Robert. I'm listening.
Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Forasmuch as Robert de Vere Walsingham and Harriet Caroline hath consented together in holy wedlock, and hath witnessed the same before God and this congregation, I pronounce that they be man and wife together. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I know you have a set way to do these things over here, but the way I see it, I'm the father of the bride, and if I want to toast the newlyweds, well, that's my privilege. So, Duchess, lords, ladies, I give you the bride and groom.
Get your bleeding hands off me!
Keep your flaming voice down. They'll hear you inside.
Don't you tell me what to do. My business is with Lord Robert, not the hard help. Just tell him Flora Miller's here.
I'm telling you, his lordship left strict instructions. He wasn't to be let in. He's got better things to do.
Oh, yes, I bet he has. With his little American slut. When I get my hands on her, she'll wish she stayed at home.
Right, that's it. Now, you listen to me. If you're not 2 streets away from this house in the next 30 seconds, I'll have you in the hands of the law faster than you can blink. Understand?
Oh, you're breaking me arm. All right, I'm going. But you can tell your precious Lord Robert and his new lady wife that they haven't heard the last of this. Not by a long chalk.
The bride and groom.
The bride and groom.
On behalf of Lady Robert and myself, thank you.
I still fail to understand, Mr. Doran, why this wedding was such a very small affair.
Well, it wasn't my idea, Duchess. I wanted the whole works.
Really, Mother, we've been over all this. We wanted a quiet, unobtrusive little ceremony.
Unobtrusive?
Intimate, if you prefer. That's what we both wanted. Isn't that so, my dear? Hattie?
I'm sorry. Please excuse me.
What extraordinary behaviour. Is the child unwell?
Well, she was fine this morning, happy as a sandboy. More champagne, Duchess?
Hattie? Hattie, this is ridiculous. I know perfectly well that you can hear me. Open this door at once. This has gone on for quite long enough. You're being insufferably rude. Very well. I'm coming in. Now, look here. What the devil?
Oh, God.
Excuse me, love. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Chin up, then. Keep smiling.
Well, well. Look what the cat dragged in.
Who are you?
Or do I mean the Lord?
What do you want?
I want you, my lady. You and me are going somewhere quiet.
What?
I'm sorry, Lord Robert, Mr. Doran. The whole staff's been out, but we can't find anybody who saw her ladyship after she left the house.
How far did you check?
3 blocks in every direction.
So, now half of London knows she's missing.
Don't be ridiculous, St. Simon.
We were discreet, my lord.
All right, all right. Well, you got any other ideas?
I say we should simply wait. Whatever ridiculous game this is, she'll tire of it before long.
Game? We waited far too long as it is. Jenkins, I want you to go in.
No! Doran, I'm telling you, that is not the best way.
This is unbelievable. My daughter's missing and all you're concerned about is hushing the whole thing up. Well, you can forget it. I'm sending for the police.
This is ridiculous. Yes? Well?
Inspector Giles Lestrade, my lord.
About damn time. Show him in, Hardwick.
My lord. This way, sir.
Thank you. Lord Robert, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
What the devil do you mean by keeping me a prisoner in here, Lestrade?
Yes, I'm sorry about that, sir. But it is the normal procedure. We have to see everyone separately. I'm sure you understand.
I do not. I shall be speaking to your superiors.
Very good, sir. Now, if you wouldn't mind answering a few questions, I'd be most...
Are you implying that I'm somehow involved in this ridiculous joke?
Joke, my lord? Mr. Doran is extremely concerned about his
Mr.
daughter.
Doran is...
Yes, sir?
Mr. Doran is an excitable individual with an overdeveloped imagination. Lady Robert is playing some sort of practical joke, nothing more.
Fond of jokes, is she, sir?
Look, Lestrade, all I require of you is that you organize a discreet search for my wife and bring her back here as quickly and as quietly as you can.
Believe me, Lord Robert, that's exactly what I'd like to do.
Then get on with it, man. And discreetly, do you hear? I don't want one word of this business in the newspapers.
I understand your concern, my lord.
I doubt it.
But unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to hush things up for you.
What? What the devil do you mean?
In the light of what Mr. Doran has just told me.
What are you blathering on about, man?
Well, sir, I was hoping that you would volunteer the information, but since you appear reluctant... I'm referring to the incident that occurred outside this house earlier today.
That was nothing.
Oh, I don't think so, sir. And with the greatest respect, I don't understand your attitude at all. I suggest you stop treating me like an enemy and help me do my job. Or do you want to see this turn into a murder inquiry?
The curious marriage of Lord Robertson Simon, second son of the Duke of Balmoral, has long since ceased to be a subject of interest in those exalted circles in which the unfortunate bridegroom moves. Fresh scandals have eclipsed it, and their more piquant details have drawn the gossips away from this particular drama. As I have reason to believe, however, that the full details have never been revealed to the general public, and as my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had a considerable share in clearing the matter up, I feel that no memoir of him would be complete without some little sketch of this remarkable episode. It happened shortly before my own marriage, during the days when I was still sharing rooms with Holmes in Baker Street. The weather had taken a turn to rain, with high autumnal winds, and the Jezail bullet wound, which I had brought back as a relic of my Afghan campaign, throbbed with dull persistency.
No sign of letting up.
No, sir.
Did he say what time he expected to be back?
Now, what do you think, Doctor? He didn't even take an umbrella.
Mrs. Hudson, he was disguised as a furniture remover.
Oh, is that what it was?
Well, furniture removers do not carry umbrellas.
I wouldn't have let him near my furniture. Oh, I do hope it clears up for your wedding.
Thank you.
You shouldn't be on your feet, sir. Sit down and give your poor leg a bit of a rest. You know what the wet weather does to it.
If it's like this next month, Holmes will be wheeling me up the aisle in a bath chair.
Well, as long as you make it somehow.
I shall miss you, Mrs. Hudson. You've looked after me wonderfully well.
Yes. Well, some people are easier to look after than others. Mr. Holmes!
Oh, Mrs. Hudson!
Couldn't you have left that filthy old coat downstairs, Mr. Holmes? Look at the mess on my good carpet.
It'll dry. Watson,
I solved the case.
The mystery of the Grosvenor Square furniture van?
Not one of your most evocative titles, my dear fellow. How about the adventure of the drowned detective?
You won't let me have the details while they're still fresh in your mind.
Doctor, you're supposed to be resting. Mr. Holmes, please don't put that disgusting coat on the bed. Oh, really? I don't know why I bother.
It was a simple little business. Well, it's obvious from the first.
And it was the owner of the removal company.
Yes, of course it was. Mind you, he was a clever rascal.
How did you finally trap him?
He tried to enlist me into the gang. Wanted me to steal Lady Holt's diamond tiara. What's this letter?
Look, how much longer?
Give her a chance. The curtain's only just come down. She should be out in a minute.
She'd better be.
Here, Flora, you got an admirer.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a look. What you want?
Flora Miller,
Maybe.
you've led me a pretty dance. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Sick.
Then why weren't you at home?
Who wants to know?
Lestrade, Scotland Yard. Come on.
Mrs. Hudson brought it up about an hour ago. Special messenger. Impressive crest, isn't it?
It looks like one of those unwelcome social summonses which call upon a man either to be bored or to lie.
Social invitation, you?
I get them all the time from grateful clients in the mistaken belief that just because I've discovered who purloined their diamonds or murdered their second cousins, I'd like nothing better than to sit down to dinner with them and hear their life histories. But this may prove to be something of interest after all.
Not social, then?
Oh, no, distinctly professional.
And from a noble client.
One of the highest in England.
Wow, Lord Robert St. Simon, I congratulate you.
On what?
One of the highest in England.
I assure you, Watson, without any affectation, that the status of a client is of much less moment to me than the interest of his case.
This business is hardly uninteresting.
Indeed.
The mystery of the English lord, the American heiress, and the music hall dancer. Haven't you been reading the papers?
Not for some days.
With this damn weather is about all I've been able to do. Do you want me to post you up?
I will call at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and should you have any other engagement at this time, I trust you will postpone it.
Obviously a man accustomed to being paid.
Dated from Grosvenor Mansions, written with a quill pen of some quality, and the noble lord has had the misfortune to get a smear of ink upon the outer side of his right little finger. We have an hour. Give me the facts.
Look, Copper, you going to tell me what this is all about?
Don't come the innocent with me, Miller. Do you deny that you issued threats against the person of Harriet St. Simon?
So that's it.
I've got a witness who saw her ladyship in Hyde Park on the day she disappeared. She was with another woman. Guess who fits the description?
So? What of it?
Lady Robert was in some distress. You struck her at least once.
That's a lie!
And forcibly led her away in the direction of the Serpentine. And now you're going to tell me exactly what happened next.
This is a most painful matter to me, Mr. Holmes. I've been cut to the quick. I understand, sir, that you have already managed several delicate cases of this sort.
That is perfectly true.
Though I presume they were hardly from the same class of society.
No, I am descending.
I beg your pardon?
My last client of the sort was a king.
Really? I had no idea. Which king?
Scandinavia.
What? Had he lost his wife?
You can understand, I'm sure, that I extend to the affairs of my other clients the same secrecy which I promised to you in yours.
Of course. Very right, very right.
To particulars, then. I have learned all that is in the public prints, but nothing more. You'll be so kind as to fill in the details for me.
That is very little to add.
Indeed. Well, we shall see. When did you first meet the lady?
A year ago, while travelling in the United States.
And did you become engaged while you were over there?
No.
But you were on a friendly footing.
I was amused by her society, and she could see that I was amused.
When did the young lady come to London?
Her father brought her over for this last season.
And you renewed your acquaintance?
Yes. I met her several times, became engaged to her, and have now married her.
Her father is very rich?
He is said to be the wealthiest man on the Pacific slope.
How did he make his money?
In mining. Oh, he had nothing a few years ago. Then he struck gold, invested it, and came up by leaps and bounds.
So the young lady would have brought a considerable dowry?
A fair dowry, no more than is usual in my family.
And this, of course, remains to you, since the wedding is a fait accompli.
I really have made no inquiries on the subject.
Oh, very naturally not. Lord Robert, what is your impression as to the young lady's, your wife's character?
You must understand, gentlemen, that my wife was nearly 20 before her father became a rich man. During that time, she ran free in a mining camp, wandered through woods and mountains. Her education has come from nature rather than from the schoolmaster.
Would you describe her as impetuous?
She is swift in making up her mind and fearless in carrying out her resolutions.
Fascinating.
On the other hand, I would not have given her the name which I had the honour to bear had I not thought her to be at bottom a noble woman, capable of heroic self-sacrifice.
Of course not. Did you see Miss Doran on the day before the wedding?
Yes.
Was she in good spirits?
Never better. She kept talking of what we should do in our future lives.
And at the wedding itself?
She was as bright as possible. At least...
Yeah? Any detail may be of importance, however trivial it seems to you.
Oh, this was nothing. She dropped her bouquet as we went towards the vestry. A gentleman in the front pew handed it up to her again. The whole incident was over in a second, but she was absurdly upset about the flowers.
Did you ask her why?
Yes, I did. And she answered me most abruptly. It was the first sign I've ever seen that her temper was just a little sharp.
Had she damaged the bouquet in any way, perhaps spoiled the arrangement? That might well have upset her on the one day that she would have wished everything to be perfect.
The damn thing looked perfect all right to me.
Did Lady Roberts speak to anyone unknown to you between the end of the ceremony and her disappearance?
No, not at all.
The wedding breakfast was held at her father's house, I believe. What did she do when you arrived there?
I saw her in conversation with her maid, Alice.
A confidential servant?
A little too much so. Still, of course, in America, they look upon these things in a different way.
Did you overhear what they said?
I believe Lady Roberts said something about jumping a claim. I've no idea what she meant.
American slang is very expressive sometimes. And following this conversation...
She walked into the breakfast room.
On your arm?
No. She was very independent in little matters like that.
And then 10 minutes or so after you'd sat down...
She rose hurriedly, muttered some words of apology and left the room.
Never to be seen again. It really is a pretty little problem.
This is ridiculous.
We're on the final suite, sir.
They're not going to find anything. Hell!
Pressure from the bigwig, sir.
Sergeant, a woman is missing, possibly murdered. I don't give a tuppenny damn who her husband is.
Sorry, sir.
Inspector! Can you come, sir? We've found something.
Watson, you're the expert on the press coverage of this case. Be so good as to unearth that report of the wedding, the one that mentions Lord Backwater. Which paper was it? The Telegraph?
Morning Post, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, here we are.
Mr. Holmes, what is this?
Patience, my lord. Doctor, would you favour us with a reading?
Certainly. The wedding previously announced between Lord Robertson Simon and the Californian heiress Miss Hattie Doran has now taken place. The honeymoon will be passed at Lord Backwater's country estate near Petersfield.
Quite so, thank you.
Well,
why was the wedding celebrated in such secrecy?
Secrecy? There was no secrecy. What are you implying?
Come now, my lord, this ceremony should have been the society event of the year, a glittering occasion, glitteringly described, instead of which, not 36 words. Some of the other papers had even less. Why?
I don't care for your tone,
sir.
The
whole affair was minuscule. There were but 5 guests, and your father, the Duke, was not one of their number. Why?
Good day to you, sir.
Sit down, Lord Robert.
You dare
and tell me about the scandal you so feared. That's better. Now, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with Miss Flora Miller?
It's nothing. Trifle.
Well, in that case, it should be quickly told.
She's a dancer at the Allegro. We've been on a friendly footing for years. I may say, on a very friendly footing. Well, you know what women are, Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
Oh, she was a dear little thing, but extremely hot-headed and devotedly attached to me.
What was her reaction when she learned that you were to be married?
Oh, she wrote me some dreadful letters, and to tell you the truth, The reason why I arranged for the wedding to be so quiet was that I feared she might create some sort of scene in the church. Well, you can imagine the possibilities.
It's disastrous, no doubt, but in fact nothing of the sort occurred.
Not at the ceremony, no, though what did happen was quite bad enough.
Ah, yes, and reported in the most excellent detail.
Damn scandal sheets.
When this lady tried to gain entry to the wedding breakfast, did your wife see her or hear her?
No, thank goodness. But that fool Lestrade insists that Flora decoyed my wife out and laid some terrible trap for her.
Well, it is a possible supposition.
What, you think so too?
I did not say a probable one.
Flora wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well, jealousy is a strange transformer of character. Pray, what is your own theory?
Well, really, I came to seek a theory, not to propound one. But since you ask me, it has occurred to me that the excitement of this affair, the consciousness that she has made so immense a social stride, may have had the effect of causing some little nervous disturbance in my wife.
You believe that she had become suddenly deranged?
Well, I can hardly explain it in any other fashion.
Well, it certainly is a conceivable hypothesis. Well, I don't think I need detain you any longer. I shall communicate with you.
Should you be fortunate enough to solve this problem?
I have solved it.
What was that?
I say that I've solved it.
Then where is my wife?
That is a detail which I shall speedily supply.
If that is an attempt at humour, Mr. Holmes, I find it sadly misplaced. I'm afraid that it will take wiser heads than yours or mine to solve this mystery. Gentlemen.
Lord Robert. It's very good of the noble lord to honour my head by putting it on a level with his own.
Have you really solved it?
Yeah, before he ever came into the room.
You don't forget that, then. Leave that.
Sarge,
Don't forget it.
I've got a cab for the old man.
For pity's sake, lad, he is. You call him that, you'll be on the beat for the rest of your natural.
Oh, sorry, Sarge. What's the matter with him, anyway? I thought he'd be pleased we found something.
It wasn't exactly what he was expecting. Where's his cab, then?
Over there. Cabby wanted to know where he was going.
Huh. Where do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Much appreciated.
Well, always a pleasure to see you, my dear Lestrade. Oh, what's up? You look dissatisfied.
And I feel dissatisfied. It's this infernal St. Simon marriage case. I can make neither head nor tail of the business.
Really? You surprised me.
Did he come to see you?
You've only just missed him, Inspector.
He told me he was thinking of it. Asked me if I had any objection.
And did you?
Of course not. I said it might be of some assistance.
Oh, you're too generous.
You're not having much luck with this case, then?
Every clue seems to slip through my fingers. I've been working on it all day.
And very wet it seems to have made you.
Yes. I've been dragging the Serpentine.
In heaven's name, what for?
For the body of Lady Robert St. Simon.
Have you dragged the basin of the Trafalgar Square fountain?
No, why? What do you mean?
Well, because you've just as good a chance of finding this lady in the one as in the other.
I suppose you know all about it, hmm?
Well, my mind is made up.
Oh, indeed. And you think that the Serpentine plays no part in the matter?
I think it very unlikely.
Then perhaps you will kindly explain how it is that we found these in it. Lady Robert's wedding dress, Lady Robert's veil, Lady Robert's shoes. They've been in the water at least 2 days, as had this, Lady Robert's wedding ring.
I appreciate your dilemma. All of the wrapping and none of the contents.
Yes, we found nothing else, but it seemed to me that if the clothes were there, the corpse might not be far off.
By the same brilliant reasoning, every man's body is to be found in the neighbourhood of his wardrobe. Are you hoping to prove that this is evidence against the Flora Miller woman? I'm afraid you'll find it very difficult.
Oh, are you indeed? Well, I'm afraid that you've made 2 blunders in as many minutes. This dress quite definitely implicates Miss Flora Miller.
How does it do that, Inspector?
In the dress is a pocket. In the pocket was a card case. And in the card case was a note. This note. I'll tell you what it says, shall I? Meet me as soon as you can, Victoria Gate, Hyde Park. FHM. This is the very note that Flora Miller, and her confederates no doubt, used to lure Lady Robert within their reach.
Very good, Inspector. Let me see it. Oh, yes. Ah, Well, this is indeed important. I congratulate you, Lestrade.
Look, you're looking on the wrong side.
No, on the contrary.
You're mad. Look, here's the note over here.
And over here is a fragment of an hotel bill which interests me deeply. Now, what's your opinion, Watson?
Careful with that, if you please. It's vital evidence.
Of course, Inspector. October the 4th. Rooms 8 shillings. Breakfast 2 shillings and 6pence. Cocktail 1 shilling. Lunch 2 and 6. Glass sherry 8pence.
I see nothing in that.
Very likely not. It is most important nonetheless, and so are the initials. So I congratulate you again. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I think it's time for a little outdoor work. Just one hint to you, Lestrade.
Oh, yes?
Yes, I will tell you the true solution of the matter. Lady Robert St. Simon is a myth. There is not, and there never has been, any such person. Good afternoon.
The Langham Hotel, please, cabby. The Caledonian. The Grand. The Marlborough. The International. Connaught. The Fotherington. Argos. The Northumberland.
Cool, Governor, you must be ruddy hard to please.
Dr. Watson? Sir?
Yes? What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
I'm so sorry to wake you, Doctor, but there's a special delivery.
A special delivery? What, for me?
Well, no, sir, for Mr. Holmes. But I didn't want the men to come barging in on you just like that.
The men? Just what are they delivering, for goodness sake?
Excuse me.
I thought I told you to wait downstairs.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we do have other calls to make. Now, where do you want all this food?
How many times? I never set eyes on the damn thing before.
Meet me as soon as you can. Victoria Gate, Hyde Park. FHM. Victoria Gate is precisely where you were seen, fighting with Lady Robert.
It's not even my writing.
Then one of your confederates wrote it for you.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, ridiculous, you call it? Well, I call it murder. And so will the judge and jury. Now, why don't you make things easy on yourself and tell me the truth?
Holmes, I was beginning to think you'd disappeared too.
They've laid the supper, then?
They've laid for 5 people. What's it all about? I don't mind telling you, Mrs. Hudson was more than a little put out.
Oh?
And what is wrong with the food I provide, I'd like to know.
Well, I fancied that our company would appreciate something a little more Epicurean. Yeah, they'll be arriving soon.
Holmes?
My dear fellow.
I've been going over this business.
With what result?
Jumping a claim.
Very good, Watson.
I know it's significant, but I don't know why.
Is that so?
Holmes, don't be so infuriated.
It's miners' parlance. Means taking possession of something to which another person has a prior claim.
Does it indeed?
Our first supper guest. He should feel at home amongst these ancient and cobwebby bottles. Oh, just listen to that.
Oh, dear. Doesn't all go well.
Mr. Holmes.
Lord Robert, good evening.
Good evening, my lord.
Mr. Holmes, I am not accustomed to being summoned in this peremptory manner. If you have news of my wife, why did you not put it in your message?
Because I feared you would not accept my invitation had I done so.
So you do have news?
Not concerning your wife.
What nonsense is
Watson, be so good as to get Lord Robert a drink. His nerves seem to be somewhat on edge.
Certainly. My lord?
No, thank you.
Splendid. The remainder of our little party. Lord Robert, I am in possession of all the facts of your case.
You know where my wife is.
But I do not believe that I am the best person to explain them to you.
What? What do you mean?
I have therefore invited 2 other people of my acquaintance to do so in my place. Pray excuse me. Lord Robertson Simon, allow me to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Francis Hay Moulton. The lady, I think you have already met.
Hello, Robert.
Come in.
Evening, sir. There's a note came for you. Here.
Came? What time was this handed in?
About 2 hours ago, sir. No, I've only just seen it. Everyone else assumed you'd gone home.
Who delivered it?
The lad on the front desk didn't know him, sir. But he described him as a tall chap. Sharp features, piercing eyes.
What?
Is everything all right, sir?
No, Sergeant. It is not. Excuse me. Sergeant Sacker?
Inspector?
The woman in cell 15.
Miller, yes, sir.
Let her go.
You're angry, Robert. Well, I guess you have every cause to be.
Pray make no apology to me. Simply give me some sort of explanation.
Well,
perhaps you would like my friend and me to leave the room.
If I may give an opinion.
Mr. Moulton, pray do so.
I believe we have had just a little too much secrecy over this business already. Hattie?
you're right. Well, gentlemen, Robert, Frank and I met in '81 in McQuire's mining camp in the Rockies. Pa and me were poor back then. Pretty soon we were engaged to each other. Then my father struck a rich pocket and made a pile.
While my claim just petered out.
Pa wouldn't hear of our engagement lasting any longer. He took me away to Frisco. Frank followed me in secret. He just wouldn't throw up his hand.
It seemed to me, gentlemen, that love was love, and money shouldn't come into the matter.
Quite right, sir.
But I'm afraid life is rarely as straightforward as that. Don't you agree, Lord Robert? Pray continue, Mrs. Moulton.
We knew that Pa would never give his consent to us getting married.
So we decided I had to make my fortune, too.
But before Frank left to go back to the mines, we got married in secret.
Good God. Do you realize what you're saying?
Yes, of course I do. He was just a clergyman and a few words, and then we split up straight away. But it was a holy pledge between us.
Do you seriously mean to say, madam, that you knowingly allowed me to publicly humiliate myself and my family?
Of course not, Robert. You may find it hard to believe, but I respected you and your family. I thought Frank was dead.
I was working a miners' camp in New Mexico. We were attacked by the Apache Indians. It was a terrible massacre. Word went out that everyone had been killed, but that wasn't the truth. A few of us were taken prisoner.
How long were you held captive?
4 years, Mr. Holmes. And if you'll forgive me, gentlemen, I'd rather not say any more on the matter.
Of course.
After we had the news, I was ill for a long time. Really ill. Then slowly I began to get better. And then Lord Robert came to Frisco, and we came to London, and a marriage was arranged, and Pa was very pleased. But I felt all the time that no man on this earth would ever take the place in my heart that had been given to my poor Frank.
You escaped from your captivity, Mr. Moulton?
I did, sir. And I traced my Hattie here to London. I stayed in various places.
Your penultimate address being the Northumberland Hotel.
How did you know that? Anyway, this city's mighty big to track down one particular person, but I finally saw the announcement of the wedding in a paper. It didn't say where Hattie lived, but it did give the name of the church. Well, I had no choice but to turn up there and try to speak to her somehow.
And I believe we know most of the rest.
You can imagine what I felt when I turned around right after the ceremony and saw Frank looking out at me from the first pew.
You deliberately dropped your bouquet to give you time to gather yourself.
And I slipped a note into it.
Meet me as soon as you can, Victoria Gate, Hyde Park, FHM.
So that was the reason for all the fuss over the wretched flowers. Why did you say nothing to me of all this?
In front of your mother and all those other lords and ladies? Robert, I was scared. Oh, I know I shouldn't have done what I did. And I've been so ashamed of it all.
You went to Hyde Park directly you left the wedding breakfast?
Yes. I was already upset by what I'd done. And some horrible woman grabbed me and said the nastiest things. Seems to me you had a secret or two of your own, Lord Robert. But I got away from her, met my Frank, and we drove away to the lodgings he'd taken. And that was my true wedding after all those years of waiting.
I was all for telling our story and facing the consequences.
But I persuaded him that we should just disappear.
So I bundled up Hattie's wedding things and got rid of them so she couldn't be traced.
And we were to go to Paris tomorrow.
Were to, Mrs. Moulton? What made you change your minds?
Why, this gentleman here, Mr. Holmes. He called on us this evening and showed me so clearly and kindly that I was wrong and Frank was right. I'll never know how you found us, sir. Now, Robert, you've heard it all. I went to the altar intending that I would be the best wife to you that ever I could be. We can't command our love, but we can command our actions. But now, well, my first duty has to be to Frank. I'm very sorry if I've given you pain, and I hope you don't think too meanly of me. Robert, please say something.
It is not my custom to discuss my intimate personal affairs in this public manner.
Then you won't forgive me? You won't shake hands before I go?
Certainly, if it will give you any pleasure.
I had hoped, my lord, that you would join us in a friendly supper.
I may be forced to acquiesce in these recent developments, Mr. Holmes, but I can hardly be expected to make merry over them. I think that with your permission, I will now wish you all a very good night. Mrs. Moulton. Gentlemen.
Well, I trust that you at least will honour us with your company.
Why, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I believe my wife and I would be delighted.
Splendid. Allow me, Mrs. Moulton.
Thank you, sir.
It's always a joy to me to meet an American, Mr. Moulton. I am one of those who believe that the folly of a monarch and the blundering of a minister in far gone years will not prevent our children from being someday citizens of the same worldwide country under a flag which will be a quartering of the Union Jack with the stars and stripes. Watson, be so good as to pour the wine to the first course.
Here.
Thank you. Well, your very good health.
And yours.
It's been an interesting little case. It was, of course, blindingly obvious that the key to the whole thing was the wedding ceremony itself. Beforehand, the lady had been perfectly willing, but she repented of it almost immediately afterwards.
But St. Simon himself said that when she'd made up her mind, she was absolutely unswerving.
Which meant that whatever happened must have been of tremendous importance. She spoke to no one, therefore she saw someone. She'd been in this country far too briefly to allow anyone here to develop such a profound influence over her, therefore the someone she saw was an American. It was no great feat to deduce either a lover or a husband. The overheard reference to claim jumping made everything clear.
You have to admit, though, that you never would have tracked them down without Lestrade's discovery of the hotel bill.
Certainly I would. Simply have taken a little longer.
Well, surely you didn't intend to check the registers of every hotel in London.
Of course not. No, this is obviously one of the most select establishments.
How did you deduce that?
Well, by the select prices. 8 shillings for a bed and 8 for a glass of sherry. There aren't many places that charge at that rate.
Damn weather must be affecting my brain.
Well, you're the doctor. What was fortunate was that Moulton had obligingly left a forwarding address.
Well, one last thing for my notes.
Of course.
All the way through there's been something about this case that I haven't quite been able to put my finger on. You knew about it, and so did Lord Robert, and it was something that he didn't want discussed, am I right?
Quite right. Congratulations on your perception. I commend to your notice a small piece in today's Times about the Duke of Balmoral.
St. Simon's father? What about him? I hope he's a touch more gracious than his son.
He's selling some paintings for the second time this year. Some of them have been in the family for generations.
Oh, you surely can't mean they're short of money.
The whole family is close to penniless. Well, perhaps you wouldn't be very gracious either if you found yourself deprived in the same instant of both wife and fortune. How is the excellent Miss Morstan, by the way?
She's very well, thank you. I'm greatly looking forward to our wedding.
Make sure you keep an eye out for strange gentlemen sitting in front pews. Well, now the case is cleared up and the client has departed. Hand me my violin, would you? Draw your chair up to the fire. For the only problem we have still to solve is how to while away these bleak autumnal evenings.
Come in, sir, I beg you. May I take your case?
I shall hold on to it for the moment, if I may, Mr. Holder.
Do us great honour. It's just that I'm not sure what...
Simply, Mr. Holder, a matter of £50,000 for 4 days. A trifling sum many of my friends would oblige me with, but personal obligation in my case.
Indeed, and if my own purse at the moment were able to stand the strain... However, that means the firm, which means safeguarding my partner.
Of course. Now, you may take the case, Mr. Holder, and open it if you'd be so kind.
My dear sir.
Sufficient safeguard, Mr. Holder? Good. I see it is.
One crisp, sunny February morning, I was standing in our bow window at 221B Baker Street, looking down on yesterday's snow, when my attention was taken by the eccentric conduct of a gentleman coming our way from the direction of the Metropolitan Station. About 50, tall, portly, and imposing, with a massive, strongly marked face and commanding figure. He was running hard, with occasional little springs into the air, such as a weary man gives who is unaccustomed to set any tax upon his legs. The whole thing was so out of the way, I felt obliged to bring it to the attention of my companion, sitting behind me in his armchair.
Holmes, here is a madman coming along. Poor fellow. That his relatives should allow him to come out alone. That, Watson, depends on where he is coming to. Why, he's looking up at the number of the houses near us. I rather believe because he is looking for this one. I think I recognize the symptoms.
And even as Holmes spoke, the man, puffing and blowing, rushed at our door and pulled the bell until the whole house resounded with the clanging. And a few minutes later, entered our room. Holmes immediately went to him, pushed him into an easy chair, and sitting beside him began to chat in those easy, soothing tones which he knew so well how to employ.
You have come to tell me your story, have you not? But are fatigued with your haze. Now, pray wait until you've recovered, and I will only be too happy to look at any little problem which you may submit to me. A glass of water, perhaps?
Yes, a glass of water would help.
Watson, would you, old fellow?
Of course. You are, sir. Small sips, I think, for the moment.
Watson, I should add, sir, is a medical man, late of the Indian Army, and my friend and confidant.
Yes, the police told me I would find him here with you, Mr. Holmes, and that he was completely trustworthy.
Oh, indeed.
Now, Mr. Holmes, you doubt you think me mad?
Yeah, I see you have had some great trouble.
God knows I have. Public disgrace and private affliction. Yet up to now, never a stain on my character. And that is not all. The very noblest in the land may suffer too, unless some way is found out of this horrible affair.
Then pray, sir, let me have a clear account of both who you are and what has befallen you.
My name is Alexander Holder of Holder and Stevenson, Threadneedle Street. Name may be familiar to you.
The second largest banking concern in the whole of London, I believe.
As you are right, Dr. Watson. Where it will stand tomorrow. However, yesterday morning, then, I was seated in my office when a card was brought into me by one of the clerks. I started when I saw the name, one which I feel I cannot divulge even here, and ordered its bearer to be asked to enter immediately. He did so, carrying a black Morocco case, and with the air of a man who wishes to hurry quickly through a disagreeable task. To wit, the securing of a loan of £50,000 for 4 days. He pointed out that he could borrow such a trifling sum 10 times over from his friends, but that he felt it was unwise to place himself under personal obligation. I, for my part, responded that I would be more than happy to advance it from my own purse, but that unfortunately it just would not bear the strain. My noble visitor accepted the implication that the money would therefore have to come from the firm against collateral, and he put forward the Morocco case. Inside was the beryl coronet.
Why, that means it is one of the most precious possessions of the Empire.
Precisely. A circlet of chased gold set with 39 enormous beryls, which, as you know, are related to emeralds. The lowest estimate of its worth would be twice the sum asked.
You had no qualms about an article of such inestimable public interest being given into your safekeeping?
Not initially. I immediately locked the coronet in my private safe until close of business. And about to go home, I recalled that bankers' safes have been forced before now. So I ordered a cab, had myself escorted into it, and drove the 8 or so miles to Streatham. The Morocco case containing the coronet on my knee, and my heart in my mouth every inch of the way.
You travelled via London Bridge?
Fearing it would collapse under me at any moment.
And when you arrived home?
Immediately locked the case into an old bureau that stands in my dressing room.
And then?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I wonder if I might talk for a short while about my household. My groom and page sleep out of the house and can be set aside altogether. I have 3 tried and trusted older maidservants, and one younger girl, Lucy Parr, who's been with me only a few months, but who came with an excellent character and has given complete satisfaction. She is, however, very pretty, and has admirers who sometimes hang about the place.
There is one at the moment?
A local tradesman, I believe, the greengrocer, one Frank Prosper.
Prosper, I see. Please continue.
Which brings me to my own immediate family. I am a widower, as you may have guessed, with an only son, Arthur.
Tell us about him, Mr. Holmes.
He has been a disappointment to me, a grievous disappointment, though I lay the blame at my own door. You see, when my wife died, he became everything to me. I could not bear to see the smile fade from his small, shining face for even a moment. So he asked, and I gave, with predictable but distressing results. Why,
Mr. Holder, we are not far now, I think. Your clarity is excellent, a narrative arresting your audience eager prey. Do continue.
Yes, of course. Arthur. It was naturally my intention he should succeed me in my business. But he was not of a business turn. There were large sums of money he would have been required to handle had he come into the firm, if I make myself clear. But he is a good lad at heart, and so popular, which, unfortunately, when he was younger, led him to be invited to join an aristocratic gaming club. There, purses were long, habits expensive, play deep, and his skill at cards insufficient. At which point he would turn to me for help.
Which you afforded him?
How could I refuse? At least until the cause of it all is Sir George Burnwell. Arthur has never been the same since he met him. Yet when the man comes to the house, I can hardly resist him myself. Mary, too, feels this. I'm sure, having seen the way she studies him.
Mary?
My adoptive niece. My dead brother's child. A sunbeam, Mr. Holmes. Ah, if only she and Arthur. Who knows? Had she accepted Arthur's suit, things may not have transpired as they did. There were so many possible permutations, Mr. Holmes, so many...
Pray, Mr. Holder, what were these things?
Of course. That evening, then, I locked the coronet in my bureau, as I've told you, and I went down to dinner. Afterwards, taking coffee in the drawing room, I told Arthur and Mary my experience and of the precious treasure we had under our roof, suppressing only the name of our client. Lucy Parr, who had brought the coffee, had, I'm sure, left the room, but I cannot swear that the door was closed. Mary and Arthur were much interested and wanted to see the coronet, but I decided not to disturb it. Then Arthur asked me where I had put it. I told him in the bureau in my dressing room, but she laughed and intimated that the bureau could be opened with almost any key in the house. This wild way of talking unsettled me, and I decided to retire. Arthur, however, insisted in accompanying me upstairs and followed me into my bedroom. Final effort, I assumed, to persuade me to show him the coronet. Instead, however, it was just one more request for help. And as I say, I was very tired. £200, and the third time this month. Sir George Burnwell again, I suppose.
Among others. Dad.
No, Arthur, not Dad. Not this time. Heaven knows I've been generous, thinking if I indulged you for a while, you would eventually come to your senses and give up your high play out of duty and shame. But that is obviously not to be.
Yes, you've been very kind. More than kind. And believe me, I am as sick of appealing to you as you are of hearing me. But I must have this money. Otherwise I can never show my face in the club again. I assure you, it has come to that.
Which is the best reason of all not to give it to you.
Well, I agree. But it would mean I leave a dishonoured man, and this you surely cannot want. Dad, just this once. Then I give you my word, I will quit the place of my own accord, and will study finance with a view to joining the firm. You have my solemn word as a gentleman. Will you, Dad? Just once more.
And how would your friend Sir George feel about you dropping him and his set?
I think Sir George has almost completed the business that brings him to this house, and I have no more money to lose to him. No, I do not think my resigning from the club will greatly distress Sir George.
Well, Arthur, you are persuasive, but it is a melody that I have heard too many times. I am sorry, my boy, but you get no more money from me to settle your debts. Not a farthing. Now, good night.
Sir.
At which gentleman he made me a bow and quietly left.
It must have been very hard for you.
Very hard. For I would give up my life for him if needs be. But I could not bear to go on financing the eventual death in life to which his profligate ways were leading him.
What do you think he meant in his reference to Sir George Burnwell?
I have no idea, Mr. Holmes, and I was too distressed to consider it at that time. I suppose it was something to the effect that, having bled my son dry, Sir George would now be off looking to find another gull.
And what happened then?
Something prompted me to check the house was secure for the night. Duty I usually leave to Mary, but what with...
Of course.
So I came out of my room and started down the stairs. As I did so, I saw Mary herself at the side window of the hall, which she closed and fastened as I approached, and then came to meet me, looking, I felt, quite disturbed.
Uncle, I did not expect to see you.
I thought tonight, my child, I would look around myself. What with the coronet being on the premises.
Yes, of course.
Did I see you at the hall window there, my dear? Nothing untoward happening outside, I hope?
Why, I did hear a noise. Tell me, Uncle, did you give Lucy leave to go out tonight?
Certainly not.
She came in just now by the back door.
She has no doubt only been to the side gate to see someone. But, as you say, what with...
But you were quite right. It's far too late for such goings-on. I'll speak to her in the morning. Now, you sure everything is fastened?
Quite sure. But I will recheck if you wish.
No. Your word is good enough, as it always is. So, good night, my child. Good night.
Good night, Uncle.
I am endeavouring to tell you everything, Mr. Holmes, that may have any bearing on the case, but I beg you, question me on any point I do not make clear.
On the contrary, your statement is singularly lucid.
Good. For now, I come to a part of my story in which I should wish it to be particularly so. I'm not a very heavy sleeper, and what with the anxiety in my mind, the fact is that about 2 a.m, I was awakened by some sound in the house, which left an impression that a window had been closed somewhere. Suddenly, to my horror, I heard distinctly the soft padding of feet in my dressing room. I threw the covers back and quietly opened the connecting door. The gas was half up, the bureau was open. My son, Arthur, dressed only in shirt and trousers, was standing holding the coronet in both hands. He appeared to be attempting simultaneously to both wrench and bend it. I cried out, and he dropped it. I snatched it up. One of its decorative protruding leaves containing 3 barrels was missing. I could contain myself no longer. You blackguard! You have destroyed it! Dishonoured me! You villain! Where are the jewels? Where are the jewels you have stolen?
Stolen?
Yes, you thief. Where are they?
There are none missing. There cannot be.
There are 3 missing. Must I call you a liar as well as a thief? Did I not see you trying to tear off yet another piece?
You have called me names enough, and I will stand it no longer. I will leave the house in the morning and make my own way in the world.
You shall leave in the hands of the police. I shall have this matter probed to its conclusion.
Then call them, Father, and let them find what they can. They shall learn nothing from me.
The whole establishment was astir by now, and Mary rushed in, followed by 2 of the older housemaids. When Mary saw the coronet and Arthur, she gave a scream and fell to the ground. I sent one of the housemaids for the police, instructing the other to tend my niece. Arthur stood silent and white-faced near the wall until the arrival of the inspector and constable, and then asked if I intended to charge him with theft. I replied that as the ruined coronet was national property, the law must be evoked. At that point he told me that it would be to both our advantages if he were to be allowed to leave the house for 5 minutes. I asked him once more to tell me what he had done with the missing stones, and that if he did so, all would be forgiven and forgotten. His reply was that I should keep my forgiveness for those who asked for it. Shortly after, I gave him into custody. This morning he was removed to a cell, and I have now hurried round to you. The police confess they can make nothing of it. There is already a reward of £1,000. Mr. Holmes, I have lost my honour, my gems, and my son in one night. What am I to do?
Watson, my cherry wood pipe from behind you, if you will, old fellow. Thank you. Mr. Holder, do you receive much company?
None, save my partner and his family. Occasionally we would meet a friend of Arthur's who would call.
Sir George Burnwell, for instance.
Of course, you are right, Doctor. Sir George has spent a great deal of time at the house lately, so much so that I was tending to overlook him completely.
And do you, in turn, go about much in society?
No, I'm afraid Mary and I are very much homebirds, although she has been going up to town a little more recently.
How old is Mary, Mr. Holder?
Like 24, I believe.
And had little to do with the world and its ways. This matter seems to have shocked her a great deal.
Terribly. And she will not, for some reason, hear of Arthur being guilty.
You yourself have no doubt.
But how can I? I saw him holding the coronet.
But surely the coronet was twisted due to having the piece snapped off. What if Arthur was simply trying to straighten it?
If his purpose were innocent, why did he not say so?
And if guilty, why not invent a lie? There's something not quite right about his silence. You agree, Watson?
Absolutely. Could he have been protecting someone, Mr. Holder?
But who? I will vouch for my staff completely, except Lucy, whom Arthur has hardly spoken to in the short time she has been with us.
What did the police think of the noise that woke you from your sleep?
It was Arthur closing the dressing-room door.
Oh, well, if so, he would be the first felon who ever knowingly slammed a door to awake a household. And the disappearance of the gems?
Are still sounding the planking and probing the furniture in the hopes of finding them.
And outside?
That too, Doctor. Searching every inch of the garden.
Mr. Holder, is it not obvious that this matter strikes very much deeper than you or the police were at first inclined to think? Consider just what's involved by the theory to which you and the police hold. That is, that your son left his bed, went at great risk to your dressing room, opened your bureau, took out the coronet, snapped off a small portion containing 3 jewels, then went to some other place to conceal this portion with such skill that nobody can find it, and finally returned with the other 36 beryls to a room where he stood the greatest danger of being, and indeed was, discovered. Is, Mr. Holder, such an explanation tenable?
But what other is there?
That it is our task to find out. So now, we will set off for Streatham, where we will perhaps devote an hour to glancing a little more closely into details.
My friend insisted on me accompanying them in their expedition, which I was eager enough to do, for my curiosity and sympathy were deeply stirred by the story to which we had listened. And so, after a short railway journey, and an even shorter walk, we stood in front of Fairbank, the residence of the great financier. It was a square, good-sized dwelling, a little from the road, and with a double carriage sweep stretching down to 2 large iron gates. On the right side of the house was a small wooden gate, which opened to a path to the tradesman's entrance, while on the left ran a lane to the stables, which was a public, though little-used, thoroughfare. We entered the gates and walked slowly towards the front of the house. Then, shortly before we reached it, Holmes left us, saying he intended to walk completely round the building. Holder and I waited for a time for him, but feeling the cold, Holder suggested we go inside. We therefore entered the house, made our way across the mosaic flooring, and into the dining room, where we took a chair in silence by the fire. Suddenly the door opened, and a young lady came in, rather above middle height and with dark hair and eyes, which the extreme pallor of her skin rendered even darker. In her early 20s, I thought, and distraught to a high degree, her eyes red and swollen with crying. This I assumed to be Holder's niece, Mary. Disregarding my presence entirely, she went straight to her uncle and passed her hand over his brow with what seemed to be genuine affection.
Uncle, is Arthur released yet? Have you given orders he should be liberated?
No, Mary. This matter must be fully probed.
But I am so sure he is innocent. You know what women's instincts are.
Then why is he so silent?
I don't know. Perhaps he is angry that you should suspect him at all.
But how could I not suspect him? Caught red-handed with the damaged coronet in the dead of night.
Perhaps he had just picked it up to look at it. Perhaps someone else had dropped it. Oh, do take my word for it. Let the matter go and say no more.
I shall never let the matter go. Not until the gems are found. Never. I am sorry, my dear, that your affection towards Arthur blinds you to the possible awful consequences to me. In fact, I have brought a gentleman down from London to inquire into it.
This gentleman here?
No, this is his colleague, Dr. Watson.
Your servant, Miss Holder.
The gentleman in question is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes?
Ah, Miss Mary Holder. I do have the honour of addressing Miss Mary Holder, do I not? Miss Holder, given the small amount of time we have and the magnitude of the task, I wondered if I might immediately ask a question or two in order to establish the possible guilt or innocence of parties concerned in this matter.
All you want, Mr. Holmes, if it will succeed in proving what I feel to be true, that my cousin Arthur is blameless.
An opinion you will be pleased to hear I share. Now, to begin, you heard nothing yourself last night during the period the theft took place.
Not until my uncle began to shout loudly at Arthur. Then I came down.
You lock up of an evening, I believe, Miss Holder, so last night it was you who secured all the windows and doors.
Yes.
Yes, and they were all fastened this morning.
Yes.
However, your uncle told myself and my associate, Dr. Watson, that he saw you late last night at the window that leads to the stable lane.
I had been to lock the kitchen door when I saw Lucy, the maid, slip in through it. I went to the side window to see, if possible, where she had been. Looking out, I saw a man at the far end of the path in the gloom.
You recognized him?
Frank Prosper, the greengrocer.
Still, it is nothing for a young girl to wish to see her young man, is it?
Except, I remember Lucy round and about the drawing room when Uncle was telling us of the coronet.
I see. You infer she may have gone out to tell her sweetheart about the jewels and so plan a robbery with him?
These vague theories, Mr. Holmes, when I have told you I saw Arthur himself with the coronet in his hand.
You have not answered my question, Miss Holder. Are you inferring Lucy and her sweetheart are responsible for the theft?
I am telling you what I saw, Mr. Holmes.
I find it difficult to visualize, Miss Holder, especially as Prosper has a wooden leg, does he not?
Why, Mr. Holmes, however could you know that?
He has his methods, Miss Holder, to reach the truth, however deeply it may have been buried.
And now we shall go upstairs.
Our first stop was the hall, where Holmes halted to walk swiftly round all the lower windows, opening the one leading to the stable lane and closely examining its sill with his lens. After which we proceeded to the dressing room, from which the coronet had been taken. This was a plainly furnished little chamber with a grey carpet, large bureau, and a dressing table with a long mirror. Holmes immediately went to the bureau and stared hard at it for a time.
Mr. Holder, which key was used to open the lock?
The key to the lumber room, one of those my son mentioned. It's over there, on the dressing table.
It's almost noiseless. No wonder it did not wake you. And this, I take it, is the case containing the coronet. We must have a look at it. May I?
Good heavens.
Now, Mr. Holder, here is the corner which corresponds to that which has been so unfortunately lost. Might I beg that you would break it off?
Mr. Holmes, I should not dream of trying.
Well, then I will try.
Oh, no.
Yes, no, even though I'm exceptionally strong in the fingers. And what do you think would happen if I did manage to snap it, Watson?
Cracked like a pistol shot, I should think.
Exactly, which would certainly carry a few yards to where you slept in the next room, Mr. Holder. So why did your uncle not hear this noise, Miss Holder?
I am perplexed.
Indeed. Your son had no shoes or slippers on when you saw him?
No, nothing but his trousers and shirt.
Thank you. Well, we've certainly been favoured by extraordinary luck during this inquiry, and it'll be entirely our own fault if we do not clear it up. So now, with your permission, I shall continue my investigations outside and alone. Miss Holder, I will see you later. Watson, I shall find you...
Why, with me in the drawing room, I hope. Taking tea.
In which place, if I may, I will eventually join you.
After Holmes had left, Holder and I made our way downstairs for some refreshment. We asked Miss Holder to join us, but, pleading a headache, she instead went off to her room. For more than an hour, Holmes was absent, finally appearing at the door, his feet heavy with snow, his features as inscrutable as ever.
I think I have now seen all there is to see, Mr. Holder, and can now serve you best by returning to my rooms. Watson...
But Mr. Holmes, the gems, where are they?
I cannot tell.
Then my son... Can you give me no hope on any score?
Call upon me between 9 and 10 tomorrow morning, and I will do what I can to clarify the position. And, Mr. Holder, I am to understand, am I not, that you give me carte blanche to act for you? But there's no limit on the sum I may draw as long as I recover the stones?
I would give my fortune.
Oh, very good, very good. Watson, let us collect our coats. As always, there is much to do and little time in which to accomplish it.
It was not yet 3 when we found ourselves in our rooms once more. So quickly had Holmes seemed to come to grips with the case. And indeed, once back inside 221B, he immediately vanished into his bedroom, whence he emerged a few moments later, dressed as a common loafer, and with his shiny cedar coat, his red cravat, and his exceedingly worn boots, he was a perfect sample of that class. Stopping at the sideboard on his way to the door, he cut a slice of beef, put it between 2 pieces of bread, and placed it in his pocket. I inquired where he was going. He indicated that it was to purchase some new footwear, and then, with a twinkle in his eye, abruptly left. I sighed and settled before the fire, toasting both a muffin and myself. And then, what with the early beginning to the day, the cold outside, the heat inside, well, before I knew it... It was tea time, and Holmes burst in swinging an old elastic-sided boot in one hand. Then, after informing me he had been back to Streatham, amongst other places, he went to his room, changed into his regular clothing, poured himself a cup of tea, borrowed my service pistol, and vanished again. And the next time I saw him was the following morning at the breakfast table, and fresh and trim as possible.
Well, excuse me beginning without you, Watson, but you remember our client has an early appointment this morning. In fact, I shouldn't be surprised if that were he. Come in. Some coffee, old fella.
Yes.
Here, let me. Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holder, what on earth?
Gentlemen, I must sit. I have become an old man overnight, and I see from your expressions that I must now look like one.
Here, Mr. Holder, join us, I beg you. Some coffee.
Thank you, Dr. Watson, thank you.
My dear sir, what has happened?
What has happened is that 2 days ago I was happy and prosperous without a care in the world, while now I am left to a lonely and dishonoured old age. My niece, Mary, has deserted me.
My dear...
I wanted to speak to her this morning. The servants couldn't find her. Her bed had not been slept in, and this note was lying on the hall table.
Watson, would you?
Dearest uncle, I feel I have brought this trouble on you, and that if I had acted differently, this terrible misfortune might not have occurred. I cannot, with this thought, be ever again happy under your roof, and feel that I must leave you forever. Do not worry about my future, for that's provided for. And above all, do not search for me, for it will be a fruitless labour. In life or in death, I am your loving Mary.
Sir Holmes, do you have any idea what could have happened to her? What does this mean?
What it means, Mr. Holder, is that the best of all possible solutions has occurred.
But are you mad, Mr. Holmes? Why, this note may imply that she has killed herself.
Yes, she may well have done, but not in the way you think. Mr. Holder, the first thing for me to say is that for some time now there has been an understanding between your niece and Sir George Burnwell.
What? My Mary? Impossible.
No, I'm afraid it's certain. Neither you nor your son knew the true character of this man whom you admitted to your family circle. A ruined gambler, a desperate villain, a man without heart or conscience, and very much the sort of man your niece would know nothing of, but who would have quickly observed her naivety. And how easy it would be to make her his tool by breathing those same vows to her he has breathed to 100 others. I don't know what eventually passed between them. I do know that by the night of the robbery she was completely in his hands and in the habit of seeing him nearly every evening.
The hall window.
Correct. You recall, Mr. Holder, how you came downstairs that night to check the house was secure and caught your niece at the hall window. She immediately spoke of Lucy having been outside in order to lull any sense of suspicion that you might have had. But what had really happened was that your niece had been speaking through the window to Sir George Burnwell and had told him, no doubt as a piece of lover's gossip, of the coronet. He, however, immediately saw his chance and, bending her to his will, persuaded her to help him steal it.
This is terrible. Awful. How can I believe it? I always thought I knew that Mary loved me.
And so she did, and still does, as no doubt she still loves Arthur. But there are women in whom the love of a lover extinguishes all other loves, and Mary, I think, falls into this category. But to continue with my narrative, your niece had given Sir George Burnwell the information about the coronet. He ensnared her into stealing it and passing it out of the hall window to him. All of which would have gone to plan, except your son, Arthur, was uneasy that night with his gambling debts hanging over him, and lying awake heard the soft tread of his cousin Mary passing his door. Looking out, he saw her entering your dressing room. He slipped on some clothes and waited until she emerged with a coronet, followed her downstairs and saw her pass it out through the window and then slip back to her room. He took no action against her, as this would have meant him being responsible for the exposure of the woman he loved. But as soon as she left the scene, Arthur threw open the window and vaulted out. He caught up with Sir George at the end of the lane where a struggle ensued for the jewels. Something snapped, and your son found himself holding the coronet. He rushed back inside, slamming the hall window, and then up to your dressing room, where, simply thinking the coronet twisted, he was trying to straighten it when you came in and accused him.
Good heavens, is this possible?
Which, of course, is why he wanted to go out for 5 minutes to look for the missing piece.
Indeed, and also why Miss Holder fainted when she saw the scene between Arthur and his father, not because of any rush of horror at the scene, but because she realized Arthur must know the sequence of events.
And the part she played in them. And yet my brave boy still quietly accepted my blame. Oh, was ever a father so blind? Oh, Arthur, what have I done?
Your son, Mr. Holder, was fully and rightly expecting your thanks. Instead, you had him arrested.
Dr. Watson, I wonder, is there any more coffee?
Let me have your cup, Mr. Holder.
Of course, I knew nothing of this when I arrived at the house. What I did know was that snow had fallen heavily in the recent past and had then frozen. Snow bears readily definable imprints of boots, shoes, and feet, and freezing records them. I therefore made it my immediate business to walk right round the house to discover what I could. In the tradesman's path was a simple story. A woman's prints and another set, round at one side. A female had spoken with a male with a wooden leg. I assumed this was the maidservant and her greengrocer, and gave them no more thought, notwithstanding your niece's constant effort to throw suspicion on them. The stable path, however, told a far more sinister and complicated tale. A double line of tracks of a booted man going to, then coming from, the side window. Then a second double line of naked feet, in part over the prints of the boots. I followed both these sets of prints to the end of the lane. There the snow was all cut up, as if a struggle had taken place. There were also a few bloodstains on the ground. Then Boots, as we shall call him, went on by himself, while naked footprints turned back to the house. I followed Boots a few more yards down the lane to the pavement, where another bloodstain told me it was Boots who had been cut in the melee, at which point I made my way back to examine the inside of the property, and especially the hall.
I recall you seemed to pay great interest to the sill of the side window.
Where I found the imprint of a bare foot, which in turn enabled me to reach an initial conclusion. A man had been waiting outside the house. Somebody had brought him the gems. This deed had been overseen by someone with bare feet who pursued and struggled with a thief for the coronet. But I had to ask myself, who was this opponent, and who had brought the coronet to the window to give to this opponent, and who had given chase? The pursuer was obviously your son, whom you've already described as only wearing trousers and shirt. But what of the identity of the other?
This is fascinating, Mr. Holmes. Shocking, but fascinating. So what then?
It's an old maxim of mine that when you've excluded the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now, I knew it was not you who brought down the coronet, which left your niece and the maids. But if it were one of the maids, your son would not allow himself to be accused in her place, which left only your niece, whom Arthur loved and would therefore naturally want to protect. But who was her confederate? A lover, certainly, for who else could outweigh the love and gratitude she felt for you? But as she never went out and you hardly received, how could she have met this lover unless it was a friend of your son's?
Sir George Burnwell.
Yes, a man known as bearing a highly doubtful reputation among women. And if I could prove he owned the boots which fitted the imprints in the snow...
So you came home, donned a disguise and called on him.
Brilliant. Not quite, Watson. Initially, I called on his man, offered to purchase a pair of Sir George's cast-off boots, and then took one of them to Streatham to try it against the footprints.
And it fitted?
Perfectly.
Holmes, you excel yourself.
Well, you may be right, Watson, you may be right, but I still wanted a final check. If Boots were Sir George, this would mean he'd sustained a wound. So again, I came home, changed my clothes, borrowed your pistol, and went to call. But this time on Sir George himself, and as my own man.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes to see you, sir.
Thank you, Johnny.
I think I recognise
That'll be all for the moment. Come in, Mr. Holmes. You'll take something, I trust? Johnny, that will be all.
I've seen that cove somewhere before, Gov.
My God, Johnny, if I could meet your wages, I'd turn you off tomorrow.
I tell you, I've seen him.
Johnny, that will be all.
Well, if you won't take any notice of me, that's all right.
There's a distinct servant problem these days, Mr. Holmes. Now, Madeira?
A nasty cut, Sir George, over your eye.
A slip on the ice. It's very easy for one to lose one's footing in uncertain conditions.
Which is why one should always be sure of keeping a supply of excellent footwear to hand. I, in fact, purchased a pair of your old boots earlier today from your servant.
Really?
Their workmanship was quite unique, quite unmistakable in size and cut, I should imagine, to anyone really interested in identifying them. I might add, I was dressed as a loafer.
You could have been dressed as the King of France, and you would still have got them off Journey, providing you had ready money. You are sure you will not join me?
I then took one of those boots to the house of my client, a Mr. Holder of Streatham. I believe you're on varying degrees of intimacy with the members of his family. While there, I tried your boot against some footprints left in the snow by a nocturnal visitor to the house the previous evening. The match was perfect. Good enough to bring a prosecution in any court in the land.
Indeed.
Sir George, if you insist on taking that life-preserver down from the wall to show me, I shall insist on taking out my service revolver to show you.
You know, Mr. Holmes once heard a great deal about you, all of which unfortunately seems to be true. However, one thing you will not do is prosecute. Neither you, nor he who employed you, nor those beyond him would countenance the scandal. Which leads us to a stalemate, I think.
A prosecution would not be in the public interest, I agree. However, I can inform you I have carte blanche to deal with you for the missing object. I propose £1,000 apiece for the stones you hold. That is to say, give me the missing piece.
3,000? 3,000? Dash it all, Mr. Holmes, I've been done. I let him go 600 the job lot. Now, tell me truthfully, there's a good fellow. Was ever a man's luck as bad as mine?
What an unmitigated scoundrel.
Perfectly dreadful.
And little remains to be said. For a consideration, rather a large one, Sir George provided me with the name of his receiver in 7 Dials, from whom, after much chaffering, I got the stones at 1,000 apiece.
Oh, you mean...
Then looked in upon your son, told him all was resolved, and eventually got to my bed at 2 o'clock after what I may call a hard day's work. There is the missing piece. I have your checkbook. 3,000, I believe, plus the matter of the reward.
Very reasonable, Mr. Holmes.
A pen, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Doctor. A day that has saved England from a terrible public scandal. I owe you a great deal, Mr. Holmes. A great deal.
More than anything you owe me, Mr. Holder, is what you owe your son. A very humble apology to a noble lad. I speak the truth, Mr. Holder, when I say I would be proud if any son of mine had behaved as Arthur has in this affair.
Yes, of course. I must fly to my dear boy to apologize for the wrong I have done. He will come in with me to the firm. I shall begin again with him. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, don't ring, I beg you. I shall see myself out. Your skill has exceeded all that I have heard of it, Mr. Holmes. Can it possibly inform me where Mary is now, I wonder?
I think we may safely say that she is wherever Sir George Burnwell is. It is equally certain, too, that whatever her sins are, they will soon receive a more than sufficient punishment.
So, you're looking for a situation as a governess?
Yes, sir.
At what salary?
I had £4 a month in my last place.
With me, madam, you would commence at £100 a year.
100? What would my duties be?
Just looking after the one child, and obeying any little commands from my wife. You see no difficulty in that?
None at all, sir.
For example, you would not object to wearing any dress we might care to give you?
No, sir.
Or to sit here or there? That would not be offensive to you?
Indeed not, sir.
Or, before you come to us, to cut your hair quite short.
It was a cold morning of the early spring, and we sat after breakfast on either side of a cheery fire in the old room at Baker Street. A thick fog rolled down between the lines of dun-coloured houses, and the opposing windows loomed like dark, shapeless blurs through the heavy yellow wreaths. Sherlock Holmes had been silent all the morning, dipping continuously into the advertisement columns of a succession of papers, until at last, having apparently given up his search, he had emerged in no very sweet temper to lecture me upon my literary shortcomings.
I suppose you can hardly be open to a charge of sensationalism, Watson, for out of those cases which you've been so kind as to interest yourself in, a fair proportion do not treat of crime in its legal sense at all. The small matter in which I endeavoured to help the King of Bohemia, the singular experience of Miss Mary Sutherland, and the problem connected with a man with a twisted lip, and the incident of the noble bachelor, were all matters which are outside the pale of the law. But in avoiding the sensational, I fear that you may have bordered on the trivial.
The end may have been so, but the methods I hold to have been novel and of interest.
Oh, my dear fellow, what of the public, the great unobservant public who could hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a compositor by his left thumb cared about the finer shades of analysis and deduction? But indeed, if you are trivial, I cannot blame you, for the days of the great cases are past. Man, or at least criminal man, has lost all enterprise and originality. And as to my own little practice, it seems to me to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Oh, my dear fellow, I hardly think it has come to that.
No? This note I had this morning marks my 0 point, I fancy. I'll read it.
Dear Mr. Holmes, I'm very anxious to consult you as to whether I should or should not accept a situation which has been offered to me as a governess. I shall call at 10:30 tomorrow if I do not inconvenience you. Yours faithfully, Violet Hunter. Do you know the young lady?
Not I.
It is 10:30 now.
Well, then I have no doubt it was she who rang the bell.
It may turn out to be of more interest than you think. You remember that the affair of the blue carbuncle, which appeared to be a mere whim at first, developed into a serious investigation. It may be so in this case also.
Well, let us hope so. Come. Miss Hunter, I presume.
Mr. Holmes.
Indeed. May I introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson,
Miss Hunter,
who may well be able to throw some light on your problem.
You will excuse me troubling you, I'm sure. But I have had a very strange experience, and as I have no parents or relations of any sort from whom I could ask advice, I thought that perhaps you would be kind enough to tell me what I should do.
Pray take a seat, Miss Hunter. We shall be happy to do anything we can to serve you.
I think you would find this chair the most suitable.
Thank you.
Now then, tell me about this strange experience.
I should perhaps begin by telling you I have been a governess for 5 years in the family of Colonel Spence Munro. But 2 months ago, the Colonel received an appointment in Nova Scotia, so that I found myself without a situation. At last, the little money which I had saved began to run short, and I was at my wits' end as to what I should do.
How did you resolve the situation?
There is a well-known agency for governesses in the West End called Westaways, and there I used to call about once a week in order to see whether anything had turned up which might suit me. Westaway was the name of the founder of the business, but it is really managed by Miss Stoper. Well, when I called last week, I was shown into the little office as usual, but I found that Miss Stoper was not alone. A prodigiously stout man, with a very smiling face and a great heavy chin which rolled down in fold upon fold over his throat, sat at her elbow with a pair of glasses on his nose. As I came in, he gave quite a jump in his chair and turned quickly to Miss Stoper.
That will do. I couldn't ask for anything better. Capital, capital.
You will take a seat, Miss Hunter. Thank you, Miss Stoper.
You're looking for a situation, miss?
Yes, sir.
As a governess?
Yes, sir.
And what salary do you ask?
Well, I had £4 a month in my last place with Colonel Spence Munro.
Oh, no, dear me, no. How could anyone offer so pitiful a sum to a lady with such attractions and accomplishments?
My accomplishments may be less than you imagined. Some French, a little German, music and drawing.
That's all quite beside the question. Your salary with me, madam, would commence at £100 a year.
100? £100?
It's also my custom to advance to my young ladies half their salary beforehand, so that they may meet any little expenses of their journey and wardrobe. So, what do you say?
I hardly know... May I ask where you live, sir?
Hampshire. It's a charming rural place. The Copper Beach is 5 miles on the far side of Winchester. It's the most lovely country, my dear young lady, and the dearest old country house.
And my duties, sir, I should be glad to know what they would be.
One child, one dear little romper, just 6 years old. Oh, if you could see him, killing cockroaches with a slipper. Smack, smack, smack. 3 gone before you could wink.
My sole duties, then, are to take charge of a single child?
No, not the soul, my dear young lady. Your duty would be to obey any little commands my wife might give, provided always that they were such commands as a lady might with propriety obey. You see no difficulty in?
Oh, I should be happy to make myself useful.
Quite so. In dress now, for example, we are faddy people. You know, faddy, but kind-hearted. If you were asked to wear any dress which we might give you, you would not object to our little whim, eh?
No.
Or to sit here, or sit there? That would not be offensive to you?
Oh, no.
Or to cut your hair quite short before you came to us?
Cut my hair? I'm afraid that is quite impossible.
I'm afraid it is quite essential. It's a little fancy of my wife's, and ladies' fancies, you know, madam, ladies' fancies must be consulted. And so you won't cut your hair?
No, sir, I really could not.
Oh, very well. Then that quite settles the matter. It is a pity, because in other respects you really would have done very nicely. In that case, Miss Stoper, I had best inspect a few more of your young ladies.
Certainly, Mr. Rucastle. One moment, Miss Hunter. Do you desire your name to be kept upon our books?
If you please.
Really? It seems rather useless, since you refuse the most excellent offer in this fashion. You can hardly expect us to exert ourselves to find another such opening for you. Good day to you, Miss Hunter.
I am sure you can well imagine how I felt when I got back to my lodgings, Mr. Holmes. Little enough in the cupboard and 2 or 3 bills upon the table. I began to ask myself whether I had not done a very foolish thing. Very few governesses in England are getting £100 a year. Besides, what use is my hair to me?
But I think... That is, you have the most attractive hair.
I concede it is a rather peculiar tint of chestnut, and friends have been kind enough to refer to it as being luxuriant. But many people are improved by wearing their hair short, and perhaps I should be among their number. Well, by the next day, I was inclined to think I had made a mistake, and by the day after, I was sure of it. I had almost overcome my pride so far as to go back to the agency and inquire whether the place was still open, when I received this letter from the gentleman himself. Dear Miss Hunter, Miss Stoper has very kindly given me your address, and I write from here to ask you whether you have reconsidered your decision. My wife is very anxious
that you should come, for she's been much attracted by my description of you. We're willing to give £120 a year so as to recompense you for any little inconvenience our fads may cause you. They're not very exacting after all. My wife is fond of a particular shade of electric blue and would like you to wear such a dress indoors in the morning. You need not, however, go to the expense of purchasing this, as we have one belonging to my dear daughter Alice now in Philadelphia, which should, I think, fit you very well. Then, as to sitting here or there, or amusing yourself in any manner indicated, that need cause you no inconvenience. As regards your hair, it is no doubt a pity, especially as I could not help remarking its beauty during our short interview. But I'm afraid that I must remain firm upon this point, and I only hope the increased salary may recompense you for the loss. Your duties as far as the child is concerned are very light.
Now do try to come, and I shall meet you with the dog cart at Winchester. Let me know your train. Yours faithfully, Jeffro Rucastle. That is the letter I have just received, Mr. Holmes, and my mind is made up that I will accept it.
Well, Miss Hunter, if your mind is made up, well, that settles the question.
But you would not advise me to refuse?
I confess, it is not a situation I should like to see a sister of mine apply for.
What is the meaning of it all, Mr. Holmes?
Well, I have no data. I cannot tell. Well, perhaps you yourself have formed some opinion.
Well, there seems to me only one possible solution. Mr. Rucastle appeared to be a very kind, good-natured man. Is it not possible that his wife is a lunatic, that he desires to keep the matter quiet for fear she should be taken into an asylum, and that he humours her fancies in every way to prevent an outbreak?
That is a possible solution. In fact, as matters stand, it's the most probable one. But in any case, it doesn't seem to be a nice household for a young lady.
But the money, Mr. Holmes, the money.
Well, yes, of course, the pay is good. It's too good. That's what makes me uneasy. Why should they give you £120 a year when they could have their pick for 40?
I thought if I told you the circumstances, you would understand afterwards if I wanted your help. I should feel so much stronger if I felt you were at the back of me.
You may carry that feeling away with you. I assure you that your little problem promises to be the most interesting which has come my way for some months. There is something distinctly novel about some of the features. If you should find yourself in doubt or danger, do not hesitate to call upon us.
Danger? What danger do you foresee?
It would cease to be a danger if we could define it. But at any time, day or night, a telegram would bring me down to your help.
That is enough. I shall go down to Hampshire quite easy in my mind now. I shall write to Mr. Rucastle at once, sacrifice my poor hair tonight, and start for Winchester tomorrow. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you. You have given me the confidence I needed. I hope I shall not have to bother you again.
For your sake, Miss Hunter, I hope that will be the case. Good day to you.
Well, at least she seems to be a young lady who is very well able to take care of herself.
And she would need to be. I am much mistaken if we do not hear from her before many days are past.
The telegram which we eventually received came late one night, just as I was thinking of turning in, and Holmes was settling down to one of those all-night chemical researches which he frequently indulged in. The summons was a brief and urgent one. Please be at the Black Swan Hotel, Winchester, midday tomorrow. Do come. I am at my wit's end. Violet Hunter.
Will you come with me?
I should wish to.
Oh, good. Look up Bradshaw, then.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. You know, Watson, had this lady gone to live in Winchester, I should never have had a fear for her. Oh, it's the 5 miles of country that makes the danger.
She is obviously not personally threatened. Not if she can get away to meet us.
Yeah.
Yes, here we are. 9:30. Gets to Winchester at 11:30.
11:30. Oh, that'll do very nicely.
What do you think, then, Holmes?
Well, I've devised 7 separate explanations, each of which would cover the facts so far as we know them, but which of these is correct can only be determined by the fresh information which awaits us in Hampshire.
But you feel that Miss Hunter is in some sort of danger?
As I said during the initial consultation, Watson, the situation offered by Mr. Jeffro Rucastle of Copper Beeches was not one I should like to see a sister of mine apply for. Now, perhaps I had better postpone my analysis of the acetones. We will need to be at our best in the morning.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I am so delighted that you've come.
For our part, we are much relieved to find you well and unharmed.
Hear, hear.
I thought it best to take this private sitting room for our meeting.
Most prudent. Now, pray tell us what has happened to you.
I will do so. And I must be quick, for I have promised Mr. Rucastle to be back before 3. I got his leave to come into town this morning, though he little knew for what purpose.
Now, let us have everything in its due order.
In the first place, I must say that I have met on the whole with no actual ill treatment from Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle. But I cannot understand them, and I am not easy in my mind about them.
What can you not understand?
Their reasons for their conduct. But you shall have it all just as it occurred. When I came down, Mr. Rucastle met me as arranged, and that evening introduced me to his wife and child. I found her to be a silent, pale-faced woman, much younger than her husband. Not more than 30, I should think, while he can hardly be less than 50.
How long has she been married to Rucastle?
About 7 years, I believe. I gathered from their conversation that he was a widower and that his only child by the first wife was the daughter who has gone to Philadelphia. Mr. Rucastle told me in private that the reason she had left was that she had an unreasoning aversion to her stepmother.
And your charge, the child of the present marriage?
I have never met so utterly spoilt and so ill-natured a little creature. He is small for his age, with a head which is quite disproportionately large. His whole life appears to be spent in an alternation between savage fits of passion and gloomy intervals of sulking. Giving pain to any creature weaker than himself seems to be his one idea of amusement, and he shows quite remarkable talent in planning the capture of mice, little birds, and insects. Oh, but I'd rather not talk about him, and indeed he has little to do with my story.
I'm glad of all details, whether they seem to you to be relevant or not.
I shall try not to miss anything of importance. The one unpleasant thing about the house, which struck me at once, was the appearance and conduct of the servants. There are only two, a man and his wife. Toller, for that is his name, is a rough, uncouth man with grizzled hair and whiskers and a perpetual smell of drink. Twice since I have been with them he has been quite drunk, and yet Mr. Rucastle seems to take no notice of it. His wife is a very tall and strong woman with a sour face, as silent as Mrs. Rucastle and much less amiable. Oh, they are a most unpleasant couple, but fortunately I spend most of my time in the nursery in my own room. For 2 days after my arrival at the Copper Beeches, my life was very quiet. On the third, however, Mr. Rucastle instructed me to change into the electric blue dress I would find laid out in my room, and then to present myself in the drawing room.
My dear Miss Hunter, come in, come in. How does the dress appeal to you?
Quite well, thank you.
Quite well, exceedingly well, in my opinion. Come over here, my dear young lady. Come into the light of the window. Oh, yes. Exceedingly well. Don't you think so, my dear?
Yes, I do.
My dear Miss Hunter, we're very much obliged to you for falling in with our whims, even so far as to cut your hair. But I assure you it has not detracted in the tiniest iota from your appearance. And now sit yourself down. In the window there, the chair behind you. No, don't move it. Leave the chair exactly where I set it. There now. With the light behind you. A picture. Perfect picture. Don't you think so, my dear?
Yes, but Jeffrey,
I really must tell you the story behind that chair, Miss Hunter. I know it will amuse you.
This is very kind of you, Mr. Rucastle, but my duties, I should really be in the nursery with Edward.
Oh, nonsense. The dear little fellow will find plenty to do in your absence. Now, the chair. First of all, you should know it has been in my family for several generations. It was purchased by my great-great-great-grandfather, old Benjamin Rucastle, a well-known sportsman in his day. But precisely what sport he was noted for, delicacy forbids me to mention. But that is neither here nor there. No, what is more important was his extraordinary ability to drink a yard of ale and sing the national anthem at one and the same time.
But that's impossible.
But of course it is. But that's exactly why I was determined to try for myself. All the hours of practice, all the ruined waistcoat. But gradually I began to master the art of paying homage to that most noble lady, whilst a mouthful of ale was gliding past my epiglottis.
Jeffro?
Yes, my dear.
It is 10 o'clock.
Oh, really? Oh, bless me, so it is. I hadn't realized.
Please don't stop.
It is time to commence your duties for the day. You may change your dress and go to little Edward in the nursery. That will be all, Miss Hunter.
How extraordinary. And extremely interesting. I have no doubt the performance was repeated.
2 days later, under exactly similar circumstances. Again I changed my dress, again I sat in the window, and again I laughed very heartily at the funny stories of which my employer had an immense repertoire, and which he told inimitably. Then he handed me a yellow-backed novel, and moving my chair a little sideways that my own shadow should not fall upon the page, he begged me to read aloud to him. I did so for about 10 minutes, beginning in the heart of a chapter, and then suddenly, in the middle of a sentence, he ordered me to cease and to change my dress.
And the next occasion, did that differ in any way?
Not at all. You can easily imagine, Mr. Holmes, how curious I became as to what the meaning of this extraordinary performance could be. They were always so careful, I observed, to turn my face away from the window, so that I became consumed with the desire to see what was going on behind my back. At first it seemed impossible, but I soon devised a means.
But you see, being so grossly overweight not only made it somewhat difficult for the squire to get onto the horse's back, to say nothing of...
My hand mirror had been broken, so a happy thought seized me, and I concealed a piece of the glass in my handkerchief.
The sheer bulk of flesh...
On the next occasion, in the midst of my laughter, I put my handkerchief up to my eyes and was able, with a little management, to see all that there was behind me. I confess that I was disappointed. There was nothing. At least, that was my first impression. At the second glance, however, I perceived that there was a man standing in the Southampton Road. A small, bearded man in a grey suit, who seemed to be looking in my direction. The road is an important highway, and there are usually people there. This man, however, was leaning against the railings which bordered our field, and was looking in earnestly. I lowered my handkerchief and glanced at Mrs. Rucastle to find her eyes fixed upon me with a most searching gaze. She said nothing, but I am convinced that she had divined that I had a mirror in my hand and had seen what was behind me. She rose at once.
Jeffro, there is an impertinent fellow upon the road there who stares up at Miss Hunter.
No friend of yours, Miss Hunter?
No, I know no one in these parts.
Dear me, how very impertinent. Kindly turn round and motion him to go away.
Surely it would be better to take no notice.
No, we should have him loitering here always. Kindly turn round and wave him away.
I did as I was told, and at the same instant Mrs. Rucastle drew down the blind. That was a week ago, Mr. Holmes, and from that time I have not sat again in the window, nor have I worn the blue dress, nor seen the man in the road.
Now, pray continue. Your narrative promises to be a most interesting one.
You will find it rather disconnected, I fear, and there may prove to be little relation between the different incidents of which I speak. On the very first day that I was at the Copper Beeches, Mr. Rucastle took me to a small outhouse which stands near the kitchen door.
This is what I especially wanted to show you, Miss Hunter. Look in here between the planks. Is he not a beauty? Don't be frightened. It's only Carlo, my mastiff. I call him mine, but really old Toller is the only man who can do anything with him. We feed him once a day, and not too much then, so that he's always keen as mustard. Toller lets him loose every night, and God help the trespasser whom he lays his fangs upon. Isn't that right, boy? Eh? So, my dear young lady, for goodness sake, don't you ever, on any pretext whatsoever, set your foot over this threshold at night, for it's as much as your life is worth.
And now I have a very strange experience to tell you, Mr. Holmes. I had, as you know, cut off my hair in London, and I had placed it in a great coil at the bottom of my trunk. One evening, after the child was in bed, I began to amuse myself by examining the furniture of my room and by rearranging my own little things. There was an old chest of drawers in the room, and having filled the 2 empty ones with some of my linen, to my annoyance found that the third was locked. So I took out my keys and found the very first one I tried fitted the lock to perfection. There was only one thing in the drawer, gentlemen. my coil of hair. It was of the same peculiar tint and the same thickness. But then the impossibility of the thing obtruded itself upon me. How could my hair have been locked in the drawer? With trembling hands, I undid my trunk, turned out the contents, and drew from the bottom my own hair. I laid the two tresses together, and I assure you, they were identical.
How amazing. What do you make of that, Holmes?
It fits a line of reasoning I've been contemplating. Were there any further incidents, Miss Hunter?
Just one. You may have already remarked that I am a particularly observant person, and I soon had a pretty good plan of the whole house in my head. There was one wing, however, which did not appear to be inhabited at all. One day, as I ascended the stair, I met Mr. Rucastle coming out through the door that led to a suite of unoccupied rooms. The look on his face made him very different from the round, jovial man to whom I was accustomed. His cheeks were red, his brow all crinkled with anger, and the veins stood out at his temples. He locked the door and hurried past me without a word or even a look. But when I met him in the garden less than 15 minutes after this incident, he was as merry as ever.
Ah, you must not think me rude if I passed you without a word. I was preoccupied with business matters.
Not at all, Mr. Rucastle, I fully understand.
Good. I shouldn't like to think of you as being upset in any way. Oh, dear, no.
By the way, you seem to have quite a suite of spare rooms up there, and one of them has the shutters up.
Yes, how right you are. Photography is one of my hobbies, you see. I've made my darkroom there. But, dear me, what an observant young lady we've come upon. Who would have believed it? Who would have ever believed it?
From the moment that I understood there was something about that suite of rooms which I was not to know, I was all on fire to go over them and keenly on the lookout for any chance to pass the forbidden door. It was only yesterday that the chance came. I may tell you that besides Mr. Rucastle, both Toller and his wife find something to do with those deserted rooms, and I once saw him carrying a large black linen bag through the door. Yesterday evening he was very drunk, and when I came upstairs, there was the key in the door. Mr. and Mrs. Rucastle were both downstairs, and the child was with them, so that I had an admirable opportunity. I turned the key gently in the lock, opened the door, and slipped through. There was a little passage in front of me, unpapered and uncarpeted, which turned at the farther end and led to 3 doors in a line, the first and third of which were open. They each led into an empty room, dusty and cheerless, with windows so thick with dirt that the evening light glimmered dimly through them. The centre door was closed, and across the outside of it had been fastened one of the broad bars from an iron bed, padlocked at one end to a ring on the wall, and fastened at the other with a stout cord. This barricaded door corresponded clearly with the shuttered window outside, and yet I could see by the glimmer from beneath it that the room was not in darkness. Evidently, there was a skylight that let in light from above. As I stood in the passage gazing at that sinister door and wondering what secret it might veil, I suddenly heard the sound of steps within the room and saw a shadow pass backward and forward. A mad, unreasoning terror rose up in me at the sight. My overstrung nerves failed me suddenly, and I turned and ran as though some dreadful hand were behind me, clutching at the skirt of my dress. I rushed down the passage, through the door, and...
So it was you, then? I thought it must be when I saw the door open.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
My dear young lady, my dear young lady. And what has frightened you, my dear young lady?
I was foolish enough to go into the empty wing, but it's so lonely and eerie in this dim light that I was frightened and ran out again. Oh, it's so dreadfully still in there.
Only that?
Why, what did you think?
Why do you think that I lock this door?
Oh, I'm sure that I have no idea.
It is to keep people out who have no business there. Do you see?
I'm sure that if I'd known...
Well, then, you know now. And if you ever put your foot over that threshold again, I'll throw you to the mastiff. Do I make myself clear, Miss Hunter?
I was so terrified that I do not know what I did. I suppose that I must have rushed past him into my room, for I remember nothing until I found myself lying on my bed, trembling all over. Then I thought of you, Mr. Holmes. I knew I could not live there longer without your advice. I was frightened of the house, of the man, of the woman, of the servants, even of the child. There. Now I have told you all my adventures. I should be grateful if you could tell me what it all means, and above all, what I should do.
An extraordinary story, Miss Hunter. Yes. Tell me, where is Toller today?
He's still drunk from last evening.
Excellent. And the Rucastles?
They are going on a visit later this afternoon and will be away all evening.
Perfect. Tell me, is there a cellar with a good strong lock at the Copper Beeches?
Yes, the wine cellar.
Now, you seem to me to have acted all through this matter like a very brave and sensible girl, Miss Hunter. Do you think that you could perform one more feat? I should not ask it of you if I did not think you quite an exceptional woman.
I'll try.
We shall be at the Copper Beeches by 7 o'clock, my friend and I. The Rucastles will be gone by that time, and Toller will, we hope, be incapable. There only remains Mrs. Toller, who might give the alarm. If you could send her into the cellar on some errand and then turn the key upon her, you would facilitate matters immensely.
I will do it.
Excellent. We shall then look thoroughly into the affair. Of course, there is only one feasible explanation. You've been brought here to personate someone, and the real person is imprisoned in this chamber. That is obvious. As to who the prisoner is, I have no doubt that it's the daughter, Miss Alice Rucastle, if I remember right, who was said to have gone to America. You were chosen, doubtless, as resembling her in height, figure, and the colour of your hair. Hers had been cut off, very possibly in some illness through which she'd passed, and so, of course, yours had to be sacrificed also. By a curious chance, you came upon her tresses.
Who do you suppose the man on the Southampton Road to be?
Well, undoubtedly some friend of hers, possibly her fiancé. No doubt, as you wore the girl's dress and were so like her, he was convinced from your laughter and afterwards from your gesture that Miss Rucastle was perfectly happy and that she no longer desired his attentions. As a further safeguard, the dog is let loose at night to prevent him from endeavouring to communicate with her. So much is fairly clear. The most serious point in the case, however, is the disposition of the child.
What on earth has that got to do with it?
My dear Watson, you as a medical man are continually gaining light as to the tendencies of a child by the study of the parents. Don't you see that the converse is equally valid? I have frequently gained my first real insight into the character of parents by studying their children. Now, this child's disposition is abnormally cruel, merely for cruelty's sake, and whether he derives this from his smiling father, as I should suspect, or from his mother, it bodes evil for the poor girl who is in their power.
I'm sure that you're right, Mr. Holmes. 1,000 things come back to me which make me certain that you've hit it. Let us not lose an instant in bringing help to this poor creature.
Indeed, but we must be circumspect, for we are dealing with an exceedingly cunning man. However, we can do nothing until 7 o'clock. At that hour we shall be with you, and it will not be long before we solve the mystery.
We were as good as our word, for it was just 7 when we reached the Copper Beeches, having put up our trap at a wayside public house. The group of trees, with their dark leaves shining like burnished metal in the light of the setting sun, were sufficient to mark the house, even had Miss Hunter not been standing smiling on the doorstep. Having established that Mrs. Toller was safely locked away in the wine cellar, whilst her husband lay snoring on the kitchen rug, we passed up the stair, unlocked the door to the uninhabited wing, followed on down a passage, and found ourselves in front of the barricade which Miss Hunter had described. Holmes cut the cord, removed the transverse bar, and then tried the various keys in the lock, but without success. No sound came from within, and at the silence, Holmes' face clouded over.
I trust we are not too late. Now, Watson, put your shoulder to it, and we shall see whether we can make our way in. Just say the word. Now! Empty.
There was someone in here, I swear it.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a moment. bed, table, linen. There's been some villainy here. This beauty has guessed Miss Hunter's intentions and carried his victim off. But how? Yes, through the skylight. Help me with this table, Watson. That's it. Yes, we'll soon see how he managed it. Yes, here's the end of a ladder against the eaves. That's how he did it.
But it's impossible. The ladder was not there when the Rucastles went away.
He's come back and done it. I tell you, that he's a clever and dangerous man. And I, for one, could certainly not be sure that...
The Rucastles!
I have your pistol ready, Watson. Do not be alarmed. It's only a precaution.
What have you done, my dear young lady?
Isn't it a case of what you have done, Rucastle?
Who the devil are you?
Where is your daughter?
It is for me to ask you that. You thieves! Spies and thieves! I've caught you, haven't I? You're in my power. I'll serve you. You'll see. I'll serve you.
He's gone for the dog.
After it. Shut the front door after us, Miss Hunter. Watson, keep your pistol at the ready. Have a care, Watson. If you see the brute, do not hesitate. Shoot to kill. Stand clear, Holmes. Good shot. Well, he's still alive. We'd better get him into the house. His throat. Perhaps it would have been better. Kind of. Fortunately, that is not a judgment we have been called upon to make. Take his legs, Holmes. Very well. Gently does it. That's it. It's better if you lead. Right. I'll try and support his head as best I can. Gently, Holmes, gently. Right, Watson. As we carried him into the house, I could not suppress the image of that huge, famished mastiff, its black muzzle buried in Rucastle's throat, while his victim writhed and screamed on the ground. We laid him on the drawing-room sofa, where I did what I could to relieve his pain. On discovering that Toller was, by now, comparatively sober, Holmes dispatched him to fetch the surgeon. It was whilst we were waiting for that gentleman to arrive that the door was suddenly opened and a tall, gaunt woman entered the room.
Mrs. Toller? But I thought...
Mr. Rucastle let me out, just before he went up to you. Ah, miss, 'tis a pity you didn't let me know what you were planning, for I would have told you that your pains were wasted.
It is clear that Mrs. Toller knows more about this matter than anyone else.
Yes, sir, I do, and I'm ready enough to tell what I know.
Well, then, pray, sit down and let us hear it. There are several points on which, I must confess, I am still in the dark.
I will soon make it clear to you, and I'd have done so before now if I could have got out from that cellar. If there's police court business over this, you'll remember I was the one that stood your friend, and that I was Miss Alice's friend too.
If there is further action to be taken in this matter, no doubt that will be considered. For the moment, you would be best advised to tell us all you know concerning Miss Rucastle.
She was never happy at home, Miss Alice wasn't, from the time her father married again. She was slighted like and had no say in anything, but it never really became bad for her until after she met Mr. Fowler at a friend's house and formed an attachment with him.
Was he the gentleman seen to be keeping watch on the house from the Southampton Road?
That's right, sir. As well as I could learn, Miss Alice had rights of her own by will, but she was so quiet and patient she was that she never said a word about them, but just left everything in Mr. Rucastle's hands. He knew he was safe with her. But when there was a chance of her husband coming forward, who would ask for all that the law would give him, then her father thought it was time to put a stop to it. He wanted her to sign a paper, so that whether she married or not, he could use her money. When she wouldn't do it, he kept on worrying her until she got brain fever, and for 6 weeks was at death's door. Then she got better at last, all worn to a shadow, and with her beautiful hair cut off. But that didn't make no change in her young man, and he stuck to her as true as a man could be.
What you've told us makes the matter fairly clear. I can deduce all that remains. Mr. Rucastle, then, I presume, took to this system of imprisonment.
Yes, sir.
and brought Miss Hunter down from London in order to get rid of the disagreeable persistence of Mr. Fowler.
That was it, sir.
But Mr. Fowler, being a persevering man, blockaded the house, and, having met you, succeeded by certain arguments, metallic or otherwise, in convincing you that your interests were the same as his.
Mr. Fowler was a very kind-spoken, free-handed gentleman.
And in this way he managed that your good man should have no want of drink, and that a ladder should be ready at the moment when your master had gone out.
You have it, sir. That's just the way it happened.
I'm sure we owe you an apology, Mrs. Toller. You've certainly cleared up everything which puzzled us. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Toller now, arriving with the surgeon. As I feel there is nothing left for us to do here, Watson, I think we had best escort Miss Hunter back to Winchester. It seems to me that our locus standi now is rather a questionable one.
Thus was solved the mystery of the sinister house with the copper beeches. Mr. Rucastle survived, but was always a broken man, kept alive solely through the care of his devoted wife. They still live with their old servants, who probably know so much of Rucastle's past life that he finds it difficult to part from them. Mr. Fowler and Miss Rucastle were married by special license in Southampton the day after their flight, and he is now the holder of a government appointment on the island of Mauritius. As to Miss Violet Hunter, my friend Holmes, rather to my disappointment, manifested no further interest in her once she had ceased to be the centre of one of his problems. She is now the head of a private school at Walsall, where, I believe, she has met with considerable success.